keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, for a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down
down
when
when
I
I
run
run
around,
around.
and I'll make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look out the damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. how we get this far. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back us down. Destiny is calling.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite-laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Oh! I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it
darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Good day, welcome back to the best side. The west side is your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and with me today is a private.
Well, thank you for that intro. And yes, today being the last day of the week of these exciting matches we have had between these teams. You already said it, west side, best side. We're going to see what these teams have left in that bucket against each other.
Yes, and of course we're going to be ending ranking week. But before that, let's talk a little bit about the skins in the game. Welcome back. The Mirage City skins already started, right, since September 11th. And of course, I think you will be very happy with the 3 main heroes that are available. Fang, Ma Yin, as well as Shangguan. The 3 beautiful skins in this series.
Yeah, beautiful skins and beautiful heroes there. We haven't really seen too many of them out here. I've actually kind of been keeping track to see, especially Shangguan, who's been one of my favorite mids so far. But man, we've had 3 full days of excitement here between these matches, between these teams who are really kind of don't have much to lose just yet, but are still trying to set that tone against each other.
Yes, because you want to enter Survival Week with as much confidence as you can, right? You want to make it into Group S. And for now, I think we already have the top 3. 9Z Globant have not lost a single game yet. But this is what they'll be playing for, and that's a total of 50,000 USD, where the champion takes a lion's share of 10,000.
Yeah, and you can see there a 2nd through 5th place. Nobody's going to be leaving here empty-handed, but in addition to that $10,000 is the invitation to KIC, which a lot of these teams are kind of gunning for, to really show what they are worth.
Yes, KIC is definitely the next part of the plan, right? But we have to take things step by step first. Get that win in the game, right? These are the participating teams. Right now we have 9Z Globant along with ALO Gaming, OG, Level Max Club, Twisted Minds, BTK, as well as Boars Gaming.
Yeah, a varied myriad of pillars there as we take a look at today's schedule for matchups. It's going to be 9Z Gaming taking on OG to kick things off. Then directly after that, it's going to be BTK taking on Boars. At the halfway point, 9Z Gaming will be back on the fray against Twisted Minds. And to wrap up our night of exciting matches, it's going to be OG taking on BTK.
Okay, so I know you have major love for BTK. Hopefully they get their first win today. Similarly, I think on the other end, right, I will put up my vote for Boars Gaming. I think both teams have not gotten a single series win yet. So hopefully today is a day, because take a look at the standings here. 9Z Globant along with OG 4-0 all the way. So they are tied for first place. Twisted Minds though at 3rd, 4-1.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. I think we talked a little bit about it. OG and Twisted Minds, I don't think it was any surprise to any viewer, anybody who's been a long-time watcher for these teams. 9Z Global kind of came in there, snuck in there at 4-0 right now, and they're going to have to put that record up to the test tonight. Here, as we look at ALO, LM, BTK, and Boars, they're kind of fighting. They're trying to get their stride. They're trying to get that understanding. Here tonight, will we see a breakout from one of those second-half teams?
It has to be done today, right? Because Survival Week is going to be really tough for the teams, right? It is where you will start to fall. This week of Ranking Week is where you kind of test, limit test, find out, okay, what are the patterns of your opponents? And once this is done, when we head into the Gorge a second time, we will have a new challenger. But for now, let's take a look at the first team we're going to introduce.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is your team for 9Z Globant. Clash Lane will be taken up by Wind. The jungle picked up by Sick. Farm Lane will be given to Leffy. Capo will be in the roam lane, and bringing up the mid will be Moon.
Big teams, right? Their second first place team, OG.
Yeah, I'm happy to see a team kind of take advantage of that, really get that bit of momentum. But like you said, it came as a surprise. Is it going to be enough? What they have, they look really comfortable up there. That's one thing. They look relaxed. They look like they understand what's going on, that they know what they're going up against. But like we were talking about, these are like they're going up against like the Titans of KMW here, and they need to be on their P's and Q's, make sure that they're not making any mistakes. They understand where they can take off in some of these games as well.
Okay, so let's take a look at their challenges here. OG.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you're running. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
OG Esports. This is one of the champion teams. Dream OG, represented by Keke in the Clash lane, Dao in that jungle, Wen in the mid, An in that farm lane, and of course our roamer, Mr. Muchen.
Yeah, a very exciting team here who has just really dominated since the beginning of this 4 days ago. My eyes have been on Kiki, who has, I want to say 3 MVPs right now, who has been an absolute menace in that Clash lane, so much so that I feel like a lot of teams have been sending so much pressure just to hold him down. And when that happens, you have the rest of OG filling in those gaps and coming into this just complete powerhouse.
Yes, so it's pretty scary to play against OG, right? Like you mentioned before, Clash lane is definitely one of the things that they have to look out for, especially on the side of 9Z Globant, right? They don't want to allow this snowball by Keke, and it's really hard because Dao is a exceptional jungle as well. But let's take a look at this head-to-head, because Sick has had an impressive stat so far, even from last season spring. But Dao, he is definitely the MVP here.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is what we have seen has been a little different when it comes to the jungling styles. Dao has been playing a little bit more of those thicker, tankier roles like a Gudo, Ogren, and Sick has really gone for like those assassins, those ones who can move around the map very quickly, who can get those sneaky little, those sneaky kills in there. And I'm wondering if we're gonna see a clash of styles here between these two teams.
To be honest, I would love it if they have a clash. Like, I want to see assassin against assassin because it really shows you how proficient these players are, right? For those of you that are new to OG, Dao came from one of the top tier leagues in the KPL region. And to be able to showcase his assassin proficiency, I think it's something that 9Z Global want to see, want to experience as well. If there is a learning lesson today, it has to be this week.
Yeah, and that's the big thing when it comes into that jungle role as we get ready for this draft. I'm really excited about this because, like I said, OG has been one of those pillars that really wasn't a surprise for people. But 9Z, this is their chance to really reinforce that lead that they have right now at 4-0, maybe possibly making that to 5-0.
Yes, I think it's very good to get a winning result, but at the same time, taking an L isn't the worst thing in the world as well, because it teaches you the mistakes that you have, the gaps you're supposed to fill as we head into the survival week. So let's take a look at OG first. They will be on the blue side, so this is prio pick for them. I'm curious what they want to snag first in this ban pick phase.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting that you bring that up because I feel like a lot more momentum has kind of gone into if you can allow that blue pick, allow that first pick, and you have those 2 counters, it really sets the momentum for your team to be able to kind of counter out that 1 pick that the enemy team was potentially banking on. Here we have Pei and Chano taken off the board, and I mean, these are all kind of, I want to say, some of these same bands, some of these powerful picks that we've, Guan Yu, been one of the funnest heroes to watch in the KMW thus far.
Yes, definitely. And of course, with that being said, because of the channel ban, OG, it was very clear they were going for the early, right? The 50% matchup. But 9Z Globant, I like the response. The Dharma is a great response against the Arlie. You can catch her before she is able to TP away, slam her against the wall, right? Now, 9Z Globant, they want to pair this up with the Yuhuan. Yuhuan has been pretty consistent, used in the farm, in the role most of the time, but there is a flexibility to this pick. Let's see what this OG respond with.
Yeah, and not just that, but it also has a great just birth of effect, area of effect that she can go in to just push into the team, possibly get that stun off on them, which sets as a great initiator. And you've got two possible initiators on that side right now in the Dharma and the Yuan. On the other side, you see Charlotte quickly scooped up.
Okay, so this is one of the difficult decisions that 9Z Globant have to make, right? You know that Charlotte is going to dive into your backlines. And picking up a Lady Sun, I like it, right? With the rolling raid, right? Her first skill, you're actually able to reposition yourself in the fights, hopefully bait out this Charlotte, who is definitely going to be looking for Leffy in this farm. So, you know, decision and timing is really important on 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and that's a very important point too. And with diving into the backline, how is your team going to react, especially with two heroes that potentially have a decent amount of peeling power and the mobility that you have from a Lady Soon that can get out of the way, that can possibly bait out some of those abilities. Zhongfei taken out on the side of 9Z Global, waiting for that, waiting for the other bans coming from OG.
They take out the Luna. So Luna is one of those people similar to Charlotte where she's able to access the backlines really easily, right? And also with the reset on her ultimate, it's going to be really instant catches, a lot of stuns, a lot of shields. I like the fact that 9Z Globant take out the deity. I was wondering, okay, do they actually want to allow this? Because it's one of the signature combinations along with the early pick. Now, with no tank in the form of Zhangfei, no heals in the form of Diadea, I think 9Z Globant in a great place.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say, like, what other kind of mobility type of assassins are we going to be seeing taken away from Sick? He's already got MVP on Fade and Luna, so he's shown that he really can get these mechanical heroes down. Ooh, and it looks like they're going to go, they're going to actually turn it around on us, go for the more thicker, tankier, floofier Menki pickup.
Okay, I like the Menki pick, right? I think the whole premise of picking up this Menki is he's just supposed to be the stonewall, right? Provide space so that the Lady Sun, the Dharma can actually get the catches in. Now, OG, they take part in the stock standard. This is the original Princess Frost and Liang combination, locked in. Now, this is really hard to play because at level 4, that's when their power spike happens. The moment they have their ultimates, it's going to be just free reign of control.
Yeah, and this is something that we have seen over and over and over in the last 3 days. The moment Liang catches you with that power word, Princess Frost is going to be right there. You're basically put into a coma. You're not moving. You're not going anywhere. I don't care where your team is on that map. They're going to be able to kind of close in the distance and be able to find that kill. And this is going to be something very dangerous. And I'm wondering how 9Z is going to be able to kind of offset that or maybe position themselves on a map to where that is not going to be a huge hindrance for them.
I think it really depends on who OG catches with that combination. Because if you catch players like Leffy on this Lady Sun, I don't think it matters that much because you have the heals coming in, the longevity from the Ming, right? So Kapok Seba, he's going to be responsible for healing his farm laner back up. And then it really comes down to the clash lane of 9Z Globant, right? Can he get the truth mantra down? Because that will destroy OG on the backlines.
Yeah, we're going to see how well that these guys can play, because it's been one thing to get that beautiful draft out there. It's been another thing to put it together out on the battlefield. And we're going to see here OG taking on 9Z.
Okay, so game number 1. This one sets the tone. Now, bear in mind, we are still in the best of 3, so you can kind of blitz your opponent with a quick 2-0 win.
Yeah, and that's I'm honestly I want to say betting numbers are on OG. They've got the experience of being here. They've been dominating for so long. My big thing is I want to see how well we can go with these combinations.
Well, it has to be the best because right now I think we will have a small skirmish But for now, all the players are using the Realme 15 Pro series. If you are looking for a good phone, this phone has been built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, feeling the difference all right. As you can see, a big skirmish here up at the top lane. KK actually in trouble. Man, oh, I was going to say manages to get away, but a small auto attack has done him in.
I like the fact that you mentioned this at the start of the draft, right? Get rid of Kirker in the Clash lane, and you should have a pretty decent start. So 9Z Globant, not only have they gotten the first blood, they have put Kirker down a little bit in that farm at EXP.
Yeah, and this has been something that has been, because we've seen KK, when you leave him alone, when you allow him to just kind of farm up in that lane, he has such a presence throughout the map. Here, we're kind of trying to shut that down early. We want to make sure that he's not going to be a factor. Speaking of which, all the way trying to find another engagement here. They turn it around, 3 members diving underneath the tower, and they still are able to find a kill onto Moon. Leffy in trouble, running for the hills. Does he have a prayer? It looks like they're still trying for it. He's going to be able to find the safety of his tower.
Yeah, but this is time bought, right? Because if you take a look at what's happening now, Leffy is missing out farm. In that bottom side of the map, this is extra farm for An. And yes, you got the first blood on Kirker, but what good does that do, especially when there's a return kill coming out for the side of OG?
And I want to say this, that has been a big story for a lot of these teams when it comes to getting those kills out here on the map. Are the kills we've seen this doesn't have the same effect. Ooh, we can take a look at that initial early first blood underneath the tower. Thought he was safe, little auto attack, boom, down for the count. But when it comes to kills, what are you doing with those kills? Because as we found out, these kills don't mean anything on their own. Are you able to get a tower? Are you able to get an objective like the Tyrant? Are you able to clear the enemy's jungle? If the answer is no, then those kills aren't really amounting to much.
And I don't want to make things worse, but also, you know, what kind of spells have you committed for that? Win RJ as well as Leffy actually committed, and hang on, one more commitment.
Yeah, they do have him frozen, and this is what we were talking about, that combination of Liang and Princess Frost. Ooh, we do find a kill on Tamushin as well, tying things up at 2-2.
I think the call there wasn't as clean from the side of OG, right? So 9Z Globant, they're going to oblige off of that mistake. They're going to tie things up in terms of the kill score, 2-2. And what's really impressive is the fact that they're keeping pace with OG. And for now, I'm in danger.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, they're keeping pace for now. Are they going to be able to continue that pace? Because I feel like a lot of teams, they figured out that part of the secret, part of the puzzle for a lot of these strategies of playing at this level is to keep that pedal to the metal. But in that, a lot of teams can start making mistakes. They might not take a fight that they don't like or that they shouldn't take. Like you were talking about before, and I think we talked a little bit offline about what are you expending for these fights? A kill isn't always worth it if you can maybe get a spell down, if you can maybe get some pressure onto a tower, or get ready for these next objectives that will be here in under 4 seconds.
Yeah, so 4-minute Tyrant mark, this is a very important one. Looks like 9Z Global, but they can't really contest for this. Yes, they have the smite on Sick, but for now, the buffs are more important. You don't want to trade a potential fight and lose the fight and give away your Zhao Golem as well, right? Too many losses, too much risk.
Yeah, and that's a great point there, especially like they could have gone for that, but what happens if they lost that fight? Not only do they lose the Tyrant, but they also lose the jungle. So they go ahead, they make the safe decision, clear out their jungle, and live to fight another day.
And I think the next point we need to really take care is, I want to put my eyes on Win RJ here, on the Dharma. He is probably going to be that pace setter, right? If he gets the truth mantra, the ultimate, where he slams everyone into the wall, OG might have a bad time. And 9Z Globant, they're waiting for that, which is why, you know, Win RJ keeps hiding in the brushes, hopefully looking for that gap.
Yeah, and that's a good point. OG, when they're going for these fights, as we start transitioning from the laning phase into like 5-man fights here, that's the person that they're looking for. Where is Win? Speaking of which, we do have another push up at the top here, making short work of this tower.
But it's a mirror move, right? Immediately, Leffy as well as Capo Seba, they went for their T1 on the bottom. So OG, I think they might want to commit over here.
Yeah, they're down to 10%. You can see 3 members coming in there. Win RJ doing his best to try to put some offense on there from the back line. Ooh! Win gets taken out on the backside, but the rest of 9Z looking to try to make an impact, but they decide to back off.
Not a good decision at this point. 9Z Globant, they're losing more than just that T2 on the top. They're also losing the T1 at the bottom. So all over the map, they're going to try and pincer them in this middle. I think 9Z Globant have to be really careful with the next decision to make because OG, right away, they step into the jungle.
Yeah, and this just kind of comes with that experience of certain teams when it comes to setting this pace, continually having that pedal to the metal. They understand what they need to be doing. They are continually doing it. They get the kill up at the top. Meanwhile, they're still pushing towers down at bottom. The bottom tower is pretty much just hanging on by a thread. A sneeze is going to take that thing down as you see the minions going in to burrow into that tower, and that's going to be another tier 1 tower down for the side of 9Z.
And I think this is what is most impressive about the current OG, right? They understand what your win condition is, and they don't allow it to happen.
Just in the middle of saying that, Moon got suppressed and into a coma underneath the tower. Just as you were talking about, they understand what they need to be doing. They come in, they are able to get that CC locked on. Now they're moving in for the mid tower, and there's not much that 9Z has in the way to be able to defend this.
Absolutely, nice freeze. And with that, Winter is here. Look, they're not even looking for the damage. They just want to push them back.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point. Oh, speaking of which, going all the way, diving into the back line, Keke goes in, looking for an opportunity, gets cleaned up and down, but the tower, the damage has been done onto the mid-tier 2 tower, tied up at 4-4 apiece.
Okay, it may look like a good situation for 9Z Globant, right? They got 2 kills off of their defense, but in all actuality, it's not a great site to be in because OG now, once the dust is settled, they have full map control. There's T1 in the mid, they can give for free.
Yeah, this is what happens is when you get those 2 kills, you need to be able to maximize what else you can get out of it. They do get that tier 1 at the mid tower, but what else are we going to get out of it? We're starting to poking our way into enemy jungle. I mean, on paper, we're tied up a bit. Macro-wise, I want to say the map is more open for OG to kind of have their way, and that's something that 9Z is going to have to be very wary about. I really haven't seen a very organized fight just yet. It feels more like 9Z's been getting caught out still in that kind of making that transition from the laning phase into like a 5-man group fight scene here. They're still kind of like not completely there yet as they start on this Overlord.
I like the fact that you say that it's messy, right? Because the one member that's going to make it really messy is actually Kerker. Yes, 9Z Globant, they just got the Overlord, but if you've noticed the gold difference between the Clash laners, Kerker is actually 1,000 gold ahead of WinRJ, right? That last play at the back line where he jumped in against 4 members, that is what happens when he has a goal lead. So OG, they know their strengths. 9Z Globant, they need to find a way to suppress the growth.
Oh, we do have a little bit of an engagement here. Split up is 9Z. We do find our first kill onto Wind. They're onto the back line. You can see Keke does find a kill onto Leffy. They are continuing their ways. And Moon does find a kill onto OG, able to return it in favor. 2 and 2 apiece down for both teams.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want. Killing spree for the side of An. This guy, yesterday, actually got a pentakill as well. So this is a great sign for the side of OG. Messy fight, like you mentioned. I think it's perfect for the side of OG.
Yeah, and I want to say they took a really great advantage of finding a 9Z kind of split apart, not in that nice, comfortable ball behind Sick that they would like to be, especially with that type of tank in front, that tanky type of jungler. And what you want is to have him in front, tanking these abilities, but what you had was just long line of 9Z, all accessible by OG, and they picked them apart during that fight. Speaking of picking them apart, KK comes in, is looking for a kill. Doesn't look like the Princess Frost finds one there, another suppression, down goes Capo.
Dude, KK, I mean, Kerker right now has to be the MVP. He's been making a lot of these plays. The most important part, he's diving left and right. So this farm laner does not have any room. There is no comeback factor.
Yeah, and even with the ability to dash away with a flash as well, he's still getting caught, and that's just how fast he's able to get in there, do the damage, and especially with the amount of CC that they have on their team. Now, the rest of OG pressing it onto the core, looking for an entryway. I don't know that they have it just yet. We do have an ultimate out. Down goes Wind, looking for another kill onto the map, down to 50% on this core, fighting back and forth. Keke finds a kill of his own. Down goes Menki, and that will be game one, possibly going to OG as they are ticking away at the score. They don't need minions. They have brute force.
Yes. Absolute brute force, right? At this point, this is the OG that everyone fell in love with in the spring season. And that OG has not gone away. And Fall, this is the standard they have set. 9Z Globant unable to reach the markers here.
Yeah, and it just started with these little nuances in the side lanes. They caught one, they caught another one, started that steamroll, and then as we were talking about Keke, that's one of the ones that I've had my eye on since watching OG. You either keep the pressure on him or you watch as he just comes in and decimates your team.
Which is such a difficult position to be in because, yes, bear in mind, they had the first blood on him, right? But then they never kept putting that pressure on. And once he recovered, it was kind of a disaster because he actually split the team fight into two parts, of which An had a lot of farm already on his RD, and it was very difficult to manage two different monsters on two different ends of the fights.
But OG taking away a major first win against 9Z Globing, to the shock of not many because they have been at this position before and we've seen how well they did. Hats off to all of them there, and a great match played by all. Keke this time coming in with his picks. This has been something that I have talked about that we need to kind of pay attention to. Keke's already got, what, 3 MVPs under his belt. Mulan, Dharma, Sun Se, and this time Charlotte. I'm assuming we're going to see him on that MVP board.
It definitely has to be him, right? Because at this point, I think he was really the major difference maker in the team fights as well. He was what allowed OG to really stretch their hands across the map. And he was also making sure that the split pushes were happening, right? Remember, there was one situation at the top T2 where 9Z Globant was trying their best to defend, but at the same time, not only did they lose the fight, they lost the T2 on the top, and the T1 at the bottom was, seemed like it was going to disappear with the touch of a feather.
Yeah, and that's just the amount of pressure that they put on, the control that they have on the map to make sure that these lanes are pushed before they engage. We saw a little bit of that from the beginning when it came to 9Z, some of the decision making they had when it came to the Tyrant. Do we take the Tyrant or do we clear out our jungle? But I mean, when you keep that type of pace, that pedal to the metal, if you don't have the experience, eventually the cracks are going to start to show. The little inexperience, the little decision makings start to add up. Even though they're small, they start to add up until it's created this snowball that OG can take advantage of.
Yes, well, it seems that we're talking a lot about OG. Let's make it clear, OG, that was not a perfect game. It's really hard to have a perfect game in HOK. With that being said, right, there were a couple of times where Mushin actually got caught out, even though he got the correct suppression. And that was the turnaround that 9Z Globant was supposed to look out for. But let's take a look at the damage first. An, of course, dealing a majority of the damage, but the #1 damage dealer was Kirka, 74,500 worth of hero damage against the likes of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and that's mostly because he perfectly understood his job to access that backline, who he needed to be on, Leffy, and he took complete advantage of it. So much to the fact that even Wind was not able to really find these great advantages on that Dharma to get these truth monsters, to even to peel for his teammate.
Exactly, that chance was never presented to him, which is why OG is so scary, right? Yes, they have been grouped up as 4, but the point was, even if you get that perfect truth mantra, what value does that give to you? Because there is no follow-up damage. You're already behind on farm, so there is no way you get a 4-man hit and kill them off in one blow.
Yeah, just an amazing game, and to the surprise of nobody on this test, Keke there, MVP, 31% damage there, 4, 2, and 6. And the two, I want to talk about those deaths, which is kind of interesting to me because he took that on the chin, no problem, came back and knew exactly what he needed to do.
Because the deaths don't really matter, right? And it's all about setting up for your team. Look at this dive. This 3-man knockup was what really changed the whole state of the fight itself. look, he gave his life, but the follow-up was great. They traded his life for a T2, and the map control is really what matters in HOK.
Yeah, and that's the kind of amazing thing is you're like, oh, don't worry, I'll hold the line there while you guys attack this tower. And he did, came back there on 3 people. They were able to bring him down, but you more and more. Even if you get that kill, the map is encroaching on you, tightening in around you. And here's another one. I think he dives pretty far left onto Leffy and able to find the kill alongside Wen.
And you have to see the value that he brings, right? So when everyone is focused on Keke, or at least running away from him, which member benefits the most? It is An. As an early, you want to have the freedom as a farm laner to be able to get the free hits in, because nobody's paying attention to you, right? And that's what Keke offered to the team, which is why OG is a much better team in game 1, because the team play it has been fantastic. And ending this game number 1 with an ace really shows you how strong and how far ahead their understanding of the game is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Clash lane has been one of the lanes that I have liked the least trying to play, because there's so many nuances, so many people have that ability to kind of, there's so much on you as far as pressure to be all over the map, to get to that back line, to be the difference maker for your team. Keke obviously does not have those same problems, because he time and time again shows that he understands what needs to be done and can become that monster, that house, that structure of what were we talking about, that resilience that's just always there for his team.
For now, his back will not break, but we will be going for a break. When we are back, we bring you game number 2.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back. It is a beautiful start here, and it's game number 2. So game number 1, Private, what do you think about it?
It went as expected. I feel like where 9Z, they tried to keep that pace up. They understood what they need to do as a general overcast. It's just those little details. How many people, how much pressure do we send up top to compete with this? How long do we keep with that? And then when you're sending that pressure one way, are we protecting those objectives on the other side as well? It comes with experience, like you said, and OG has shown that they've been here before. They've been at this pressure before. They know how to keep on this speed. So it comes with experience. I feel like that's not out of the blue. I mean, they were pretty tight for the first few minutes of that. It's just that along with most teams, once those cracks start to show, a lot of these veteran teams really know how to really mount that snowball.
Yes, and you know, the losing teams tend to have a downward spiral, right? Mental defeat, and then it goes into the game. I'm just curious at this point, do you think, you know, maybe Sig, he should find a comfort pick in the sense, let's go back to the assassin junglers.
Yeah, and honestly, I was kind of geared up. I mean, maybe, I'm not sure how strategically sound it is, but I was enjoying watching him on Fade, enjoying watching him on Luna. I would like to see how maybe this matches up, and maybe it's a fundamental thing I don't understand, that maybe it wouldn't have done very well into some of those tankier heroes. But heck, if you're at this point, you have nothing to lose. You're not going to get kicked out for a loss here. Maybe let's throw out some of those more technically ingrained junglers.
Fully agree. I think now is that if there's any time to test and to really do a limit test on what works, what doesn't for your composition and for your team, I think today is the day to test, right? Because I think 9Z, Globant, and OG, your positions are secured. You are going to be guaranteed that Group S placing. So let's take a look at the bans and picks. At this point, we have the Yuhuan and Dharma being taken out by 9Z Globant, and OG take out the Pei and RD, which opens up the doors once again to the Mai Shiranui, someone that we haven't really seen too much of in the 4 days of KMW.
This has been one of those double-edged swords, as we see Daidia picked up by the side of OG. Mai Shiranui has her presence. She does so well to be able to get around the map, to be able to use that flash, and her abilities to get under towers, push enemies back, to redistribute them out there. But it feels like we're at a point where everybody understands how to play against Mai, and she hasn't been as successful. We're gonna see here if 9Z can really put that to the test.
Yes, it definitely is. Like, even in the World Cup, you know, very recently, it also did not have a very good win rate. Now, 9Z Globant, they're going to try and amplify and complement this pick with additional stuns in the form of the Flowborn tank, in the form of the Mozi as well. Now, is this going to be enough? Because OG, they have a very sustainable draft, very independent draft as well. The Lung, able to take to the skies, become a dragon. Ogren, lifesteal galore. Diadea, heals galore. So can they out-damage the heals factor on the side of OG?
I always like seeing this when, as soon as Mai is picked up, they immediately try to go with the Ogren, especially because her kit doesn't usually fit anti-heal very well. So then you're looking at somebody else that needs to have that anti-heal to apply it for Ogren. Here, I believe what we're seeing, Mozi is going to be in the roam position. Flowborn, I'm assuming that's going to be their jungler. So I like the CC. You mentioned it before. I like the CC. It's got a great amount of setup there. It's just with that tanky front line, like we've talked about it, the raid boss known as Ogren. We need to catch somebody else other than him to really have those benefits of this composition.
They definitely need a lot more damage, right? 9Z Globant, look, it's a risk they take because Mai is a very early game dependent hero. If you don't have a great start, you kind of lose. And 9Z Globant, they go for the Fuzu. I like that pick. It's a late game composition pick as well. But finally, we get to see one of the rare picks in the farm lane, potential Marco Polo. My personal favorite in terms of the farm lane, but he's really hard to pull off against a lineup that OG has. There's a lot of control. There's Byron with the Storm Strike second skill. It's a stun. Lung, Ride the Wind, also a stun. Diadea also has lockdown on the Bitter Farewell second skill. So there's a lot of people to stop this Marco.
And we're gonna go ahead and round that out with a Milady at the mid lane. That's a little bit of cheese there coming from OG when we usually see these really tight strategical compositions coming out from them. I agree with the Marco Polo. It is a pick that transcends this game for some reason. Everybody loves Marco Polo, wants to play it, but on the other half of that, everybody understands how to play against it. On the other hand, we do have a decent amount of CC to help him set up his ultimate. But again, as you mentioned, OG has their own amount of CC that they can counter in with. It's going to be very tricky to see if he can kind of get in there, especially in the last game where we saw they were able to do a great job of holding back the 9Z farm laner.
And this is what's so scary. Okay, we don't really see a lot of Miladies coming into the pro circuit itself. But when you do see it, it mostly has a very great win rate because, you know, teams aren't used to playing against a Milady. Milady offers a kit that is really quite irritating to deal with. She can split push for days, and it's really hard to catch her.
I almost kind of feel the opposite. I understand, like, in peak, in ranking, she's kind of a menace. In organized play, I feel like sometimes she can kind of stick out there. She doesn't have any real escapes. There's a lot of people here on this team that can clear out her minions very quickly. Once you've cleared out those minions, she's basically sitting there. All her cooldowns are down, and she has to wait to try to clear out and rotate again. But here you can see already too deep at that mid lane to try to help Milady get that momentum that she needs.
Oh, actually, it's the same side for 90 Globant as well. They want to focus farm for this Marco. But unfortunately, Dao is straight. He's just going straight for that first camp. Gets the board camp, now hits level 2 way faster than 6.
Yeah, and that's just the difference here with people who understand their heroes, their power spikes, what they can take on right from the beginning.
Yeah, and look, Moon is now stuck in this place. He has to try and help out against Kirka, who may get the last hit as well. Okay, got it. What the?
It looks like... yeah, Keke is going to have to get out of there. We're not seeing as much pressure there. I want to say Moon wants to kind of be that pressure point, but it looks like OG kind of have the same thing in mind. Oh, speaking of which, Keke, a little bit of trouble there. Takes down to about 50%. Not too afraid of what was going out there, but this time we're not seeing as much pressure. Not that kill coming on the Keke, so he's not as afraid. And will that kind of snowball earlier for the side of OG?
Definitely will. If you take a look at the rotation, one already has a decent rotation coming in because of the teleportation portal. And for now, feeding Dao that shared gold, shared experience, it's definitely providing a lot of value. Dao is almost level 5.
Yeah, we see here the big pressure here at mid lane. Moon tried to come in there from the side and already starting to get held back a bit. Not able to get those early rotations on the Mai Shiranu. Is now got those Hazel fans to try to finish off some of those minions. I always laugh when I just Milady's minions are just such a nuisance. They don't feel like it at the beginning. It's like, all right, we're gonna deal with this, but then after a while, as you move into the mid game, they start really chunking you. Keke getting caught here by Sick, but not sure if this is a fight he wants.
I don't think he got caught. I think it's more of like Sick got caught. He thought he was the predator, but he actually is the prey. And now you start to see the value of having when play this Milady, right? Look, a lot of free damage on the T1 in the mid. Yes, this is 3-4 minutes, so there is armor provided. But straight away, Dao's entrance into the Azure Golem, he should be able to get the execute here and will steal away the Azure buff.
Ooh, they're on the back line. Looks like they might actually be able to get... Ooh, a flash comes out. Keke looking for that escape. A little bit of shield built up onto him. Team trying to protect his escape, and out like the wind, he escapes. Down goes Moon and Sick.
And they go too far. Like, look, this is standard OG. Kirka felt like he was gonna fall, take a fall, but it was 90 Globant that gets punished.
You know what? And now I'm starting to understand this pick for the Milady. It's not just about like you want a cheese, but if you are creating something, what's the biggest problem with facing a Milady in the mid lane? You can't leave the mid lane because the moment you leave mid lane, she's gonna take over with her minions. What does Mai Shiranu want to do the entire game? She wants to access those side lanes as much and as often as possible. Now we're punishing her every single time she leaves.
Yes, you need a numbers advantage, right? And that's the strength of the Mai Shinui's movement, rotation, the ability to move faster because you can win a 2v1, no problem. You have burst in your kit. But now that they are behind on the back foot, this is so difficult. Now let's take a look. Okay, this was the so-called solo kill coming in for the side of the Leffy. That's why you take the Purify, right? So you can deal with the right to win by Han. The knockbacks, it does not help you defend against Leffy's ultimate.
Oh yeah, Sick comes in here trying to deal some damage onto those minions, but there's about 10% left on this mid tower. Once they're able to open up this mid tower, it really opens up the map for the enemy. Speaking of which, Leffy getting locked onto is going to have to try to use that flash to get away and taken down with the Conductor of Souls. Meanwhile, down goes Wen on the opposite side. 2 to 4, oh actually 2 to 5. There are 3 down for 9Z Global, and they took a loss in Wen.
Yep, Dao here is on fire. Should be able to get a 4th one. He's godlike at this point. And OG, they're taking everything for themselves. Now, this is only... Look, it's less than 5 minutes into the game. But here's one pattern you should have noticed by now. Every single time the buffs come up, OG is there waiting on the side of 9Z Globant's jungle.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate thing that happens. Once that first buff is secured, boom, they've locked in, they got the number, they know when it's going to be up again, they can set things up as well. Here, you can see the Fuzi underneath Win doing his best to try to protect it, only 10% left, and down goes the tower. Keke into the back lines, gets a big pop-up onto 2 members. He might be down for the count. They are able to find a kill onto him, but they lose Leffy in the back.
Once again, Keke is giving his life for the cause, right? And this one is a good trade. It doesn't matter how many times Keke falls, as long as OG makes the sufficient trades. And once again, we take a look. Last game, it was Keke doing the split push. This game, it's Wen doing the split push on the Milady pick.
Yeah, but and still Keke is able to get that access into the back line, even if just to kind of hold them there while they get the tower here. Meanwhile, you can see Dao just doing a great job. He's all over enemy jungle, picking up. Oh, look at, even here, nothing is safe. These you thought you were going to be able to get some of these minions? Nope, that's mine too. Also, this Azure Golem, that's going to be mine as well. They're just so offensive that it's almost, I want to say, congesting that now 9Z actually in trouble here. Another Conductor of Souls finds Win RJ, and another one down for the count on 9Z.
Truly gone like the wind, and T3s are on the menu at this point for OG. A freebie. Is this the end of the game though?
Well, yeah, they're looking to try to end it. They have some minions crawling their way towards the core. Now coming in, we're going to see if they have the offense here. This is where a lot of games can be lost here. Maybe sometimes teams don't overestimate the damage that they can do to these cores. Down to about 50%. Down goes Dao. The rest of the team smartly turns away.
Okay, there is still some life left in 9Z Globant, right? A little bit of an overcommitment by Dao, and this is allowing them to get the shutdown. Now, is there a huge swing of gold? Not really, let's be honest, because it's still close to 2,500 in terms of gold lead for Dao, but they have caught another Wen takes a fall.
Oh, yeah, they might actually be able to transition this into a possible tower at the mid, which will help open up the map for the side of 9Z, give them some wiggle room when it comes to some of these fights. Now they're starting to take advantage into the jungle. A few missteps there by OG. 9Z showing that they can be that same type of nuisance. If you make a mistake, they're going to be right there as well. But back on the map, Dao, that raid boss, looking to kind of take those front lines into 9Z.
But this is exactly what you need to do, right? As 9Z Globant, you cannot allow that mental space. You cannot allow OG to feel like, okay, we are definitely in control. You know, we're not going to contest you for buffs. Fight for everything. You have to give them the pressure. And I think 9Z Globant, they're holding on, you know, quite well mentally, but they need items, so they need to buy more time.
Yeah, and right now you can see them. They just have, with all of these towers down, all the way down to basically the high grounds on the sides, they just have such great access onto the side of 9Z. And there's very little room for 9Z to be able to run back if things go wrong. Speaking of which, Dao, access to the back lines. Meanwhile, Milady able to take the tower. It's so oppressive right now. They're just able to dive that back line, push back 9Z. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's going to go ahead and take the tower.
Yes, it's really just making sure there's no backdoor protection, right? Once the minions are in range, they get the free hits. And with Wen on this Milady, it's always free damage. And, you know, there's a lot of poke as well coming out from the side of OG. It's so scary. Getting the Flaming Palms, getting the downfall, not only getting the heals, he's getting the damage in as well. So this is a tough defense for 90 Globant.
Ooh, Wind, RJ actually almost got caught there on the Fuzi on the side. Speaking of which, speaking of caught, Sick actually in a little bit of trouble, down to about 10%, and the flash. I believe that was that Keke who kind of came in there? Came in there trying to finish the job. Minions crashing through the mid lane while the rest of OG focus their efforts onto the last high ground tower. Now it's just the base, cold and alone here with no towers left. Another kill goes onto Moon and a Sick. Capo goes down, 10% left on the core, and the second game a full sweep for OGs.
Full confidence. This is the standards that OG have set since last season in spring 2025. And in fall, it's the same story. But this time, 90 Globant, I think they have definitely improved from the following season. This is not the result that they wanted, but I think if you're 90 Globant fans, I think this is good growth.
Yeah, definitely good growth. And I always love it when a team is not afraid to kind of put that pressure onto the team instead of kind of being very passive. Let's see how the laning phase goes. Let's kind of keep our jungle. And then no, they went head first. They're going to try to get some kills here. They're going to try to get some pressure onto them. Eventually, they're going to make a mistake. I would rather that than a team that kind of passively has the map closing in around them. They start turtling in their base, and it's like they just look like they just had no idea what to do to try to come back. And I feel like there's some teams that, while I understand, you know, waiting for an opportunity can be a strategy, sometimes you just got to try. You just got to try to go out there, try to make something happen.
Yes, you need to create those moments of luck for yourself, right? I think this is a behavior that 90 Globant has displayed really well. But at the same time, this also shows you the prowess of OG because they know exactly what the composition of 90 Globant requires, which is time. Because late game Fuzi, it's not easy to deal with. Late game Flowborn tank, he is unkillable in that sense. So OG knew that they had to go for the early game. This is why they picked up the Milady as well, right? Very good at keeping you in lane, stopping the Mai from making the rotations as well, as you have rightly pointed out. So OG just playing all the right cards at the right moments so far.
I just get upset because I know what this means. Is that I'm going to be starting to see a lot more Miladies than I usually do in ranked because everybody's it's already pretty impressive. But here it's just to be able to understand on a strategy basis what they're going to be dealing with at mid, what we can use to counter these like 5-head plays to understand what they need to do to just counteract what would be attempted. And OG played it very well in a very, like you said, early game. They understood that the later it got, the worse it would be for them. So we're just going to make sure it doesn't get to that point.
Exactly, and I think OG really operates on a hive mind basis, right? It feels like, hey, there's 5 different players, but they operate as one entity. And that's, so far, it has been the biggest difference maker for the side of OG being such a strong force to be reckoned with. Because the heals coming out from Muchen, right, on this Diadea, it really made the world's difference. And bear in mind, the item that he used for the roam was Star Spring. It's a rare item that is not really commonly used. Most roams go with the redemption for the extra shield value, or they go for the radiance for the slow and the damage. But this one was a singular target heal, mostly used onto An or Dao Dao to make sure that they stay alive.
I'm sure Keke was very thankful for that as well. There were many times where he had just dove in. And the sad thing is I feel like for 90% of the time, he goes in knowing that he's probably not going to make it out. But just to have that extra oomph to be able to get that little bit of shield, a little bit of health that helps him get away. So now he's accomplished his deal and he didn't even have to sacrifice himself.
Yes, take a look at the damage he has taken. Close to 75,000 worth of hero damage, right? So that means that's a lot of space created for the other members of OG to capitalize on, of which, once again, Dao Dao had a lot of fun with it, An as well. And the third member that really took advantage, which allowed them this growth in gold was also Wen, right? Because Wen was busy pushing during those important moments as the rest of the team was fighting. And so they always got structural advantages. They got gold across the map. They got kills. Everything positive for the side of OG.
Yeah, just all these different pieces that came together to help them be victorious here. And as we take a look at that MVP, Dao coming in 9-2-1. Right from the get-go, he staked a flag in enemy jungle and was like, this is mine. This is no longer yours.
Yes, very scary, right? This is exactly what you want to see from your team's jungler, because like you said, he really put a flag. The moment they got the timings on the buffs, right? Every rotation that OG made from that point was based on the timing of the 9Z Globant buffs, right? Every single buff was contested, is going to be contested, and they got the kills from there. They got the snowball from there as well.
Yeah, and he was just all over the place and pushing the wheel. It got to the point where there was points where 9Z, they're like, all right, they're going for our buffs. So they try to back up, and it's like, no, they're not just going for their buffs. They're going for you as well. And then they'll go for your buffs. Here, you can see them under tower, a great juggling of being able to understand how much they needed to put onto that tower here, and another catch up here with a conductor of souls from Dao. He was... We've talked about this too. When it comes to that Ogren, man, you need to have a plan for it.
And one thing you will notice is that, yes, Wen died quite a few times in this game, but Wen dying wasn't the worst thing in the world. In fact, it was the best thing for the side of OG, because Arm was left to his own devices many a times in this game. And as a lone, look, free hits, flaming palms, downpour, you want all the hits you can get as a lone.
Yeah, and then you... To kind of stave that away from the rest of your team there. This is what I was talking about, I think, before. Even when you focus on, you identify what the problems are, where the strongest parts of OG are. It doesn't matter, because you still have the rest of OG to contend with, whether it's Keke, or whether it's Dao. Even if you can somehow isolate both of those two, you still have An and Wen that you're dealing with, who understand that, okay, the pressure's over here. This is where we can start pushing forward. So, I mean, as a team, it's miraculous to watch.
Right, so many lessons learned. It's time to take a break. When we're back, we're going to bring you for the second series of today.
In this world, only ones in this sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high. how we get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back to KMW. We are at day 4, ending the long week of exciting matches here, walking into our second series of the night.
Yep, it's gonna be BTK against Boars Gaming. So who's gonna win? Because someone will walk away.
Yeah, and the thing here too is both of these teams have been on a very frustrating end of the pendulum here, where they have taken some heavy losses and dealt with a decent amount of frustration. Whether it's just from learning and understanding this game, or coming to this level of play when it comes to Honor of Kings. BTK sitting at about 0-4 right now. Same thing with Boars. Both of these teams looking to hopefully take home a victory here, something that they can kind of put into writing and maybe be able to kind of push forward. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and as you can see there, Mirage City skins have arrived. They arrived here on September 11th. You guys stand a chance to get a free Fog skin. I hear that there's also a Shangguan skin out there already as well for some of those fans of that beautiful artistic mid laner.
Doing the absolute perfect painting, right? And that's what we expect out of both teams, for Boars as well as BTK, right? It's going to be a masterpiece, but we need to do it stroke by stroke. So who's going to have that first best foot forward in the first game of the series? Let's take a look at BTK first.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, bringing up the roster of Bloodthirsty Kings. In the Clash lane is going to be Fwide Chicken. Bringing up that jungle is going to be Best Player 1. In the farm lane will be MOBA Zane. Bringing up that roam is going to be Shark. And finally, in the mid lane will be Hoon. And I think we've talked about it before. They've said that you get more intelligence, you learn more from those frustrations and those failures. And this here is a team that has learned a lot in the last 4 days.
Yes, and I think they have definitely learned to fail forward, right? So yes, it's hard to deal with the losses, but in esports especially, right? The L does not really stand for lose. It really is a learning lesson. So I think BTK have learned quite a lot over the past few days. The question is, can they put into practice the mistakes they have been reminded of, right? This is in terms of the draft, this is in terms of making the executions. Like you mentioned before, having a great draft is only part one. You need to be able to execute that draft well.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at their opponents.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Welcome from Kazakhstan. It is Boars Gaming, the Royal Hunters, and they're represented by 3005 in the Clash lane, Wise in the jungle, Mac in the farm lane, Red Cutie in the mid, and of course their last player is going to be Phasma in that roam. They are also a team that have suffered a lot of learning lessons. So one of them will walk away as the champions of the learners. Let's see who it's going to be.
Yeah, there was a time you talked, we've talked about it, that Boars actually were able to get a win over Twisted Minds. It seems like long ago, but here they do have that experience. They do have that potential. It just kind of comes along with how they transition to those different timelines in the game.
Yes, and to make it clear, we're not talking about the current Twisted Minds. This was the old roster of Twisted Minds back when they were Team Vitality. There were a couple of wins off of screen. Now, with that being said, Boars Gaming, I think they have kind of been able to showcase their strength in the early parts of the game. And we'll talk about that later on as we take a look at what's happening. So I think BTK, they get to choose the red side. So counter pick side, allowing Boars to be that prio pick. Which one would you prefer? To be on the red side, counter pick, or blue side prio?
Well, the thing is there's something that we've talked about when it comes to BTK and how much they've been able to fit in such a small amount of time and what remains still an issue. Hero pool. Does their hero pool provide enough to actually be able to counter, or are we looking to possibly try to lock in those favorite picks of ours that we know we're going to be able to do well with? I almost kind of feel like I'd like the first pick because I want to secure, if I don't have a deep hero pool, I want to secure what's comfortable for me.
Agree. I think that's definitely one thing to consider, right? Having prio pick and then picking your comfort hero, that's definitely one of the potential win conditions you can have. But for now, Boars, they're going to take out the Dharma. There is no Dharma for play, which means Arlie is a consideration. Pay is also taken out, which means there is a potential for the Organ, potential for the Mine. A lot of openings possible for the side of Boars Gaming.
Yeah, that's very interesting too. There has been a lot of discussion between casters, between viewers about Arlie. And I think Mobazane maybe laid a few of those to rest yesterday with his performance on the Arlie, doing a little well there. And as we speak, Arlie is actually left open here from this first banning phase.
Really, they open up the early. So with that being said, it means BTK has a plan because we know professionals, right? You never give something unless you're prepared to fight against it. And giving away an early, there are many counters available. BTK, okay, I like this. So 50-50 matchup against the channel. Curious, does Hun pick up the Xiao Qiao? No, they actually take out the corresponding synergy pick, which is the idea.
Excuse me, it's interesting that you bring up the Xiao Qiao, which has kind of come in out of nowhere. I believe it's got it's got 5 total matches, 4-1 victoriously. So it's been one of those really sneaky picks out there. On the other side, though, Musashi and Byron picked up for the Boars, and I'm definitely eager to see where we round out the BTK draft before the second banning phase.
I think you want to go for your jungler, but I think BTK says, okay, you know what, let's secure the Fatih first. There might be other considerations we can have against the Musashi. Now, I like the Musashi pick on the side of Boars because actually Musashi also is a hard counter against the early. You can chase her down even as she moves around those parasols or moves around those umbrellas, which is a very scary situation if you're the side of Boars. Now, BTK, I like this. I think one of the highlight players on the side of BloodThirstyKings is White Chicken. I think his Fatih has been on fire.
It has been on fire, but it also has been one of those things that if they crowd his lane, he has found himself at a position where it kind of feels like he's left out of the loop, or he might not know where the best play can be when all that pressure is coming towards him. And especially for Fatih, his early game isn't the greatest. Sure, he's a monster when it comes to the late game, but he does kind of struggle in the early game. So I'm wondering, are we as BTK going to send some reinforcements up there, make sure that we can secure him? As we've seen how important a lot of these clash laners can be to diving into that backline, to being able to kind of hook on to people here. We do see those big tanky junglers taken off the board by Boars doing their homework on a best player.
There we go. This is going to be what I presume the Hood special, right? So Xiao Qiao is a massive counter against the Arlie, and then let me explain why. Because she has a great knockup. Her 3 skills, when paired together, spells instant death against an Arlie, right? And even with the Maple Dance, the only projectile you get rid of is that Blossoming Fan, which is the first skill of Xiao Qiao. Doesn't really matter that much. Now, for Boars, it's going to be a very difficult situation in the sense where Boars Gaming, I think they have a very complete lineup.
Yeah, you've got the Unbridled Outburst that can come out from Zheng Fei, plus the CC that can come out from Xie, and then you've got the damage and the lock-on ability from the rest of that lineup. Here, this is something Schwarze, this has to be the first time. I don't think I've ever seen best player play this, but it's something that I was going to actually make a note of. They tricked me. It's something, its same point remains. He's gone towards a lot of the safer pickups when it comes to Menki, when it comes to Aguda, a lot of those fatter, tankier, bigger junglers that can tank a lot of damage, that make it less if you make a mistake. I've been waiting to see him kind of play something that's kind of engaging, that can go onto there to try to get that damage. Here, Kaiser, he's got kind of the same routine as some of these tankier ones with his ultimate as well. So we're gonna see how well this kind of plays into it, since Boars went the length of trying to take out some of his more popular picks.
I think best player 1 is going to play a very important role here, right? If he gets the lead he's looking for and is able to be the pillar of strength for the side of BTK, it will be the same situation as what OG was doing, right? Put focus onto one player while everyone's trying to get rid of best player 1. This is where the freedom of the rest of the side of BTK is going to flourish, right? You want to have the channel go crazy with the leader stance, summoning the wolves. You want to have Hun going crazy with his skill sets as well, getting the Blossoming Fan, the knockups. A lot of potential, but this requires best player 1 to have an absolutely perfect game. Is that going to be the case though?
Yeah, and especially against Boars, who I want to say have been very consistent in their early game. There's a lot of complaints that you can make for Boars about certain things and certain aspects of their strategy. One thing is they're very tight in the early game. Once they start transitioning to some of those team fights, that's where things start to fall apart. Some of the decision making can be a little questionable, and that's something that BTK has yet to, they've been growing, but are they at a point where they have those early games that are very decisive?
That's right, you definitely see that, right? Because it's the complete opposite on both ends. Boars, a very strong early game-centric team. BTK, they love the fight, which only happens at the later parts of the game. So they find success at different points. Who is going to achieve their win condition?
Yeah, and that's where I want to say that the biggest thing is going to come into this match right now. Both marksmen here just kind of left to their own devices. I want to say not too much pressure from either team just yet. They're both kind of respecting the damage, respecting... Oh, we do already have a flash expended by who? Leslie might be caught there and taken down already by 30-05. That's going to set the tone for this first opening minutes.
Yep, 30-05, what a performance. He promised me back when I was in KL that he was going to make some good plays. He has fulfilled that promise today. But this, once again, it fits the MO of Boars for now, right? The real challenge for both teams comes in different forms. Now that Boars, okay, we know they have a great early game. We know they can snowball, but can they transition this into ending the game within 10 minutes? If not, BTK comes back, for sure.
Yeah, and we're going to take a replay as they go ahead and latch on to Hoon. He had to expend that flash early, so already you're going to be at a little bit of a detriment, but 30-05 not wanting to let it go as we continue on, putting that pressure down. 3 men down for BTK at the bottom lane, trying to put some pressure here, but looks like they're going to go ahead, decide against it, and reset on the map.
I think the silent winner on the side of Boars is Red Cutie, right? So if you're unclear what hero he's using Shi. The second skill allows you to drag someone in any direction that you choose, which was why Hun had to commit the flash, because if he didn't, he would have been caught either way. So unfortunate for the side of BTK, but once again, Mac, he's trying to win this 1v1 against Mobile Zane.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, right now, when it comes to a lot of this pressure that we put down here, we're not always looking, and another engagement there comes up there, popped up, and down goes Wide Chicken. Boars get another one in their pockets.
Once again, coming off of Red Cutie's play, right? This mid laner is starting to grow on me. I think he has been really showing his growth in terms of hero proficiency, but also his vision in the game.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering what are BTK going to do against it, because usually you want to kind of try to punish the I want to say range of Shi, because she does need to get a little bit closer than other mages to be a little bit more effective, but here she's having absolutely no problem. Red Cutie is able to get in there, find that CC, and absolutely punish BTK.
I mean, this is the kind of situation you want to find yourself in, right? As a Shi, you just want to have one singular target, no comeback factor, which is why, you know, White Chicken, I don't think he's having the best game because nobody's there to back him up. There's no save coming in.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about when it comes to like the pressure that mounts on Fly Chicken. He's a great player, but right now when it comes to a lot of the offense that can be held out by Honor of Kings Clash laners, he's just finding trouble, especially if they can continue to mount this pressure on him while we're focusing down on that bottom lane.
Yep, so every chance that Red Cutie lands his second skill, it's a risk for the start of BTK. And bear in mind what's happening now, right? Boars Gaming, they're having decent control over the map. And because of this control, nobody has been able to use the teleportation portal just yet, which affects the pacing of the game.
Yeah, and it's not just that, but honestly, I get a little upset sometimes when I see how big that ability is from She. That, like, if you stand in it, it's going to be over. And it's just such it takes up a huge area of that map. And you're absolutely right. You can't even get to that teleport. Now we're going to go ahead and start on the Tyrant. Boars taking a good active positioning there and get it without a hunt, without anything back from BTK.
I like the fact that BTK did not overcommit into that situation. Maybe it was just due to the timing on the side of best player, but actually not taking a fight there was much more valuable for the side of BTK, because if they had #1 contested, they knew if Boars had gotten the Tyrant buff, they instantly lose the team fight. So BTK, I like the thought process.
Yeah, and right here, 3 still at the bottom. Oh, Unbridled Outburst does land on the 2 members. Shark in trouble, gets taken down quickly. Hoon comes in with the meteor shower, but is not able to find the target. Meanwhile, Moba Zane sitting at the edge of death, very low, gets taken out as the side of Boars pounce onto him. Phasma picking up the kill on that last one.
Yeah, they're definitely in sync. Boars Gaming, this is exactly their MO. Early game, they get a couple of kills. 4-0. No response from BTK just yet. I feel like, you know what, Moba Zane stayed a little bit too far. Once again, potential catch coming. Will not hit the mark from Red Cutie, and BTK suffering quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. It feels like it's kind of that experience thing as we go ahead. Another engagement there underneath the tower with the duel up to the death, but they do catch Wise underneath the tower. Speaking of which, underneath the tower, boy, it does look like 3005 might be in trouble against 3 members of BTK. They are able to clean that up quickly, bringing them to 4-2.
Boars, once again, they're showing that kind of lack of efficiency, right? This is what costs them games, which is over-diving when it's not needed at all.
Yeah, and we've talked about it before. That transition from the laning phase to the fighting phase. What fights you should take? You went, you dove, you got the CC. They were able to get away. There should be that call, and she'd be like, "All right, we're just gonna live to fight another day." But once you get that energy, once you get that taste for blood, Boars just really want to continue on with the kills.
Yeah, which is why you can't overcommit. Once again, they go in.
Duel to the death there does find Moba Zane. Fried Chicken's next up on the chopping block. Shark running for the safety of his tower. He's going to be able to find it, but 2 of his players are down. Unbridled Outburst does catch a member of BTK. Down goes Hoon. Last player, best player, looking for an escape. He lives to tell the story of what happened here. Just kidding. They're going to dive under tower looking for that kill. Are they going to be able to find it? They wisely turn back.
Yeah, it's a double whammy, right? So yes, they did not get the kill onto the side of BTK for best player 1, but what do they get as a trade? They get the T3. This is a bleeding wound on the bottom side of the base for BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, the strengths of Boars. Wise doing a great job of getting onto those duel to the death. Phasma with those unbridled outbursts as well underneath the tower. They're doing such a good job that it doesn't even matter about the mid and late game because they're taking such an advantage in the early game, which is their strength.
Yes, so I think the true challenge for them would be then what happens after the 10-minute mark, right? We see Boars always have a strong early game lead, but they tend to fall off after that 10-minute mark. Right now, I think they have given themselves some room to breathe. It's a 5,000 gold lead.
But yeah, holding a shot coming in there. Oh, they're gonna lock on to one. Down goes Moba Zane. Again, Phasma diving underneath the tower, putting the damage on from the flank.
Wow.
Looking for an opportunity. Mac finds it.
Yep, getting Shark out now is a very disruptive timing because BTK, they can't defend the T2s as well. Now bear in mind, there is an open wound on the bottom side, which is really not where you want it to happen because the corresponding lane is that Shadow Overlord. 1.5 more minutes, 90 seconds more. BTK may find themselves in a very dire situation.
Yeah, now starting to put the pressure on to that mid tower. Best player goes down. Weez finding the kill there as well. Shed continuing on with that.
Oh, nice flash.
Red Cutie they catch Red Cutie. Now Fly Chicken coming in. They are looking for an opportunity. They do not continue on the chase.
But that's the value of the Fatih, right? This is exactly why they gave White Chicken that Fatih pick. The Flash Ultimate. This is so damaging to the lineup of Boars. And BTK is showing you there is a potential of a comeback. Now, the big difference here is they still maintain that 5,000 gold lead. Boars should be able to get this Tyrant for free. Who is going to answer the Wise duel to the death? That's the big question here.
Yeah, the person who needs to be in the front line to kind of tank that out. But they have shown that there is there is terror for Red Cutie if he gets too close to the fight again. He's been having his own way with being able to put that CC down there on as that Shay, and really kind of to the detriment of BTK. And finally, there's at least the little bit of an answer, or Fried Chicken's actually able to close the distance and turn it around. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to kind of shy away the Shay pick from Red Cutie?
I'm not sure, man, because at this point, yes, it's what 6,000 goalie going to the side of Boars, but you see the responses, and time is on BTK's side. The later the game goes, the higher the burst potential of Poon. There is also a higher tank ability coming out from best player 1. So then the chances where you get that knockdown, hang on, one more.
Yeah, best player actually in trouble here under the back line. Unbridled Outburst catches 2 members of BTK. Charging in is Phasma. Fried Chicken being slowed here. They do take down Mobazane and a best player. Now minions crashing in from the bottom lane. We do see that Hoon is taking down very low. They make mince.
Oh, nice.
That mid tower and a big burst of damage as Wise dives into the back line, helping his team secure their first victory.
Yep, this is a nice win for the side of Boars Gaming. So they have their first win of the series for now. It's not the entire thing, just game number 1, but this is the Boars that we wanted to see, right? Not only just winning the first part of the game, but then using it to end the game quickly as well.
Yeah, and I feel like they understood where their strengths were, and they just played to that. They don't. Do we need to worry about the late game if we just never make it to there? Let's just really kind of little bank in on this early game to the point that when that late game hits, when that mid game hits, they're so far behind that it's not really going to make a difference. Even when they were able to find kills, they just weren't able to find openings where BTK.
Yep, just put your foot on the gas and don't let go, right? Because Boars, I think they understand that they have a very strong early game gameplay, right? They're able to steal camps away, they get the first blood, and I think one of the sleepers on the side of Boars Gaming has been Red Cutie. You know, with the Shi pick, I think that was pretty much the detriment to the side of BTK because they were consistently caught out, and he was responsible for the first blood anyway, giving 3005 the chance to get the first blood because he caught Poon in the middle of it, expended the flash, expended all of the health on the side of Poon as well, and then they just never stopped going from there.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see how that translates to the MVP because I feel like you're absolutely right. Maybe not getting those final hits, but definitely the initiating factor was definitely red on that shit to be able to get that CC, catching them. And this is just that debilitating. This is why a lot of people hate seeing that shit in that mid lane. It's just like I said, there's just that wide area that you have to watch out for, and that's when you see it coming. When you don't, when she's rotating up to a lane, and then you get caught, you have to expend your flashes, and then you have the rest of the team that's going to be able to chase you down.
Yes, and I like the fact that you mentioned about Red Cutie. Look, the Shi is a great pick, but it is also a risky pick because she has to go close, and that was something that BTK never picked up on. The rotations have always been on point for the side of Red Cutie. So let's take a look at the itemization here. The one member I think we really need to focus on is the growth of 3005. He was really one of the monumental picks coming in with the Byron, right? Allowing the space for the side of Mac to come in. And the one thing that was weirded out for me on the side of Mac is he built half of the Blood Weeper. Not a traditional item for a RD at all.
Yeah, and as we take a look here at that damage, a 60,000 there for Mac on there, allowing him what he needed to be able to kind of do that much damage there. And I mean, just a great job to be able to kind of open up with his team.
Yes, I just really like the customization on the item build for the side of Mac, right? He actually allowed him to sustain a little bit longer against Mobazane, and then really just outplayed him 1v1 in the farm lane, which then really skyrocketed that growth that is Boars Gaming. So Boars Gaming, this is the MO. We get the lead in the first 10 minutes of the game. We tried to end the game within 10 minutes. This was what, 10 minutes and 43 seconds? So BTK, no chance of a comeback so far.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, and where Boars excelled. And I'm really kind of happy to see that they were able to kind of identify that and really kind of hone in on that as kind of like a counter strategy to what BTK presents. And that's a part of what BTK is going to need to work on. It's something that we've talked about over and over again, is that beginning, some of those rotations there. Hey, they got a Red Cutie. Nothing gets past these guys. They give that MVP to Red Cutie. They understand what it took.
Yeah, he was the fishing net, right, for the side of Boars. it was once you're in range, you're in the net, okay, we catch you. And this was like, we all started from here. The first play of the game, leading into the first blood. And of all the people to give it to, they gave it to 3005. A Byron that is so tanky, has damage, able to sustain in team fights as well. And this complemented the growth, because then we saw the growth of Wise as well. And multiple catches. This Red Cutie, BTK, pay attention, man. You have to get rid of Red Cutie. He is the playmaker for the side of Boars.
Yeah, especially there. Even with that unbridled outburst mixed with the share, it was just way too much. There was so much CC that they were not going to be able to get through that. And it seemed like it was just more. Actually, I want to say, we've been talking about, what was it, the Liang combo with the Princess Frost, but here we had Zhang Fei with a share combo here. It felt like these guys were just walking into a coma of CC coming from Boars.
Yes, because even if you miss the catch from Red Cutie, and maybe BTK wants to turn that whole situation around, the unbridled outburst really disallowed any comeback factor, right? The stun on the fried chicken here, there was no potential. And even if he had the flash, look, this beautiful flash storm strike combination by 3005. This was really the pinnacle of HOK, because it really came down to not just individual skills, but how do you sync up with your teammates. So Boars Gaming, I like this fact they have grown. They have been dealt a lot of L's, and finally they get their first W here against BTK. But of course, with that being said, we're gonna go for a short break. Will BTK recover when we come back?
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we are in the middle of day 4 and our second series. 1 point already given to Boars against BTK, looking if BTK can even that up here.
Okay, so I think let's talk about the state of Boars first. Now, both teams have not gotten a single series win yet. So now that they're on the cusp of a series win, do you think that Boars might fall prey to being overzealous, overcommitting?
I don't know enough about Boars, and here's the sad thing, is I don't understand enough about Boars when they've been successful to see where they might falter. A lot of teams, sometimes they can kind of take advantage of that. Here, I don't want to say that they're going to take this less serious. I almost feel like they're going to be sharper here because they know that they haven't won a series. They know that this is finally that bright light in a long, dark tunnel that they've been facing here at KMW, and they don't want to waste it. I think they're only going to get stronger here. I think they're only going to get more focused. I think the lead is on BTK to make the difference.
Okay, interesting, because in my experience of watching teams that have never gotten a win in a series is that they tend to go greedy, right? It's kind of like, okay, I've seen a finish line, let me sprint towards that finish line, but they don't know how far that finish line is, actually, and they run out of gas.
That and that's an interesting point. I guess I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt to see how well that they could do here. I mean, it's one thing to be over here casting about it, but like the pressure that these players are under, being up there on the stage with these teams that are so strong and understand these. Oh my gosh, this is something I've been waiting for. Now, I don't mean to interrupt my own thought, but BTK finally Hoon getting the My Shirano.
Yeah, we noticed this has been a Hun special. Nobody has had the confidence to allow BTK, Mr. Hun, to get his hands on the My Shiranui. And finally, Boars obliged. They say, have it. The comments said they want it. The team said they want it. Let's see, right? Hun, now you get your prio pick on the My Shiranui. Can you make it work?
Or is this a part of what you were just talking about, the Boars getting a little too over-eager and sprinting for that finish line? Do they just think, all right, we're better, give him the My Shiranu? But also giving up the Gouda and a D-Renege to BTK.
But I don't think it's a deficit for the side of Boars, because the melee form of Heino is actually able to lifesteal quite a lot, and the more targets there are, the higher your lifesteal, which is why the melee form of Heino is an absolute counter against the Agudo pick, right? Sure, get your wall growth, get your critters out, I will lifesteal the heck out of them. And at the same time, Boars also has an answer in the form of the huge burst mechanic that is the Loom. Mr. Dragon Boy here will be able to burst down the heroes like My Shiranui. Maybe also that's why they've allowed Hun this pick.
Well, and for me, I want to say I kind of have a love-hate relationship right now with Lung. I understand his come-ups. I understand the benefits of using him, but I feel like what I've seen thus far is a lot of people playing him because he's the safe pick, because he can use that infinite vastness to get away when he's been caught, instead of like something that can help initiate. And that's what I would love to see from Boars. I want to see an initiating, well, maybe not initiating, but somebody who's just not constantly just using that dragon form in the infinite vastness just to get away. Are we going to really pound into them with this marksman?
I agree. And it's the same story for BTK, right? I think Mobile Zane now, look, the composition they have on the side of BTK is great because they have the Agudo and Direns here. This is a duo that is able to shred towers for free, even with backdoor protection. So I hope BTK is able to make full use of this potential win condition they have created for themselves.
Ooh. We have a fade pick up by the Boars here. I'm going to be very interested to see if, I'm assuming that's going to be on Wise to be jungling with. But that combined with the what we're going to have coming out from the Motzi with his box, the amount of CC that they have on their side, is that going to be enough to kind of clamp down on some of these picks coming out from BTK, especially Mai? I'm definitely, the biggest thing that Hoon has been when it comes to this type of pickup is his suppressive power, where he can just he starts just unloading on people, dashes away, puts some more damage, dashes away, and to the point that by the time the team fight starts, the entire team's basically at half health.
Yes, I think that's a very important win condition for Hun to achieve on this my pick, right? But I don't know. Boars, I think they're so confident that they're going to win this early game. That's why the Fade comes out, right? But it's a risk also, because if Boars don't get that early game goalie they're looking for, this composition falls apart. You need your Loom to have farm. You need your Fade to have farm, because he needs to survive. He needs to be in close proximity to get his Hardened Jade seal to work. He needs to dive in the middle of 5. So if he does not have the goalie, he does not have the items, BTK will eat him alive.
Yeah, but this is what we saw from the first game, is where they kind of played to their strengths, to the early game. So, and maybe they're banking too much on it. Hopefully, if they want to even this out, BTK needs to be able to handle that early game, carry it into the late. We're going to see if they can do it with this composition.
I think BTK needs to be very dominant in this first part of the game, right? You have an Agudo, you have a Mai, fight it out. You have a Liempo as well. These are all very early game-centric picks. If you don't capitalize on your dominant strength, then you will allow Boars to really just overstep their boundaries.
Yeah, we're going to see that from this early game, especially with some of these picks out here coming from both of them. I think both of them kind of have the opportunity to do very well in the early game. Speaking of which, Mobazane already at 10%. It's going to have to fight. Just narrowly misses that cannon blast coming from the Motzi.
Yes, and okay, maybe silver lining, Mac is also falling a bit low. So this is a shared concern of both ends, right? At the same time, this is what I want to see who doing, right? Get that aggression in, make life difficult. Even if you have to give the buff or the camps away to Mac, make them fight for it.
Yeah, and he's gonna try to kind of continually create that pressure. We don't really have the answer like we did in the last game, where we had like where we had the Milady to kind of create and punish him every single time that he transferred to another lane. Here, Mobazane, I mean, Mobazane just taking a lot of damage here. And it's like Shark is doing his best to try to give the vision, but Mobazane, the amount of offensive ability from Phasma on this Motzi is just something that is just really kind of unheard of right now. Ooh, best player.
Oh no,
gets picked off.
And right off the bat, we have Wise here taking the first blood. And of all the people, he did it against his counterpart jungler, best player 1. Now, this is horrible because this means he does not have any buff to work with. Once again, Azure buff, non-existent. Crimson buff, non-existent as well. You don't have true damage. You don't have cooldown reduction. No mana regeneration. Everything looking bad. And this is how they did it. So the nice pull-in on the side of 3005 actually put him out of position. And the Hardened Jade seal, if you're new to Fade, once you're lower than 8%, you get an instant execution. And Wise, once again, rewards himself, this time with some fried chicken.
Yeah, and this is something that I want to say that is not something that best players should be unaccustomed to. I believe in their last series they faced a Fade as well, where they encountered this problem where they didn't understand, or at least it felt like they didn't respect that ultimate coming from Fade, where if you have an eighth of health left, you're pretty much one shot by that Fade.
And there's no saving. Even if you get your stasis in, it does not help you. You are dead. And that's the strength of Fade. And to complement that, if you have the goalie, he can dive you for free. So Wise, I mean, this is the wisest choice they have made on the side of Boars. And for now, I don't see how BTK is supposed to come back until maybe, 10 minutes they win that Shadow Tyrant fight? But can they last 10 minutes?
Yeah, and that's what they're waiting for. Oh, Hoon even there misses a fan on to Red Cutie, who's going to go ahead and clear up that lane. They're doing a great job, are the Boars, of kind of continuing on that pressure. Oh, another cannon blast lands on the Mobazane, as he's going to go ahead and back up from Phasma on the side of that bush.
And right off the bat, you can see the gold, right? It's about close to slightly more than 1,000. Nice knockup.
Yeah, Hoon comes in there, gets a knock up on the Phasma, but I mean, We've talked about this before too. When it comes to kind of target selection, that's going to be the roam there, so it's going to be a little bit tankier. It's going to be a little bit harder. Maybe if everybody was on the same page and ready for it, and that's another problem that kind of comes out that we've been noticing from BTKs. It sometimes feels like not everybody can be on the same page when they do find these opportunities. Not everybody's in a position to take advantage of that. Speaking of which, going in onto this fade. Oh, Red Cutie in a little bit of trouble there. Going to go to the safety of their tower on the back end there. Best player getting honed in by Mac. Phasma gets eaten up by Hoon, finds the pickup there, and Best player finds himself a kill onto Mac.
And what a timing to do this. Well, they are going into the jungle. Another fight ensues.
Yeah, and down goes Wise there. I believe that was Mobazane that got the last hit there as well. BTK starting to turn things around.
All right, so early game was a win condition for Boars, but BTK, they have started the pattern recognition game, and now they recognize that no, you are not allowed that 10-minute flourish. Right now, 3-2, they have maintained, recovered that goal deficit, and they're in the lead, about 500,000.
Ooh, they just need to kind of continue on with the decision making here. Hoon coming in from the side. They're going to go ahead, put the pressure on to take this tower at the bottom lane. Hoon had such an expert role in that last great fight there to be able to kind of come from the bush, be able to find the CC that he needed. Here, if they can kind of keep that up, we've talked about it, Boars can sometimes start falling apart as this gets to the late game if they are not in complete control. Here, certain things starting to fall a little bit apart, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Okay, one behavior that I really hope BTK will stop doing is stop eating those scepters of fate coming in from Red Cutie, because the damage gets increasingly more the more it lands on you. So Boars Gaming, this is their deterrence, right? Late game, actually, Red Cutie will be their safe condition. But for now, Hoon, like you mentioned, he just needs to get those skill 1 knockups, right? The real engine. And with the pokes coming out from the second skill, Kachosens, can they land more? Hoon just needs to be more efficient on landing those strikes.
Oh, Hoon goes in, gets CC'd immediately, and from the backside, Red Cutie putting on some more of those spears. Is he going to be able to look at the damage going on to all of them? A big box lands on the Mobazane. Is that going to be enough? The Phasma goes down quickly.
Yeah, too fast, my boy, but here we go. Wise jumping in. This is not the situation that Boars thought they will find themselves at this pre-10-minute mark, but BTK, I love this recovery.
Yeah, and you were talking about it too. Best player had a little bit of a shaky game in the early, got taken out immediately by Wise. Wise goes in there and immediately, under 3 players in that last fight, decides against it. He doesn't really see an opening that he likes and gets himself out of harm's way. Right now, BTK trying to kind of withstand this initial push as we move into the 7-minute mark.
And he also has a slight goal lead against Wise. Now, it's not the biggest difference maker, but bear in mind, he now has the Blood Rage. That's the gauntlet in red that you see, which allows him to survive Wise's ultimate a little bit more because it gives him the shield value, soaks up a little bit more damage. You don't get to 1/8 of your health that fast.
3005 engages. He gets popped up and taken out. Hoon right there to claim that kill. Mac here fighting against his tower, defending it against a BTK. They're going to have to turn back.
Okay, they need to play this safe, right? BTK, I think they understand that, yes, number one, they have the lead, but you don't want to throw it away.
Yeah, and especially now they're dancing around this Overlord. Both of them kind of trying to bait each other in and then realizing, yeah, I don't think either one actually wants this. They're both looking for a fight. Mac up here right now. Tower at 50%, trying to stave off Quiet Chicken. A little bit of help coming in the form of Phasma from the side.
This has been the biggest growth on the side of BTK, which is the recognition of the macro game, right? Playing the map, taking turrets, and most importantly, because they're forcing attention away from Boars on the other side of the map, look who's benefiting. Mobazane.
Ooh, Mobazane. They just gave us that sneak peek of Mobazane's vision there, and he didn't even see 3005 in that bush. Thankfully, able to kind of create that distance. 3005 comes out empty-handed. Now, maybe a little bit of a pincer move. They're going to go ahead and force this mid-tower, sitting at about 90%. 4 members there. Best player doing his best to offset some of that damage.
This mid T1 is fairly important, right, for both sides. But here we go. This is going to be a Tyrant attempt, and I don't think they will be able to stop this. So, best player 1, they secure the Tyrant buff for the team. BTK have 85 seconds of fighting prowess advantage.
Yeah, and just like that, I feel like best player able to kind of bounce back from that earlier little disadvantage he saw there. He's still taking a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he is a tanky jungler, but that's a little bit more than I like to see. Just kind of like hanging around. You were mentioning it before. The team kind of gets a little comfortable in the amount of damage that they can take and just take it lackadaisically. It's like, you know what? We can step aside from a few of these.
Yeah, it's like eating a spicy dish, right? And then you don't feel the spice, but the more you eat it, the more painful it becomes. That's the role of Red Cutie now. So BTK, look, I know you can't take too much spice from Boars, so stop eating those scepters.
And here, ooh, Mac actually in a little bit of trouble, catch the pop-up, is going to have to use that infinite fastness to get himself repositioned on the map. Speaking of which, Red Cutie in between 3 members of BTK is going to go ahead and pop that ultimate. We do have a Cannon Blast that comes out trying to aid him, pop up onto 2 members. They do find a kill onto Hoon. Wise with a kill of his own. That's going to be 2 in the pockets of Boars and looking to push this advantage.
Yeah, this is why you don't engage Red Cutie, but here we go, 1-on-1.
Yeah, Wise in trouble here, is going to be able to get away, and just like that, we talked about this before, they get so hungry for it. Why Chicken wants the kill. Speaking of which, Mobazane comes in, finds a kill of his own. Wise on the back end there, looking to find, I believe, looking to lock on the Mobazane, but Mobazane able to get away. Shark there giving the vision. Are they going to try something here? Shark's getting very close. It needs to be a decision. Are we going to do this, or are we just getting vision? Shark just trying to be a nuisance here. Goes into 4 members of them. Mobazane on the side is not able to get the objective and goes down.
And 10-minute mark. This is a swing. Boars Gaming, look, they understood what the win condition is. Do you know what Boars was doing? They were just buying time. What were they buying time for? They were buying time for Wise's ultimate, right? The Hardened Jade seal. They were waiting for that, so in number 1 secures them the Tyrant buff. But at the same time, if BTK overcommit into the fight, they were all low already, which was what Boars Gaming were looking for, and they were given that present. BTK need to be really careful about the win conditions on the side of Boars.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. It's like, it's some of those decisions too, especially against Wise on this fade. Once you get low, it's kind of, you become a nuisance for your team. So take a look at this gold chart. Wise sitting up there at the top, 9.6k gold there as his team continues their domination, continues their push in this top lane.
He's close to 1,500 above the top farmer, which is Mobazane at this point. And not only that, this is where they get to recover that strength, that lead they were in, the commanding position. Even with, look, the knockup coming in from best player 1, it matters not, because Red Cutie, he's able to deal so much consistent damage over time, and they don't have the burst potential anymore on the side of BTK.
Ooh. The Chicken decides to dive into the back line. It takes a, looks like he took a box there. They're going to go ahead, chase after Red. Are they going to be able to find this kill? Red dashing around, looking for an escape. He finally goes down, but this is Wise coming in after Fly Chicken, looking for a kill. Are they able to take him down? Chicken is able to find the kill to match it back. 2 down for the side of Boars, 1 down for BTK.
Good trade, but I don't think it's good enough. They have to find something else in value to be able to make this 2-for-1 trade worth it. And for now, there is nothing else on the map except for this Shadow Overlord. And I don't think Boars is going to allow this to be taken simply.
Yeah, I mean, they got down to 50%. Are they going to be able to realize what's going on? Are they going to be able to handle it? Cannon Blast comes out. Shark is right there to stead off the fight there, 10%. And best player able to get this Shadow Overlord.
Okay, using the smite to the best effect, right? And you know what? Mac was actually trying to do a drive-by with the Flaming Palms, did not get it. But here comes a dive from Quiet Chicken. Not the best idea, though.
Yeah, he goes in there, but Boars are more than prepared for it. I mean, if you're not trying, you gotta find a different team. Five Chickens trying to find those opportunities, although that time it did not shape out for him. Phasma on the side here. These Cannon Blasts are so oppressive, especially once the cooldowns get down. You're onto this late game, and you're just dodging them left and right.
Yes, and now they want to put a little bit more pressure on the T2. They should be able to get it. I think they did. So BTK, very nice. Wave clear, hang on.
Oh yeah, they find a stun and add up to it with best player, but not able to find the kill. Trying to mount the pressure. They want to break into this mid tower to put the pressure, but Boars are not going down without a fight.
Backline.
Taken down, but the backline Wise comes in there, looking for a kill, finds one onto Mobazane. The rest of BTK running for the hills. Hoon is the next one on the chopping block. Is that going to be enough? Shark might be the last one as they go in 30-05, and Wise here to double team him, and down he goes. Another kill for Wise.
And all they had to do was a trade mag for it. This is the final kill. It's an ace for the side of Boars Gaming. Fight Chicken is still alive.
Yeah, Fight Chicken is, and for the time being, speaking of which, comes in against 30-05. Oh, he chose the wrong bush to go into, but this might be it for Wide. He is going to take himself a Heart and Jade, and that is a wrap. BTK, I think Mobazane got up before the ace. I don't think it matters though, because they're going to go ahead and make short work of this Tyrant.
Yes, still an ace nonetheless for the side of Boars, and this is exactly what they want to have, right? So lessons learned. And once again, this is so hard to play against because when the Fade gets his ultimate, almost every single neutral objective is a guarantee. Soft guarantee nonetheless, but soft is not as soft as people think it is. BTK, they're in for a very difficult time now.
Yeah, not just that, but Boars have done a great job of transitioning to this late game. This is where we thought they would be more shaky, and it feels like they've started to kind of come together a lot better. They're sharper. They're more honed in on what they need to do. As soon as somebody gets caught, they're able to turn it around. They're doing a much better job than we've seen them in these series when it comes to this late of a game.
I think they're just more in sync with each other, right? The hive mind coming through. Radiant's going to be dropped by Shark, though. Is it going to be enough? I don't think they can kind of stop this fight, Mac.
Yeah, Shark goes in and double teamed in there by best player to add on. They go ahead, force forward a little bit. Are they going to dive too deep? They're going in. They're very hungry to try to find a kill, maybe try to get something onto Red Cutie on the back line. Fly Chicken dives in deep, and the rest of the Boars turn around on him. 5v1 and dust him away. It's only 4 more members of BTK. They dive underneath the towers, looking for another kill on to BTK, and now continue their surgical movement to one last high ground tower for BTK side.
Okay, it's all about restraint at this point of time. Boars, they have opened the doors up. This is a gash on the top, on the middle of the side of BTK's Crystal. So, Boars, all they have to do is to make sure they play the map and drag the game a little bit longer. BTK might fall.
Oh, yeah, and there's so much pressure on BTK side. Already, minions at their base. They have to answer that. Meanwhile, Boars are free to go around, get the objectives, clear out their jungle. You see here the cannon blast coming out. Phasma comes around the side. Shark's going to have to try to be that front-facing wall for Mobazane. But, I mean, he's having trouble of his own. Phasma, no fear, just in front of the rest of BTK there.
He doesn't have to be, right? Because at this point, the vengeance will come through. Once again, Wise works onto that Shadow Overlord. Now, bear in mind, Wise and Mac, both of them have that Crimson buff. This is true damage, burning damage available for Boars Gaming, so they will gladly oblige to any fight that is offered by the side of BTK.
You see that best player on the side. We do have, Red Cutie comes in from the side. We see Mac comes in there, actually gets tilted very low and taken down. Big pop-up catches 2 of a Boar, but Red Cutie's right there, still delivering out that damage. They move their focus onto this bottom tower. Fried Chicken trying to outlast 3 members. The rest of BTK come in to find a big CC. Is it going to be enough to take down Wise, who forces into the base? Down he goes. Mobazane with the killing blow there. The rest of Boars look to be creating that distance. I don't think they want another bit of this fight just yet.
There is a chance for BTK to come back. Right now, Boars, I don't think they want to aggress any longer. They should not aggress any longer, because if they lose this team fight, it's not going to be good, but they will give it a try.
Ooh. Yeah, look at the follow-up. As soon as the cannon blast lands onto Mobazane, you have 30-05 immediately charges in, tries to find the pick off. He can't find it, so he has to back off. But it's just the amount of cannon blasts going off. They're just waiting, creating these opportunities. Once it lands onto any one of BTK that's squishy, they're gonna dive in there. Now, focusing their attention onto this Tyrant. On the side, 3005, flanking the side of BTK while Fried Chicken in the front line does find a kill. Mayin is down. Mobazane able to find the kill there, down to 10%. It does look like best player able to secure the Tyrant. At the 18-minute mark, BTK have found themselves a little breathing room.
Yes, so some breathing space, that's great. And bear in mind, BTK has also taken a quick slash on that top side of the map. So there is no T3 available for the Boars gaming side. Now, the big thing here is that because there's an open wound on both top sides for both teams, this Tempest Dragon actually could be quite evenly contested between both sides.
Evenly contested, but when you take a look at map pressure, the pressure is on BTK to manage these waves. I feel like Boar, they don't have to do much. They just let the waves happen, and eventually it's going to be crashing into BTK's base. And that's something that needs to be on their mind, because that means that this Tempest fight, it has a time limit on it until you're going to have to answer these side lanes.
All right, I'm gonna give BTK a little bit of a glaze here. Look, they have been in this situation yesterday against LM. In fact, their base was barren, same as last time, but they managed to come back and make the base barren for their opponent. So can they do it against Boars Gaming today?
Yeah, we're going to see. I want to say Boars have a little bit of a better position on this Tempest Dragon. You can see them taking up some good defensive positions around it while BTK's looking. They understand. They see the Fried Chicken is pushing up at the bottom lane there, so they understand they have the numbers advantage. Are they going to take advantage of it? Speaking of which, BTK, they initiate. They go in. Now they're trying to get themselves out of harm's way. Best player from the side looking for an opportunity. The box fails Phasma as he is going to have to back off, but no worse for wear. Oh, Fried Chicken actually might be in trouble too deep onto the back lines, and Boars make quick work of it.
Oh, that was a big fake out by Boars Gaming. They actually said, okay, we'll take a fight in the mid, but the true target was Fried Chicken because it felt like he was responsible to take down Wise. But then he found himself in no man's land, and with a numbers disadvantage, there's no way they can win this, right?
I don't know if they know that. It looks like they're going to go ahead and try to find themselves something here. It's almost at 50% here. They're trying to get the angle. They do come in. Out it comes a little bit of an ultimate there. Phasma, it does have the box there. Immortality has been procced, but down goes a best player. That is only 3 players left for BTK, a full team for the side of Boars. Down goes Shark. Mobazane able to return the favor there. Down goes the Cannon Blast. Mobazane running, they're chasing. 3005 hot on his heels, looking to see if he can go ahead and answer it. Fried Chicken comes in from the other side, and they back off from that fight. The base is being taken on. They have to answer this. This is what we were talking about, that time limit of fighting here. They can't just focus on the fight because they have to answer these minions.
So very tough situation once again for BTK, right? Boars, this is the benefit of having a good early game. You want to let those small wins really snowball into a big advantage, which is exactly what Boars Gaming have done. And now that potential win condition to not only just take the Tempest Dragon, but to take the final crystal is open again because Wise is back online.
I mean, as far as it's concerning right now, both teams are kind of reset, except now you're down to about 50%. BTK really needs to make something happen very quickly. 25%, they're going to go ahead. They know that they need to make something happen here at this fight. We do have, we have the Tempest Dragon has been taken down by Boars. Best player is able to find a kill onto Red Cutie. Wise looking for an opportunity. Mobazane finds a kill onto Bam for the rest of BTK. Chasing right now, looking for a kill. They do turn it around. Best player goes down, but they're able to return the favor and take down Mac. 3 down for the Boars, 1 down for BTK. Are they going to be able to turn this around?
Yep, there is a glimmer of hope. They've taken down most of the damage dealers, leaving just Wise as well as 3005. They can make a beeline to try and make a win in the Boar into the middle T3, but for now, it is protected by 3005. At the same time, Wise has taken down Hun at the bottom side. They have to go back.
Oh, yeah, they have to turn around. Finally, Bad Shark does teleport, or he does regain his health there. Is it going to be enough? The damage is done, and a clean sweep by Boars.
This one really matters to the side of Boars Gaming. They wanted a search for their first series win. They got it from the side of BTK. And I have to say, BTK, this was the closest they have gone to getting themselves a series win. Did not happen today, but I love the growth.
Yeah, the growth there, but I mean, man, if you're going to talk about growth, Boars here showing the filling in the holes to those weaknesses we have been seeing throughout the last few days is that transition from the early game, the what do we call it, chutzpah, to continue on even when things were turned around on them. We talked about it before. Once the tides usually turn on them, they struggle to climb their way back. Here, they were showing they understood what it took, got the fights that they needed, and found the opportunities, and ultimately, eventually placed a lot of check marks in boxes so that there was just way too many overwhelming objectives that BTK was dealing with, whether it's trying to get into the fight, into the Tempest, worrying about lanes. There was just too much for them to deal with to find a victory here.
Yes, the pressure was really too much to handle. They crumbled under the pressure that was offered by the side of Boars Gaming, right? And this came in the form of multifaceted factors. Number one, the draft was really strong coming in from the side of Boars Gaming, and the map control was really strong as well. But I just want to point out, BTK, even though they lost this series, the way they recovered in the initial 10-minute mark, that was something that very few teams have done against Boars.
Yeah, and it's just it's something that's known. I want to dare I say for BTK is that they've been down and out before, and it's never, if they're gonna lose in the late game, it's not gonna be because they don't know how to climber their way back or because of the pressure. They've been here before, so they understand what it takes, and that's why you see a lot of BTK matches really get into the down and out clawing when it comes to that late game, because that's when I almost feel like they almost get a little stronger and a little tighter with their comms and a little bit more strategic with it. But here, ultimately, the Boars with a great victory.
Yes, and I think we are looking at a potential Wise MVP here on the Fate, right? He was doing so well in this game. And as we, progress into the later parts, we didn't have too many Tempest games so far in the 4 days of HOK on the KMW, but every single time it reached that timer, it then became about item switching. Your Sage's Sanctuary, how many lives can you buy yourself? Because you can only use up to 2. And then, the item switching is a very difficult task to do, especially when there's a lot of chaos in the team fights.
You can see there, Red Cutie, 275,000 damage. And we were talking about it. BTK, I don't, whether it's that they were just not understanding of how the damage stacks, or they just didn't care because it wasn't as optimal to them. They were taking a lot of damage, and Red Cutie was just, he was there for it. He's like, all right, I'm just going to keep on throwing these up at you. Here we could see a little bit of the up and downs from this game when it came to advantages. BTK took a little bit more control a little bit earlier here, but ultimately Boars able to kind of hang on to that lead and hang on to that advantage.
Yes, I actually like that goal graph because it shows you the growth that both teams have had, right? Number one, learning about the patterns of your opponents. What are their win conditions as well? Now, it was a little bit overzealous, in fact, for BTK, because it was kind of like, okay, you know what? I'm going to eat as much damage as I can from Red Cutie, but I'm going to be expecting that we should be able to finish him off. And they did a couple of times. But as the game progresses to late game, you have to care about this guy. And that's going to be the MVP, Mr. Wise, 12-4-1, coming up as the cleaning crew most of the time for the side of Boars Gaming.
Yeah, just especially when it comes to that ultimate, the Heart and Jade, to be able to kind of finish off your opponents with the 1/8 health, I feel like that is something in combination with Red Cutie that really really cinched in this victory for the side of Boars with how much they were able to kind of like offset a lot of these team fights.
And he comes in great synergy with the draft, right? Because let's be clear here. Fade is not a tanky hero. He is extremely squishy. So with the stuns coming in by the Boars, the stuns coming up by the Lung, the multi-man catch by the Mayin, everyone is meant to be that focus of damage. They get the CC down, but they also position themselves well so that Wise on this Fade able to just come in, get the cleanup, and then they have the advantage across the map in kills, in turrets as well.
Yeah, here we saw the little signs of life coming out from BTK, able to find Hoon, able to find those great CCs there. But man, the amount of CC you were talking about, them able to come in and then Fade, swooping in to get those finishing blows onto BTK. Even when they were able to get some towers here, look at the flanking play here from Wise.
Yeah, and that's because it's so hard to take people out like Red Cutie. It's so hard to take people out like 3005. You have to pay attention to them. And this is what we call tunnel vision, right? When you're so focused on one particular thing on your screen that you forget to take a look at the other areas.
I forget how beautiful that ultimate is from Fade sometimes, where you just see them get dusted. Yeah, it's something that can be so infuriating on their team. And I believe this is that final push from the Tempest Dragon that BTK tried to offset here. They did find the kills. They were able to find a little bit of an advantage, but the map control coming out from Boars to understand Hoon was down here alone, gets taken out, and that is a wrap for BTK.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play against this composition, right? Because especially in a moment where it's like Tempest game, you have to make a decision. Do we go for the kill onto Wise? Because if we don't take Wise out, his Heart of Jade seal is a guaranteed on the neutral objective. But at the same time, you have to work through so many different members like Red Cutie, you have to work through the Hano, you have to work through the Mayin. So many difficult positions to work around. But of course, congratulations to Boars Gaming. What a way to end the series. Now we will go for a short break and after that we will come back with our third series of the day.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to KMW Day 4. We are at the second half of our night. Another exciting series underway.
Yeah, 9Z Globant against Twisted Minds. I had to wolf my food down there. But you can wolf down some skins as well. Take a look at the Mirage City skins. They have already arrived. You have 3 to explore. You have Fang, Mayin, as well as Shangguan, all beautiful in their own rights. And if you are a skin collector, this is a series you cannot miss.
Yeah, some exciting skins there for some exciting heroes. And speaking of exciting, we just got through with our second series, and right now 9Z getting ready to come out the stage again, and wondering if they're gonna have maybe a better time out there.
I think it's going to be quite difficult because they're playing against the top 2 of KMW. Not just for this season, they have been the top 2 since spring last season for KMW, right? So we're talking about Twisted Minds and OG. Twisted Minds, they had a roster shift. Has it affected their prowess? Not too much. They're still a very strong team.
Yeah, and maybe, I mean, there's still hope. I want to be that glimmer of light maybe for 9Z. They did face another stalwart pinnacle hero here. But without further ado, let's go ahead and see our first opponents.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greats from Argentina, it is 9Z. Taking up the Clash lane will be Wind. Sick will be taking up the jungle lane. Leffy in the farm lane. Capo in the roam. And finally, Moon will be picking up the mid.
This is a team that has great potential, right? La Violeta. I like that coin they have for the names itself. So 9Z Globant, this is going to be a tough challenge, let's be honest about it, because going up against the two strongest teams in the KMW in one single day, that is a tall mountain to climb, man.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, if you're going to have it, why not take them together on the same day? You learn the most, and maybe what you learned from your match against OG, you can transition that immediately here against their opponents here, Twisted Minds.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Twisted Minds. They are the masterminds here, represented by Clean in the Clash lane, Xue in the jungle, Shanks in the farm lane, Hailang in that mid, and of course ACC in that row. Now, one of the two strongest teams in the side of KMW, trying to be matched up by 9Z Globant because they have a better score than Twisted Minds though.
Yeah, they have a better score, which is very interesting. That's why we were talking about 9Z. Kind of snuck in here, was able to find some very satisfactory matchups in some series. But here is where the reality begins to set in as you compare those skills against the top in the league. Not just the top in the league, but what is it, 4th place in the world right now?
Yes. They actually did really well in KWC, right? This is the Honor of Kings World Cup that happened recently. And I think the performance by Twisted Minds really surprised everyone because it was kind of a nightmare for OG. OG did well in the starting parts of spring. You know, they won every single series, did not drop a single game. And then they got destroyed by the side of Twisted Minds. Then, you know, when they headed into KWC, Twisted Minds performed definitely better than OG.
Yeah, as we take a look at the player head-to-head, Moon and Hailang here. Total kills, that's a whopping big advantage there going over to Hailang there with a 70. But I want to say the rest of the stats seem pretty even. Even with, I want to say, Moon going ahead a little when it comes to team fight participation. I mean, 3% isn't like world-changing, but I mean, when you're comparing stats and stuff like that, it'd be very interesting to see how well they play into some of these fights.
We'll see how that really comes to fruition in the match itself, right? Because now Twisted Minds, they will be on the blue side prio pick, red side taken by 9Z Globant. And the mid laners are very critical here because they are responsible for that initial rotation. Who are they going to help, which lane they're going to choose, and then, you know, what's the trickle down effect based on their choices.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting thing, a way to look at it too, because a lot of people talk about the Clash laner and how much they need to be able to get around the map to help out. But then it's also, I want to say, the beginning of that starts with the mid lane. Where is your composition the weakest? The mid lane needs to understand that, needs to be able to rotate there early to make sure that you're still keeping that early game advantage.
And right off the bat, we're talking about advantages here. Twisted Minds, they take out Zhang Fei. This is not a seasoned prio ban. Very few teams take out a Zhang Fei as a prio ban.
Yeah, this is an exclusive. This is a 9Z exclusive here. They want to try to whittle down. They're going to test out that hero pool a little early here. Liang going to be taken out by the side of 9Z. As we already know, Liang possesses so much a CC ability, including his ultimate, that power word, being able to lock down heroes, especially when we've seen it teamed up with the Princess Frost as well. Here, another takeaway there. Pay taken off the board by 9Z.
Oh no. Why? Why would you give up my Shiranui as the first pick? Oh no, something. Either 9Z Globant is cooking or they're gonna get cooked.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. They're gonna go with the Lung pick here, and this is something I've talked about before. Is the Lung pickup here because we believe in the offensive ability of it, or are we just picking it up because we know that we can make a few mistakes there, we can get caught, we'll have that infinite vastness ultimate to dragon our way out of it here. Idea picked up by 9Z as well. Dharma, man, this is going to be a very stacked lineup by the side of Twisted.
It is, and let me be clear to our newer friends here. Twisted Minds, Hailang, he is an absolute beast on the Mai Shiranui. He has an insane performance most of the time. So 9Z Globant, they need something else to match up with the Mai. There is many options to explore, but for now, we'll see what this last pick is.
Yeah, and as we go into the second round of banning here, interesting that Lamb picked up. I almost feel like it's a little early to be picking up assassins on the side of 9Z, because you still have those two to be able to kind of counter out. Not even just that, but you've got a lot of CC on the side of Twisted Minds here. I'll be very eager to see it, but honestly, go ham, go all out with it if you're gonna go with it. Twisted Minds returning with another ban of their own.
It's a smart ban, right? Because the Lam #1 is already a natural counter against the Gudo, right? Taking maximum value out of his skills to be able to to handle the iframes and then get damage onto a Gudo. But at the same time, a pairing with a Liu Bang is so scary as a Lam, because you get to choose when you want to go in, and all you need to do as a jungler, as a side of Sick, is to tell your teammate, hey, Capox, I need your battlefield command. We're gonna go in, we're gonna burst someone down, we're gonna get it out.
Yeah, and Twisted Mind read that quickly, take that off the board along with Yixing as well. On the side of 9Z, they go ahead and their final ban going to the Lady Soon, waiting to see what Twisted Minds or what 9Z can answer back.
It's a great ban. I hate to be in the position of Twisted Minds, especially for the side of Shanks, because the burst potential of Lady Sun is great against the pick of Lung. And then you also have the Deranged, which is supposed to be able to soak up the damage of the Downpour plus Flaming Palms coming in from the Lung pick. But now, those are not available. And 9Z Globant, they pick up a very late game character as well. The Fuji is coming in for the Clash lane.
Oh, mostly picked up alongside a consort. There's an amazing amount of CC. 4 players with, or actually 5, all of them have at least a little bit of CC on their side. So that's going to be something that 9Z needs to be very careful of with their positioning. If they get caught, that's going to be a domino effect coming out from Twisted Minds. They're going to be locked down if they don't have a plan.
True, there's quite a lot of AoE CCs in fact, right? You have the Gorge Mobilization, the one where Agudo throws down the Furball. You also have the more to think inside the box, Dharma's Truth Mantra. All of them are AoE ultimates, right? 9Z Globant though, I like the draft a lot because there is a chance, an element of surprise. You have the Flash Sage's Smite from Fuji, the one where he locks you to a pole, and then it's just whipping you into shape, and most people don't survive that.
Well, and honestly, it depends on who he catches with that. I'd love to see him on paper. It would be nice to see if it's a Mei get locked down, maybe a consort you. But I mean, you're going to have to be really great on your positioning if that is your plan. But both compositions locked in, both teams looking ready. As I say, looking ready. A little bit of worry there from 9Z. They're going to get ready for this matchup.
It's important that they put their best foot forward in this best of 3, right? Like I said before, this is a quick series. As long as you get 2 wins, you win the series. And a lot of teams, we have seen throughout the first 4 days here, a lot of 2-0s. So 9Z Globant, they've already been dealt their first 2-0 today against OG. Will it be the same story with Twisted Minds?
And like I said, maybe they've actually learned a little something from their fight against OG to be able to kind of take that to Twisted Minds. The biggest thing that we've been talking about is that pacing, that momentum in the early game. Put your pedal to the metal, take it to the enemy, and try to continue that momentum.
That's right, and we'll take a look at the official gaming phone, the Realme 15 Pro. This is the official gaming phone here, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
and reliable is exactly what 9Z is going to need to be if they want to kind of continue to take this pressure, to kind of continue on with this early game. You already see, they're in the jungle on the side of 9Z, trying to go ahead and get that minion up from there. I believe they were able to claim that.
Yes, they did, right? This is why those initial rotations are so important. Hailang, famous for his Mai performance, makes that first rotation. They get a small win in the form of the camp, maybe even first blood here.
Oh yeah, they're looking for it, but they don't find it there. But as you can see, there is a code up on the screen for you viewers there to be able to take advantage, to be able to claim yourself some in-game prizes there. Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and find themselves that teleport as down at the bottom lane. A little bit of a skirmish happening, but no worse for wear is either team.
Yeah, so Twisted Minds, once again, they have already claimed their advantage. This is where, you know, Space Sprite, they get the teleportation down. There's a lot of rotational speed advantage. So 9Z Globant, I think they need to start finding advantages across the map. At this point, it has to be kills.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like, not Twisted Minds, but 9Z, the pressure is on them. As this gets later, I feel like it kind of goes more towards Twisted Minds. 9Z needs to kind of find that opportunity here in the early game to keep Sick kind of fed and moving forward and keeping that damage up on him. Right now, they're kind of being held at a somewhat staying out. Which we do find a kill there. Shank's going to go ahead and find the first kill of the game. They're onto Lefty.
This is a great growth, and of all the people to give first blood to, they give the Shank, which is your farm laner. And they are lucky it was not put into the hands of Hailang as well, because Hailang has been phenomenal on this Mai so far. But we'll see how it goes, right? First blood, not the end of the world. Is it a huge goal lead? Not really. Slightly less than 1,000, close to 1,000 at this point. But 9Z Globant, they have come back from this kind of deficit before.
It's just kind of setting the tone, though, as you were talking about Halang and how dangerous he can be on this Mai Shiranu. So we're going to see if that kind of continues, or if that maybe kind of let them know, all right, we need to be a little bit more careful. We need to be a little bit more wary about these rotations from mid.
Actually, you know, I want to take a look at the late game potential, and I feel like after a little bit of consideration, I think 9Z Globant actually have a better gameplay in the late game compared to what Twisted Minds has to offer, because Hailang will fall off.
Oh, speaking of which, we do have a little bit of engagement there. They do find the kill on the Halang. Sick goes in with his ultimate, able to readjust on the map. The spits him there back and forth, and was able to pick up that kill. And then they disappear into the night. The only problem here, though, is, well, I guess this is kind of the same for both teams. Nobody really, we've talked about it before. Kills don't really mean much unless you can make something happen. And unfortunately for both teams, they really haven't been able to invade. We're not at the point of objectives just yet, so more or less just kind of dipping our toes into the water, so to speak, to show what we can do.
And the important, I think, marker to kind of understand is the fact that 9Z Globant had to throw so many ultis just to get the kill on Highland. I think that's a cause of concern, to be honest.
Oh yeah, and when it comes to expenditure of that, speaking of which, Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and start on this Tyrant. No real fight coming back from the side of 9Z as they go ahead, pick up their Azure Golem.
And this is speaking volumes about the rotational speed, right? This is why you want to have an early rotation. You want to have a composition that allows you to clear a wave pretty quickly as well. Wave clear might not be the strongest suit of Twisted Minds, but here we go. Killing is one of them.
Yeah, we do see a 3v1 there up at the top lane, trying to go ahead and get a little bit of a flank, but they did find a Capo lurking in that bush. And it was either Capo, I believe it was Moon, actually, that was lurking in the bush, gave his position away there. Ooh, and in comes Clean, looking for a little bit of a CC on to them. Are they going to be able to find it? We have two more players coming in there. Is that going to be enough? Clean going to have to go ahead, find that flash. Big pop-up lands onto them, and Halang finds himself a kill, gets taken out by Sick, and then the favor returned by Clean.
That is the definition of a turnaround. And unfortunately, I know Hailang was the price to pay, but they got the jungler Sick, they got the Clash laner Win RJ as well. Two of the most important members at this point of the game.
Yeah, and that's going to, as we take a look at the replay, that's going to start stacking up there. We see the middle of this engagement. They go on, and then from the side, you're going to see Helene come in there with the push, and the pop-up finds his kill. It's a trade for a trade as Lamb finds a kill, and then they find a kill onto Lamb as well. So basically able to trade it out, but as you said, when the smoke clears, that's a kill on a jungler.
Yes, and it really came down to the timings of the stunts, right? Because they actually stopped Sick from getting that first and second skill down, which gives him a little bit of iframes as well. But here we go, T1 at the bottom. This one is a freebie for the side of Twisted Minds, and this is the start of a map advantage.
Yeah, and just speaking of which, we have a flash followed by a truth mantra and 2 down for the side of 9Z. The enablement there by Clean on the back line.
Yeah, this is the most effective thoughts and prayers ever. And with that being said, 9Z Globant now on the back foot for sure.
Yeah, and at the mid lane, you can see Win trying his best. He's against the 3 members here. You might want to bail out on this tower. That's just bad MOBA math when you have this many people trying to get into your tower, but he remains courageful, takes out some of the minions, and the mid tower remains.
It feels like it's not a lot of big plays coming out from Twisted Minds, but a 2,000 goal lead. This is significant, right? 7-minute mark. There is no neutral objective taken by the side of 9Z Globant. Twisted Minds have also not entered the jungle on the side of 9Z Globant too many times, and it's already a 2,000 goal lead, but there is a consolation prize in the form of Shanks.
Yeah, they find a little kill on to Shanks, who goes down immediately. The rest of the team kind of crowds around to kind of build up from there. Now, looking, almost catches Capo there as he's trying to this Azure Golem. The rest of Twisted Mind, including Helene, trying to put the pressure on there. I believe he was picked up. Sick goes in on the backside, looking for an opportunity. Down goes Win. The rest of 9Z looking for an opportunity. Box comes out, catches one. Down goes the Mati. ACC taken out on the side of Twisted Minds. The rest of 9Z trying to push against this tower.
This is where the Lady Jern on the side of Moon has so much value, right? Actually, just getting that knockup to stop ACC from locking his own jungler down. So Sick had a save and escape, but Clean looking for something.
Ooh, at the bottom, and Clean the clock down there. Finds a kill onto Leffy, surprised him as he was rotating down.
I feel so sad for both farm laners on both sides. They have been eating so many punches.
Yeah, and it's just both of these teams are so fast-paced and they have such great positioning when it comes to understanding where the rotations are supposed to come from the enemy that they're able to catch them out like this. Here, another advantage going to the side of Twisted Minds as they pick up another Tyrant.
Okay, but you know why 9Z Globant is able to take this position in the table? Because look, they have recovered from that initial goal lead. It was 2,000 before, now it's less than 100. That sets both teams apart. The map is also even. 2 turrets taken by both sides.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a lot better than I think a lot of people were predicting 9Z to do. If they can kind of keep up this pace, they can keep it clean, understand, and not make those mistakes when it comes to rotating. That's the biggest thing, is that rotating, getting caught out, that's what starts adding on until we get to these team fights where the enemy is already too far ahead. Now, a little bit of pressure onto the mid lane as you see the rest of Twisted Minds up at the top, gonna go ahead and press onto there, but a little bit of a technical error, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah.
That's fine. Let's talk about this late game potential that you were talking about, right? I feel like Twisted Minds, I feel like they are on a timer. Like Hailang, look, he's been performing great on this Mai. Very nice knockups, a lot of nice pokes, but his value will start to fall off. And his only value at the later parts of the game is to maybe catch quick KO onto Moon or Leffy, so the mid laner or the farm lane. And that chance will not present itself that easily anymore in the late game.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but I feel the reason I kind of felt like the late game kind of does all right is a lot of Mays, like they do fall off. They're very squishy, and the team starts kind of grouping up. The problem for me with a Mei on the enemy team is that group up can really spell danger for you if you allow the Mei to kind of get those group pop-ups, those group pushes on you. Then you've just got this huge setting potential that you're allowing them to have. Yeah, the damage isn't really there. Yeah, she's possibly very squishy if you catch her, but I mean, it's a Mei. If you sneeze, she's gonna dash somewhere in a different direction to try to get away from you, just because of the way her kit is developed. And that's why I get very worried about how this kind of goes into the late game.
That's true. I think that's definitely something we need to take a look at, right? The multi-man knockup, that is something that is very, that has a lot of significant value, especially in the later parts of the game, because every second matters. And with that being said, 90 Globant, I like the fact that they're catching on, but Sick, I think he's caught in no man's land here.
Yeah, he's trying to dodge, he's dodging Cannon Blast. He actually gets away with the help of his team to assist in creating that path for him. So, a little bit of sweat there, but no worse for wear. He was able to get away from that hairy situation. Twisted Minds not able to catch him.
Beautiful. This shows the proficiency of the hero onto Sick as well. Now, 10-minute mark. This one is a very important marker in the game, the Shadow variants.
Yeah, and these are where, I mean, we've already seen that 9Z has had a little bit of trouble trying to pick up some of these variants. Now that we're at the Shadow variants, it's a little bit more important to try to get these fights. And just like that, they kind of give up on it. They decide against this fight, or they're just repositioning here, down to about 50%. Looking for an opportunity. They find a little bit of a stun. They're going to drag out this Tyrant to try to reset it on the map. Meanwhile, at the mid lane, they do find an opportunity. Is that going to be it for Clean, who's diving in, gets taken out? The rest of the team, Twisted Minds from the flank, looking to try to come in. A box comes in, is not able to settle the score onto 9Z, who are pushing in against Twisted Minds. Continuing on the oppression here. They go down, goes Shanks. ACC is the next one on the list. Only one down. Sick is down, and 3 members of Twisted down in an answer for this next Tyrant.
Oh goodness, this has to be the best decision making by 90 Globant, right? They baited them out. They went for the reset on the Tyrant. And you know, Twisted Minds was wondering, okay, wait, they're trying to reset the Dragon? They're just buying time. But they actually turned their attention to Clean. And that lockdown, that one decision by the team has now allowed them to take the Tyrant free of charge.
Yeah, and it was just, you're absolutely right about the decision making. It was so fast. Clean didn't realize it. The rest of Twisted Minds realized it too late when 9Z collapsed onto him. And by the time Twisted Minds was trying to flank 9Z, they were already a man down. 9Z was able to turn it around onto them. That's just some quick decision making and how you have to be if you want to be able to contend with, if you want to be able to take down a team like Twisted Minds.
And what's the benefit? Take a look at this, 45 seconds on the clock. The Twisted Minds cannot afford to take a fight against 90 Globant, but if you're alone, that could be the case.
Just as you say that, unless you have 3 members, and just like that, Sick able to find himself and escape. You were talking about their prowess on certain heroes. Sick, we've talked about it before, he does very well on these assassin, on these mobile heroes, and you can see there he is a slippery as a bar of soap in the shower, able to get away from Twisted Minds. That's the second time you thought they had him cornered in with 3 members, and he's still able to slide away.
Exactly, a slippery eel, right, at this point. But he's an electric eel because he will shock you with the plays that he's making. And I like the response timing of 9Z Globant. This is what's really surprising me. The moment Sick gets caught out, you can be sure the 9Z Globant are around the corner.
Oh yeah, just like that. He's hiding, laying in wait. Maybe a little scary here. Nobody realizes he's in that bush. The rest of the team looking for an engagement while he's evaluating the map right now, looking to see. Oh, is it going to be Halang? He goes in onto Halang, and that might be it. Halang is down. A Cannon Blast is not going to be able to reset it. The rest of 9Z going to focus their attentions on the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, what a timing, man. And at the same time, it just as the Primal Bond takes a cooldown, 9Z Globant, they refresh themselves and they take the Shadow Overlord as well. This is map presence galore.
Not just that, but the patience from a Sick to just sit in that bush. So many people passed there. I would have ran. I would have been like, all right, the jig is up, boys, let's run. But no, he was very patient. He was waiting for a target that he would be able to take down. Then the rest of the team, they collapse. Speaking of collapse, now onto the back line. Twisted Minds looking for an opportunity. Down goes Clean. The rest of 9Z comes in, finds a kill onto ACC. Gonna turn their attention to this tier 2 tower.
Everyone is going to be asking, it was Clean that made the initiation, but it was Twisted Minds that got punished. Why is that so? 9G Globant? That's because they're up about 6,000. They're tanky as heck, and right now T3 is on the menu.
Yeah, and they are making the push. This might be a little bit of a weakness that not a lot of people have considered. Twisted Minds. Oh, we found another kill there. Is going to be found on Tajue. And we're looking at possibly a game ender here. 50%. 9Z looking to close this out. And that is going to be game 1. A surprise win for the side of 9Z.
Let's be honest, nobody expected this to happen. It was meant to be Twisted Minds taking game number 1. But 9Z Globant, what a game. La Violetta, what a game from these boys.
You said it exactly. And for me, the big thing is this possibly something Twisted Minds have done so well when it comes to games, because they've just been this awe-inspiring dominance over it. But we've seen, especially when it comes against OG, now when we saw it against 9Z, when the cards are turned, when they lose that advantage, they seem to kind of struggle to gain that back.
I think it comes down to the decision-making on the side of 9Z Globant. You know, that hide by Sick, right? He was waiting the brushes for a very long time. I was considering, like, why is he not going on Shanks? Why is he not going on Xue? And why is he going on Highlang? And it then dawned upon me is exactly the point you were talking about. That AoE knockup by Highlang is such a difference maker. And it's a combination that hits everyone. So once he's out of the picture, they can take a fight, no problem.
Man, and not just that, but the fight before that too, when they locked on to the Clash laner as well, immediately translating what they read onto the map. They have the Tyrant out there, Shadow Tyrant. They're jockeying for position. They need to know where everybody is on Twisted Minds. And eventually they see the Clash laner is alone. We're going to go ahead, put all of our resources into there, to the detriment of Twisted Minds, because they realize too late, and then they're playing reactionary. They have to try to come in and try to get them on their back. And by that time, it's already too late and you're down a man.
That is what's so interesting, because I felt like it was 9Z Globant that was playing reactive, but towards the later parts of the game, it then transitioned into a point where I think Sick was one of the tipping points, right? If you notice, Twisted Minds was consistently trying to isolate Sick, but because the full team rotation happened for Sick, 9Z Globant was ready to attack somewhere else on the map. This could be a turret, this could be minions, this could be neutral objectives. But nonetheless, they made the better decision, and 9Z Globant, very deserving of this first win.
Yeah, an amazing first win there. And this kind of speaks to the prowess that a lot of people have been talking about with Sick when it comes to these assassin junglers and how well he plays. We've seen him earlier. I mean, maybe we just don't need to see him on any of those tanky junglers, because he absolutely shines on some of these assassins.
And the funny thing is, Alarm can play as a tank jungler and still offer damage. That's ridiculous, right? So he fit the entire bill for the side of 9Z Globant. And take a look at that. Twisted Minds, make no mistake, they had I won't say a vice grip, but they had a pretty good hold on that early part of the game. But the moment that 10-minute Shadow variant part came out, that one decision for 9Z Globant to say, nope, it's actually just a ploy, we're here to get clean, it's a team fight, get ready. Yeah, it turned the whole game.
And that's why these objectives have been so important here. I want to say we haven't seen it too much yet in some of these series, but they're so important because of that. As what you see, what they were able to be able to turn that around here. No surprise to anybody. MVP going to Sick here. KDA 3, 3, and 8. The numbers aren't magical, but if you were watching the match, I mean, it was pretty much set in stone.
Yeah, he is already posing, right? Asking you to check for your pulse, because before you know it, the game is over. And this setup, this combination, at the start of the game, I was kind of wondering, like, okay, great, you got a kill on the highline, right? But you have to expend so many ultimates. Is it really worth the trade? And then there were plays like this where Twisted Minds was able to bait Sick out a couple of times, and then, you know, just get out of position, get the kills as a response. But this catches coming in did not matter, right? Like you said, the kills, great, you get them, but what are you getting in return, right? After you get the kills.
Yeah, and oh man, I'm wondering if we're gonna see that that sneak on to clean from that Shadow Tyrant. Because that, like you said, that's where the turning point. Here it is. They go ahead, they catch clean here, and the entire rest of Twisted Minds, they have to respond. They realize, oh man, we're about to lose somebody. We need to respond to that, and by the time they do, it's already too late. The rest of 9Z able to turn the tables, finding kills there, and chasing down the rest of Twisted. And then that real sneaky play onto Lang. The rest of the team ready there as well. I don't even think they know what hit them. They just knew that things went black and they were back at the base. As we take a look at some of these fights coming in on to the tier 2 towers.
Oh, okay. So the clean ultimate, the truth mantra, actually, yes, it did catch a couple of people, but it did not catch majority of the cast on the side of 9Z Globant. In fact, I think it was just Moon that got caught on the wall, which is why they were able to turn that around. But still, nonetheless, they were pretty tanky on the side of 9Z Globant at that part of the game. They already had a 6,000 goal lead. So with that, we break a little bit of the traditions here at KMW with 9Z Globant taking game number 1. So we'll take a break. When we're back, we bring you game number 2.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
welcome back. It is time for the second game of this best of 3 series, and what a way to start it, because 9Z Globant, if you haven't caught the games, they are leading now 1-0 against Twisted Minds of all teams.
Yeah, a very surprising twist here, as a lot of people consider Twisted Minds to be one of the top 2 teams here in this league, and it looks like they have a little bit of competition. And this is something I was talking about a little bit before, at least I had touched on a little bit, is 9Z and what they faced when they faced OG. Were they going to be able to take any of that and just really kind of pronounce it here against Twisted Minds? And it seems like at least one of the little answers is to put Sick on a jungle that he is really comfortable with.
Yes, and if you're new to Sick, the jungler on the side of 9Z Globant, he plays a mean Pei and mean Jing as well. So I'm curious whether that will be allowed. But I'm also curious because a losing team gets to decide the placements on the second map. So I want to see if Twisted Minds want to pick up the prio pick side, the blue side, and they do. So they have a plan in mind.
Yeah, and I mean, not even just the pay, but there's been other pickups that have kind of come out for the side of Sick as well. Here, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna take off the Mei. I'm actually amazed. I mean, we had talked about how well Halang has been on that. We were very scared when we saw that Mai come out for the side of Twisted Minds because of how great Halang is. But it feels like what we thought maybe might have been an overlook is something that 9Z definitely had a plan for, that they were anticipating, and that's just a kind of the beauty of that last match. And I'm definitely wondering, are we going to be able to bring that here to the second match? It looks like 9Z, they're going to ban off Pei themselves.
Okay, so they'll take out the Pei, but here we have a specialty. So Twisted Minds, they pick up the RD for Shanks. But 9Z Globant, we have a potential Yixing. And bear in mind, yes, we kind of like slept on him for a bit, but Moon was one of the MVPs yesterday as well. So he plays a mean Yixing. I want to see if he's going to be the difference maker today.
Yeah, especially, I mean, he likes those heroes that can, I want to say, that help set and initiate for those team fights and stuff. He got the MVP on Anua as well, especially when it comes to the late game. Nua's a great asset in that mid lane to be able to kind of put out that damage, to push teams away, get them set, get that annihilation locked on. I don't anticipate any less from them on this Yixing. Aguda picked up on the side of 9Z. While Twisted Minds, they're gonna pick up the Guan Yu and Zhang Fei.
I'm still, a little bit in favor of Twisted Minds lineup for now, right? We know how mobile the RD is, and we have seen Clean perform really well on the Guan Yu, right? This horseback rider so far has been the bane of many teams. But let's take a look at the defensive bans coming out from 9Z Globant. First, they're going to take out the Shi. We have seen how Boars Gaming have put that to full effect, right? You don't want the Gudo to be pulled away, or maybe even the Yuhuan, because you want the heals, you want the damage coming in. Twisted Minds, they take out the Mai.
Yeah, my big question is, as they go on with these next bans, is how are we going to be prepared for that backline dive that's going to come on from the Guan Yu here? Who comes in with that cavalry. Every single fight we've seen, if they're doing what they're supposed to be, the team is attacking from one end, a Guan Yu is coming from the other end. And that's something 9Z needs to be prepared for. Are they going to have a way to get around that? Are they going to, especially with some immobile heroes, or heroes that need to get a little close to kind of get that setting potential? Yixing needs to get in there to try to get that board down, to kind of try to trap them. But I'm not imagining Guan Yu would possibly be part of that.
I agree. I think it's pretty hard to catch Guan Yu in the box, right? I mean, the board is a great skill. It's a great ultimate. I personally am a Yixing main. I love him to bits in the mid. But going up against Twisted Minds now, who is considering a Musashi pick, bear in mind, a Marco is a great pick. But against a Guan Yu and Musashi, it's so hard because there is a potential you will get pushed out of your ultimate, be it with the duel to the death. I'm pretty sure they have to get Leffy to equip the common spell of Purify. There's no other way, right?
Guan Yu basically has more pushing abilities and attacks than he does non-pushing abilities and attacks. That's enough to knock a Marco Polo. Look, there's so many answers. Ooh, Miyu. I'm not sure that we've seen her yet this season.
No, not this season. We have seen a couple of teams pull out this pick. It's a perfect number 1v1 clash laner. It's also a very big distraction, but 9Z Globant, they want to play this a little differently. They will go for the Bai Qi. Right? It's not locked in just yet, but I think the synergy is pretty good, right? Okay, there we go. So the catch potential of the Bai Qi's ultimate is so big because number 1, it stops the Guan Yu, and number 2, you could catch out the backline as well.
Yeah, and it's actually very interesting. I haven't really seen too many Bai Qis, but I do know that the ability to kind of get those hooks out, kind of try to really kind of reposition things as we kind of go in with some of these engagements. Last pick up there, Princess Frost on Twisted Minds there. We're locked in for these two compositions. Where do you think the winning potentials are for both of these teams?
I have to give you my honest opinion. I think it's a true 50-50 because there's a lot of difficulty in playing the Princess Frost, right? Especially against a lineup that has a Marco Polo. Unless you are very good at pattern recognition where you know that, hey, this is the time he's going to drop his ultimate and then you freeze him at that location. It's so hard to get those Frigid Prisons down and you know, combo that with the Winter is here. So many different positions to consider.
Which is really interesting that you bring that up. The first time I played Princess Frost, because I'd seen it on the pros, I'm like, you know what, that seems pretty easy. Laid out some abilities, but the positioning you need, the know-how, the prediction you have to have on her, because it doesn't. Our abilities don't happen as you throw them down. You're almost feel like you're walking through a swamp. It's a kind of like make this stuff happen. You have to understand where they're going to be in a second from now, and yeah, that's going to be an interesting point here. But with the combination of some of these other ones to kind of maybe offset Marco Polo coming in might be the setup that they're looking for on that Princess Frost.
So, I mean, for the newer players here, then you're looking at very specific timings coming in, right? So for the Marco Polo, for Leffy, we're waiting for him to get upon that Frigid Charge. That is the only time where, you know, he will get the stun because he did not bring stun, he brings Purify, he needs it. But right away, I like this, the invade happening from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they're invading while continuing to put on a lot of pressure at mid lane as well. They didn't even suspect. Now they're realizing, oh god, there's somebody on our Azura Golem. He picks it up, and Zue is on the escape.
And there's no punish right now. They're even going for more here. Haunted Beast will be stopped in that attempt on the side of Twisted Minds. And right now, 9Z Globant, they have to figure out what is the recovery process here.
Yeah, it's not the first time they've kind of been behind when it comes to some of the things for the early game. They just need to kind of keep up the pace. Sick on this Aguda. I'm kind of wondering how well. I've talked before about it. Sometimes I feel like some junglers can be kind of held back by certain picks there. He's a very mechanically inclined player. Is this Agudo really something that he's going to be able to be as flashy, especially when he played such an integral role in that first game? But I do want to say that first game wasn't just him. There was some great team decision making that really kind of cinched in that game. We're going to see if we can kind of duplicate that here only in the first 2 minutes just now of this game.
I mean, lovely that you brought that up, right? Because HOK truly is not a individual game, it's a team game. The better team truly wins. And let's be honest about it. If they land their combinations in the sequence that is supposed to happen, 9Z Globant can essentially lock a person up for 3 seconds. That's a long time.
Yeah. Ooh, we do have Clean coming in, puts a little damage down on there. Sick. A little bit of a surprise from him there. Oh, and we're still continuing on this pressure here in the enemy jungle. Twisted Minds just not trying to let up. They're not getting anything out of it except for just like getting in the heads of 9Z.
Yes, they cannot allow that to affect them in the long run though. You can see really small things happening, especially on the side of Hailang. He actually stopped Sick from using his passive skill, which is the release, right? He's actually able to eat these jungle creeps for free. And if you're interrupted in between, the cooldown is pretty long.
Yeah, and right now, 2 members at the mid lane as Zue goes ahead and continues on through the jungle right now. Well, Leffy and Capo, still trying to put on some damage, still trying to put on the offense here at the bottom lane, having a pretty good game of it, just not able to really get any pressure just of yet. Both teams, a lot of respect for each other, nobody really putting themselves out in the harm's way, really diving under these towers, looking for those kills. As I say that, we've got 3 kind of mounting up at top.
Yeah, I think it's important they have to give the respect because the draft on both sides, specifically in the Clash lane, you cannot give an advantage there because the winning Clash laner will make a big difference. Like both of them are big fishing nets, right? The Clean, if he gets a multi-man push, you are essentially dead. He will push you into Xue's ultimate. And WinRJ does the same function as well.
Yeah, I can see Leffy predicting out some of those jumps there. ACC catches Capo in the bush. Now still kind of continuing on this pressure. No worse for wear. Both teams, I mean, both basically feeling it out. We're going to wait until these objectives happen. They're not trying to either one get caught out or be the first one to make a mistake. Speaking of which, only 10% left out, and it does look like Zue is going to be able to pick up that first objective. Ultimate used and expended there by the side of 9Z. The board is down, but it doesn't really look like 9Z might be able to take advantage of it. Little suppressive fire being laid down there from the sideware. Sick coming in, looking for an advantage. It does go ahead and pounce onto one of the members, and no worse for where are either of the teams.
They can't do it. ACC does have the unbridled outburst. This is not a comfortable position on the side of 90 Globant, right? And so far, once again, Twisted Minds, very strong early game. They have secured a 1,000 gold lead for themselves. Let's see where this lead goes to. Majority of it actually in the hands of the jungler. So it's about, what, 400 gold in between? Not the biggest difference.
Yeah, it's not like game changing. It's not like it's all over, man, just yet for these teams there. But slowly, if it continues this way, and that's kind of where my problem is. 9Z's being a little bit more passive. I feel like it's kind of a change from what we saw from the first game where they were taking chances going in. Now it almost feels like they're a little bit more careful because they feel like this is actually something that they could win. So they're a little bit more scared, a little bit more safer, not trying to take that chance or just being a little bit more respectful of, like you said, you've got that unbridled outburst. You've got a lot of CC on their side that once they catch you with one, they'll be able to go in with even more.
I mean, the usage of the first and second skills of a lot of the different members on both ends actually have a very huge turning effect, right? Like Highlang, if he gets that Frigid Prison on you, the freeze, it's an insta-kill combination, right? Similarly to what WinRJ and Clean offer as well. Xue, even on this Musashi, his first skill, the Illuminating Slash, it clears up all projectiles. So Leffy might miss some shots. Capo might miss his skill shots as well. So everything is a little bit too tight-knit.
Oh, we got 4 members actually crowding around. Wind, they're very quickly able to go ahead and clear out that bottom. 3 members up at top, maybe looking for an advantage. They're going to be able to take this tower. First tower, though, Macro going over to the side of 9Z.
This is a good start, right? You want to have that gold advantage for now. Both teams neck and neck.
Yeah, it's interesting. I dare say, I know people are probably like, man, when's somebody going to get a kill here? But this is such a strategical game. Both of these teams not trying to get caught, not trying, as I say, not getting caught there. Clean there. Caught one, but they're able to go ahead and get away. So they're just trying to be very careful. Meanwhile, though, I want to say 9Z doing a great job of that map pressure right now. That Macro able to get 2 side lane towers.
I like this decision-making by 9Z, right? So they know that Capo Seva does not have his unending sorrow, so they say, we are not going to put ourselves in a position where we have to fight. And instead, they play the map. And now, Twisted Minds, they have to deal with the fact that there is a rushing and crashing wave on the T2. So all aggression nullified just by the positioning factor on the side of 9Z Globant.
Ooh, and as we're talking up the macro, it feels like a 9Z leave 1 tower open up at the top to be taken by minions. A free tower for Twisted there. I mean, it's not going to even things out. There's still 2 towers on the side of a 9Z here, but
Oh no!
A board down on the game. 2 members have been caught. Big pop-up lands onto the side of Twisted Minds. Going in, we do find a kill. Leffy able to go ahead and find one of his own. The rest of Twisted Minds disengage from that fight quickly. Halang getting taken down there.
High value board by Moon, and this is the setup, right? And you know, amplifying the farm on the side of Leffy as well. He needs his Frigid Charge ASAP, and the team is aiding him in getting it. Right now, the difference between the gold, between the two teams is not going to be too big, but this entrance into the jungle on the side of Twisted Minds may be that split difference maker.
Yeah, you can see as we take a look at that gold chart, Leffy just narrowly above a Shank, so both teams' gold laners kind of sitting neck and neck. We have this Tyrant being worked on by Zue, and I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get it. Doesn't realize, I don't think anybody else is actually going to be able to contest it, if they even realized he was working on it. So Twisted Minds still have a mind for understanding. They were a player down, they're starting to lose out on macro, but they're still trying to find these objectives around the map, still trying to find these small advantages.
I don't think 9Z is too concerned, right? Because at that point during the Tyrant take, Sick actually was had his smite on cooldown, so I think they made the better choice to not engage. Would it have been nice if they got the potential steal? Yes, but like, is it worth the game? No, definitely not.
Yeah, so yeah, of course, when it comes to some of these decisions, and this is something that has been, I want to say, a bane for the side of Twisted Minds. 9Z has just had great decision making when it comes. 3 members here,
Howling Wind
for an objective here, gonna charge in onto Capo and Leffy. Leffy might be in trouble here, gets taken out. That's gonna be the first one on the board for Twisted Minds. As that happens, though, the rest of 9Z gonna go ahead, focus down this mid tower. Open up that map.
And there is no response, there's no punish. Like, Twisted Minds, that was great, but what do they get? They lose a T1 for the life of Leffy.
Yeah, well, actually, now they're going to get a T2 here on the bottom side as well. Nobody's going to really be able to kind of stop that. But the thing here is that the pace being delegated by 9Z and Twisted Minds at the point where even when it looks like they have the advantage, it looks like they're going to force something, it's always almost in response to 9Z, and we've talked about this before. Are you delegating your own pace, your own objectives in this fight, or are you always constantly replying to the enemy? And if you're always replying, it's a losing battle.
I don't think they'll make it in time. Oh no!
Ooh, they get in there. It does look like a kill comes off there. Sick able to find one now. We do have a big brawl coming out. Leffy comes in with a heap of damage, and it does look like Capo able to find his own kill. 2 down for both sides, and it does look like they're chasing down Halang. Shanks looking for an escape, and the disengage coming out from 9Z as they're going to go ahead try to force down this mid, but I'm not sure they realize Clean on the side trying to push that side tower.
Yeah, it matters not. At this point, 9Z Globant, they have made the tipping point tip in their favors. That was a great fight, and I think Twisted Minds, they're kind of doubting themselves. They could have taken that Tyrant for free, Shadow Tyrant of all versions as well. But they gave a little bit too much doubt, allowed for Sick to roll in, really a drive-by, get the Shadow Tyrant for free, and now they can't fight comfortably for the next 30 seconds because 9Z Globant have the Tyrant spot.
Yeah, they have that buff. They're going to go in. We have another board. Catches one. ACC, the lone hero that gets trapped in that board, but he's a tanky boy, so he's going to be able to take a lot of those abilities. Speaking of which, from the back end, it does, able to catch up Leffy. Clean was coming in with that Guan Yu, but Leffy able to put on the suppressive fire there, able to take him down. Now the rest of 9Z focusing on to the Shadow Overlord.
Oh, the timing is so important. Look, they do this at the point where they lose the Primal Bond. No more 50% damage debuff. And now 9Z Globant, they have once again reinstated the control over the map. They have map control through that Shadow Overlord. And this T2 should be a guarantee. So, once again, tier 3s open on the menu for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the side of Twisted, Minds, who have yet to really find their momentum here. They're caught reacting, turtling right now in their base. Oh, they're looks like they were trying to have something in there, forcing their way in here. Now they have a little bit of a flanking play coming in there from the side. Oh, Lefty able to find himself an escape, but he's being chased right now by Clean, who's able to pick up the kill on that Guan Yu. Still fighting it out here. He might be able to find another kill under his belt. Finds one in the form of, oh, actually, I think that was Capo that goes down there. 3 down for the side of 9Z.
Yep, and then one more, 4 down in fact, and it is going to be just a jungler left on the side of Sick. And yes, good, they clear up the jungle, right? They take a Azure Golem away, but I still feel like 9Z Globant, this is a great position to be in. They have taken T2s across the board, and it's now T3s left as they go for the one-on-one.
Oh, yeah, they're going to try to go in there. You do see that Shanks coming in to try to aid his teammate, but down goes Halang, and they find the kill down on to another Twisted Minds member. The farm laner there as well, taken down. And what a great position to be in, as you said, that they're still in a powerful position here against a team like Twisted Minds after suffering 4 down, that they still have the advantage, which speaks so much for what they've been doing this entire game to get that type of advantage.
He needs to run. ACC needs to run. If he gets caught here, it's horrible.
Yeah, he's got caught down. Board has been laid down. Leffy there laying on the damage. That is another player down. Twisted Minds, as we take a look at this replay. Look at the big damage coming out there from both team members on the side of 9Z. Able to clean this one up as they now continue on this. I believe that was a Shadow Tyrant. Now going to go ahead and push their way in. I'm not even sure what Twisted Minds can do here.
Exactly. Like I said, this is why I answered you at the start of the game. This is truly a 50-50 because it's a skill matchup, right? As Hailang in this Princess Frost, yes, you can potentially turn around situations, but you need to land your Frigid Prison, your second skill, because that is the turning point, tipping point to be able to land extra damage. But when you're playing against an Agudo Sick, who is able to lay down the furball, reposition with his second skill as well, it's so hard to time, predict, and aim your skills.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you can see here right now, Zue trying his best to kind of get some information, but just the offensive right now, it's only about not even a 2K gold lead by the side of 9Z, but they've been showing through all of these team fights what they're catching, what they're able to do in all of these fights is just so oppressive. Now trying to set up this jungle, trying to make sure that they have proper positioning before the Shadow Overlord spawns, keeping the pace onto the towers, keeping the rest of Twisted Minds turtled up into their base.
I want you to notice 2 different people on the side of 9Z Globant as well. That number 1, Sick, he is responsible for pushing the turrets board lane out as a defensive, aggressive maneuver to try and push the members on the side of Twisted Minds back. But the second member you need to pay close attention to is Win RJ. He knows that Shui has been finding the flanks, Clean has been finding the flanks, and Win RJ is here to stop that.
Oh, yeah, they're looking like they're trying to kind of collapse around 9Z, looking for an angle to kind of get in here to get some priority positioning on the Shadow Overlord. They're going to go ahead and rush here as the rest of 9Z go to the safety of their mid tower. A big Guan Yu all pushes the team. Down goes Capo. 9Z in trouble as they are separated. And Clean, finding himself another kill, is taken down by a tower. But that is 2 down for the side of 9Z, 1 down for the side of Twisted Minds. They're going to go ahead, start on the Shadow Overlord.
Yep, Win RJ making a beeline. He wants to get the stop. The freeze comes through. They cannot reach it in time. And this should be objective secured. But can they win the fight though?
Oh, yeah, you see Sick, he's rolling his way out to safety. He's going to go ahead and throw out that ultimate to make sure to kind of slow down the rest of Twisted Minds. And have we kind of turned this momentum around? 9Z, they've lost 2 and are going to be able to reset on here. But now with that Shadow Overlord, there's going to be a lot of pressure on all of their lanes.
I think the stress is getting to them, right? Win RJ, he's meant to be the guy that's searching for Clean. If you don't have eyes on Clean, you need to find out where he is, especially in a position where you know that number 1, Twisted Minds is starting to push you against the wall. Get away, find those brushes.
Yeah, man, just clean being able. This is why I say I love watching Guan Yu gameplay. His ability to kind of get behind the lines, just the utter absolute surprise of 9Z comes in with that cavalry, able to offset, finds himself 2 kills before going down in the back lane. Absolutely turning this around for Twisted Minds right now, and we're gonna see if 9Z can kind of keep it together, keep that decision making that they've been doing so well with, that has been so successful for them, especially now that they're on their back foot.
Yes, and look, Clean, the way he's hiding, it's so annoying if you're a 9Z Globant fan, because there's no way 9Z Globant are going to think that he's there, right? They will be so scared about the other brushes nearby. And in the meantime of that worrying anxiety, Twisted Minds say, okay, you know what, you're distracted, we will take that Shadow Tyrant instead.
Yeah, he's put the fear of the Guan Yu in them now. And they're afraid to kind of traverse the map. They're afraid to try to get into these objective fights, to try to contest the tyrants, to try to contest the overlords, because they're worried about a horse of nightmares coming from the back end that they weren't looking at, they weren't paying attention to. Now he's shown himself on the map. I'm wondering if this might be an advantage. The one thing I'm kind of wondering, if I'm on the side of 9Z, I'm waiting for Guan Yu, for Clean to show himself on the map so that I know maybe this was the perfect opportunity to try to engage onto Twisted.
Lovely that you said that, because that is what the vision score is for, right? The numbers at the side, this is what they're telling you. Have they gotten enough information on the team? And you can see that one of the highest members with information are ACC and Clean, because they're always at the sidelines. They're looking for information on the point of 9Z Globant. Is this the same score on the side of 9Z Globant? Yes, it is, but the most important part is they never found out where Clean was at until the very last moment.
Yeah, right now it's how the tables have turned. 9Z starting to turtle in their base. The map starting to close in around them. If they're looking at the advantage, starting to get thinner and thinner here. The rest of Twisted Minds, they've got great positioning. They're able to kind of start hiding and creeping in through bushes. Oh, we're up at the top. We see
they don't know.
Do see Clean up. Or no, yeah, that's right. They don't see him up there. I was just looking at the bush there. He's just hiding, just kind of making his way up there. And this is a position we've seen before from a Guan Yu that's been able to absolutely surprise teams. I can't remember if it was 9Z or if it was Boars or another team that got surprised by that same exact bush. Clean. Oh,
there we go. Yep, Moon.
They found him out there. Moon. Thankfully, like I said, the decision making, they're able to kind of get that vision around the map, able to understand the freeze is out. Is that going to be wasted? They've reset. They're not going to go for this Tempest anymore. They've kind of backed off of it. They're looking for a fight.
They need to start looking for Clean. If they don't, then Twisted Minds wins this engagement. Right now, if you have no information on the horse, he will come and clean you up.
Yeah, and you can see as we keep on going back and forth between the vision for the red side too on 9Z to see what they have. Ooh, AC gonna use that unbridled outburst. Are they gonna go ahead looking for the engage? Are they stretching this one out though? Is this the fight that they want? In comes Clean, finds himself that little push from the horse. Is it gonna be enough? Cavalry strikes are abound. Down go 2 members of 9Z. Sick and Moon are down for the count. Clean is chasing on the back end, looking for another kill, and he finds it in the form of Alephi. Two more members left on the side of a 9Z against 3 members trying to put off the offense, but this is a wrap. That's going to be another kill for the side of a Twisted Minds. Shanks, ACC, and Zue left up for Twisted Minds.
That's true. The potential can still be realized here for the side of 9Z Globant. They are out in 9 seconds, both Sick and Moon. But can they mount a defense? Because the damage dealers are here. Shui is still alive. Shanks is still alive. He does have the Crimson buff. So it is about structural damage here as they start to work on this Tempest Dragon on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I want to say that the damage going on that Tempest Dragon isn't a lot there. I feel like there's an opportunity. Ooh, ACC lying in wait. There's an opportunity for 9Z to actually come in here, maybe look for a little bit of a steal here if they can get and close the distance in there. We have the board come down. We do have Yixing gets taken out there, and now big fight happening on the backside. That is going to be Sick down for the count, but Leffy able to find a kill of his own. In comes Clean to the offset. instead of Leffy, who's able to find himself an escape. Clean looking for another push, does not find it. 3 members of 9Z finding the comfort of their core. Are they safe? We don't know, as Twisted Minds is continuing to mount this assault.
The challenge of the Tempest 3 times before you pass this exam. In the meantime, you have to deal with the members on the side of Twisted Minds as well.
And Capo is down for the count. 4 more members, including Clean, pushing into the core. Now deciding to put that in there. Wind comes in, takes a heap of damage, and now he is down. Leffy gets taken down as well. Board is down on the ground. Is that going to be enough? Core down to 10%, and Twisted Minds manage to tie the game.
Come back for the side of Twisted Minds. It was looking a bit shaky at the start of this game here, but 9Z Globant could not hold on to their lead. So we have a game and a series on our hands.
And I don't want to say that was a domination by Twisted Minds. That was a close game by both of these, and it could have gone either way. And fortunately for Twisted Minds, they got the advantage at the end. They kept onto it and never let go. We're able to kind of continue on, all to the behest, I want to say, of Clean, who was able to be this just that X factor that always. I don't even know what you do against the Guan Yu at this point, especially when you're in that late of a game, when he can become that big of a factor, where now the enemy team is just like, they're creeping out of like, where is he? When is he going to show himself? Because in a lot of those turning point fights, Clean was a huge asset to the team.
You needed to put a leash on this horse, right? And yes, we have seen the comments. Yes, he was not horsing around, haha, very funny, that's a good joke. But, you know, end of the day, this is the potential why Twisted Minds have always been a top contender in KMW, because there is always this comeback factor, and it may come from many different members. Now, was it supposed to be Hyla? I felt it should have been. The Princess Frost could have changed the fight many a times, but it was Clean who stepped up when the team most needed it.
Yeah, just a lot of those fights. I was kind of waiting for the point when he was going to kind of start coming online, getting that distance behind 9Z to where he could surprise them, because there was a point where I was wondering what he was going to be able to do, because basically all of Twisted Minds was being kind of shrunk and turtled into their base. Nobody was able to get out, nobody was able to get around a 9Z, and for that little bit it was basically all 9Z, all their advantage, but eventually turning that around. Oh man, and look at the damage coming out from Shanks.
Insane, right? 230,000 worth of hero damage offered to the side of 9Z Globant, of which, look, the 3 main tanks took it, Wind RJ, Sick, as well as Capo Saber, but it was not enough, because the room built for Shanks allowed what was created by Clean, and Clean he didn't deal a lot of damage, but he bought a lot of time and space.
Yeah, pretty up and down there. I want to say a big offset there by 9Z, who had a pretty dominant game. It was looking pretty shaky, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, man, we might be looking at a sweep, but like as you said, when it comes to that composure, when it comes to that experience of a teams who have been here before, teams who understand what it takes, kind of remain stalwarts, get that advantage, and then kind of push that forward there. Twisted Minds are really kind of showing why a lot of people consider them one of the top 2 contenders here.
But it's funny because now there is a real threat to that position. But for now, we'll talk about the victories. There was no one else that was going to take this MVP. Clean, he brought them from the depths of the grave on the side of Twisted Minds, brought them back to a winning side, 7-3-6. Take a look at the damage given, 16% of the total team's hero damage offered. Not the best, but it was his control, his sure positioning that really struck fear into the hearts, and of course destruction into the core of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, 9Z was doing so well at this point in the game with a lot of these great fights, especially before Clean was able to actually start taking off, able to find some of those advantages. Here's kind of where it turned around a little bit, chasing down Leffy. Clean was able to go ahead, find that kill, find another one onto Capo here. That's what really kind of turned this around to the point where everybody realized, oh yeah, they have a Guan Yu on their team in the form of Clean that we need to be ready for. And that's just what kind of was the beginning of the end. end. He just continually, they had to check bushes, they had to try to clear out waves, but in there, I mean, you're creating opportunities for Clean to be able to kind of find some of those kills, and here dies in the end, but takes down 2.
And it switches your mindset, right? Because as you enter team fights, a lot of people will understand that, hey, when you're on the aggressive, you're looking for moments that you can create for your team. Okay, can we get the stun? Hey, we have the setup for you, you can finish the job. But the moment you become the one that's being aggressed upon, you lose all train of thought, right? That is the job of Clean. He gave his life, but it put the entire of 9Z Globant in disarray.
Yeah, and it's such a great game. This is why I say, like, I always love to see Guan Yu's out there played, because especially when they're played well from the caster desk. When I'm in game, I hate seeing that on the enemy team, because it's like, that's why I say, like, I don't understand what you do against that, because you're constantly having to check every bush. You're constantly needing to be aware of everything. All this while the enemy, they understand, because they have the vision, they have the advantage, they're able to get these objectives easily, and they're just waiting for you to put yourself in harm's way.
So this time, Twisted Minds did not crumble under the pressure. They broke the spirits on the side of 9Z Globant. With that being said, we will take a break. When we're back, we come back to the final game of this series.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Welcome back, and it's time for the final game of the series between 9Z Globant up against Twisted Minds. It really has been full of twists and turns so far. So, Private Dancer, what do you think is going to happen in game number 3?
Man, I honestly just want to talk about what has happened so far, this road that we've laid out between these two teams. I want to say initially we kind of thought that it was just going to be Twisted Minds kind of having their way, but 9Z has shown that they have that fighting spirit, they have that strategy, they have that synergy, they have that decision making. Even that second game, even that victory by Twisted Minds, it was pretty close to coming back and forth there. And I'm thinking this third match, I want to see more of that. I want to see Twisted Minds, I already know they're going to give me that 110%. 9Z, I want to see what I saw from that first game. I want to see that decision making. You talked a little bit about things that maybe some players that maybe need to kind of be a little bit more effective out there before too as well.
Step up. I mean, okay, I may sound harsh, but like step up, dude. But you know, Twisted Minds, let's talk about the BP phase at this point. So the Mind's been taken out, no pay as well, taken out respectively. And of course, no more horseback rider. We do not want to view the horse around. So Twisted Minds, they shut that down right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how often 9Z has used it before, but I mean, I am a true believer in how much a strength is in that Guan Yu pickup. With that said, Twisted Minds gonna quickly scoop up the Liang pickup. We've talked about this before. It's a big offset, especially for a team like 9Z, where Sick likes to go with a lot of those assassin-like pickups. This is gonna be a great counter for a lot of those.
Okay, but Twisted Minds, they have a great opening right now. Yes, you get the R, you get the Zhang Fei. But Twisted Minds, they have... there we go. That was the perfect combination for Twisted Minds. The lockdown by Liang, because there's no more Princess Frost, right? For them, a Gun and Mo would have been the ultimate pick for them. But 9Z Globant, they know what's going on. They snatch it for themselves.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I honestly wasn't even thinking what would be great about Twisted Minds. Ganon Mo, and we've talked about this before, a lot of times that we've seen the Ganon Mo pickup is kind of like out there on its own. There's not been a lot of CC, but mixed with CC, he can be so deadly just because with him being able to catch people with those blades, it just is so much damage that can be realized. Twisted Minds now picking up the Mei Yin and D Renjie.
Okay, and now the last pick coming out from 9G Global, it has to be the RD, right? No, really? They want to give it away? Twisted Minds is going to ban the RD if you don't take it now.
Yeah, Leo Bog, we talked about this before, what it was going to add on to another fight. Are we looking for another assassin pickup that 9Z can kind of go in there, get into the back lines or get into the opposite side of the map? Then we're going to call in Leo Bang to come in with that battlefield commands to help out with the fights.
Yes.
I almost feel like that's almost kind of you're playing a very difficult game, especially with Liang on the opposite team.
Yes, and they ban out. So 9Z Globant, the other alternative to the Gun and Mo is actually the Angela, right? So Liang drops the ultimate, and then Angela straight through the tanks. But 9Z Globant, I think, yes, I actually feel like they will go for a Jing pick here, if it's allowed. Twisted Minds, it has to be a Jing ban, or an RD ban. So now they're left in a very peculiar position. No, they don't want to deal with a fade. Okay, great choice.
And that will wrap up the bans for both teams. Shan taken off by the side of 9Z as well. And that opens it up for 9Z to pick up the Arlie, go into Leffy.
But that's a great pick. Like, why are you giving 9Z Globant such a great pick? At the same time, the Jing is still open, right? Jing has instant access into the backlines. Who cares about you being caught out by the ultimate of Liang? You have so much backup. You have the poke from the Gun and Mo. You have the unbridled outburst from the Zhang Fei. You also have the heals from the Liu Bang. I know I'm kind of glazing 9Z Globant, but like, this is what I can see.
Yeah, with the picks. Oh, Menki being picked up by Twisted Minds here. I want to say it's kind of surprising to me because I feel like Menki is one of those safer pickups that there's... I love Menki, don't get me wrong. I think I'm like a top 70 right now in NA just because I like how safe of a pick he is. Just like that, that's exactly what I was about to say. There's better pickups for what you're wanting to do with Menki. And if you want that tankiness, if you want that raid bossness, Oghren is going to be the deal for you.
This one is so dependent on the usage of the ultimates coming up from the DNG. At the same time, your common spells need to be up. Twisted Minds, this is a pick-off composition, right? Surprise. You have to catch them by surprise, get the knock-up at the Xiao Xiao, and hopefully it all works out great. But 9Z Globant, look, I am a huge fan of their draft. This is what I would bring into my ranked games.
We're going to see, I mean, Luna, Sick already has himself an MVP on a Luna through this league already. So definitely a secure pick out there. For me, it's just going to be on how well they move around this Liang pickup.
That's true. I mean, look, I can tell you a couple of ways that the Twisted Minds roster might not work. But then it would seem like I'm kind of hating on them, right? Which is not the case. I think there is a potential, but it's so hard to fulfill. There's so many ways that they can be stopped by the side of 9Z Globant. I don't know. Let me know in the comments, man. Am I being too much of a fanboy for the draft on the side of 9Z Globant?
Hashtag TM Glazer. Or no, 9Z Glazer there. But we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. We are at game 3 of this series. Not many people thought that 9Z would be able to take this to Twisted Minds into a game 3, and we are at that last point here. Both of these teams vying for that second place here in the league and looking to earn it.
It is. It's definitely, they have worked really hard. I did not expect TM to be pushed to this limit. We have already seen their performances in the recent past, right? Even in the Honor of Kings World Cup. And Twisted Minds have been a very strong, consistent team. But let's be honest here, 9Z Globant, a very big surprise. They have been strong, and now they're proving that even against the best of KMW, they are able to hold their own.
Yeah, and they're going to try to continue a little with that pressure on here at the mid lane. Both of these teams, I mean, the last game too, I want to say the last game, very different from the first. I'm wondering if we're going to see something different here as well. First game, this seemed like there was a lot of pressure, a lot of back and forth, and eventually 9Z was able to kind of get that pressure unloaded. Second game, very slow in the early game, both teams being very respectful of the damage of the CC that each one had, and I'm wondering what kind of story, what kind of route we're going to go here in the third.
I mean, if we're talking about respect, I feel like Twisted Minds, they cannot give respect in this game to the side of 9Z Globant. Because the picks on 9Z Globant, they're very expensive. Moon needs damage items. Leffy needs damage items. Sick needs damage items as well. The only so-called safe, inexpensive pick comes in the form of Kapux as well as Win RG, which overall, Twisted Minds has a less expensive draft.
We're going to see if that kind of pays off, if that kind of economy with the draft pays off. We have 4 members kind of, I was about to say, we have 4 members kind of lining up for Twisted Minds, but they decided against the gank, as I want to say 9Z doing a good job keeping a safe distance, making sure they're not kind of caught out in gank territory up in that top lane.
Yes, safety definitely very important here, and looks like Twisted Minds will have that earlier rotation because Six is not going to be allowed to get that initial rotation here. While ACC has not hit level 4, his power of word is very scarily painful, even at lower levels. So 9Z Globant, they have to be really careful about choosing fights against ACC.
Yeah, and not just that, but we've seen how aggressive you can be on a Liang too, where they'll just kind of flutter forward very quickly, get that power word, and just wait for the rest of the team to catch up because of how long it lasts. Honestly, you're kind of sitting in a coma for a very long time, and it allows a lot of time for your team to kind of realize what's going on. We can come in, we can try to get this kill. Speaking of which, on the side there, Leffy from the side put some damage on the Shanks, but
the wraparound.
Oh, speaking of which, they do get sandwiched in a bad way between Twisted Minds, looking for a fight here. Down goes Leffy.
Yeah, and this is exactly, don't get the respect. Oh, return in that kill, sniped by Moon. But you know what? It's clean. It doesn't matter. The point is, Shanks has an advantage in the farm lane in which he can snowball off of.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get over those couple blades that came up. It's always a shock. I don't know why, but the Ganon Mo pick, the amount of damage that he can do is just almost always a shock to me. And you see it, a big example of it there. Already able to return the favor 1-to-1 here, evening things out between Twisted Minds and 9Z.
So let's take a look at how that happened. They actually caught that PP coming down from Clean, and they thought they were safe, but they were running into the welcoming arms of the rest of Twisted Minds here. And this, I'm not sure why they chose to walk in that direction for Clean. That was a freebie for Moon.
Yeah, it really was too. They kind of just like, oh, I'm just gonna squeeze through this river right here, even though they have a Ganon Mo that we know was in that bush, and he just unloaded on them. Speaking of which, gonna go ahead, start a little bit of an engagement here. Might be, if we do have the Unbridled Outburst used against the rest of the 9Z, gonna go ahead and use that as an opportunity to come in. You do see a big pickup there by Wind, able to find himself and kill the rest of 9Z, puts a little bit of pressure, but back off from the mid tower. Clean down for the count.
And now you can start to see the value of having the Globant pick, right? So it was looking a bit scary for Capo Saber, as Shanks here really wants to go for that 1v1. Where's the sidestep?
Ooh, he's trying back and forth, zig and zagging, doing a little bit of dance moves here to try to out maneuver Moon here and those coupled blades. Meanwhile, the rest of 9Z starting to focus onto this Tyrant. Looking for an advantage is Twisted Minds. They're looking for a way in onto this, and it looks like that's actually going to be reset by the side of 9Z.
Yeah, very careful gameplay from both sides here. Timing is that the buffs are going to be up. So do you want to risk the buffs for the attempt on the Tyrant? It looks like Twisted Minds will count on their luck.
Oh yeah, we're down to about 50%. The rest of
stolen
comes out. So it does get stolen. Moon coming in with those couple blades, able to retrieve up the Tyrant. Now continuing on this fight, looks like they're going to put enough pressure. Might be able to see a tower in the form of the tier 1 at the bottom, and continuing on the pressure in the jungle.
And it is stolen away as well. Oh no, the buff actually goes in the hands of Capo Saber on this support as well. This is not looking good. Twisted Mind, what is happening?
It's just they miss the Tyrants, and I feel like it's just a little bit of mistiming there. It's not even like, especially when it comes to the Tyrant in there, it's kind of a 50-50 there. A given, you don't ever want to give your jungler, you never want to have a 50-50 at the Tyrant. You want your team to push them away. You want to have that secured easily.
Oh no!
I mean, it's almost a failed push there. Oh, as we talk about that, Clean goes in and gets his clock cleaned by 3 members of 9Z, lying in wait in that push, and right now another tier 2 tower on the bottom lane secured by 9Z.
Yep, that was the biggest bait ever. I mean, the jump by Clean, you can't blame him. He thought he was going on a 1v1 against Leffy, and then welcoming him was 3 different members on the side of 9Z Globant.
He said, call the ref. This isn't league. I thought this was a 1v1, guys.
Yeah.
And they took him down quickly. Up at the top, you can say Sick cleaning out of the top lane there, and now the rest of 9Z. We've seen them in this position before. We've seen Twisted Minds in this position before. Twisted Minds have shown that they can kind of mount the comeback. They just need to find that opportunity. 9Z are the ones that I'm watching out for. I need to see them maintain this lead, maintain that strategy and that tightness.
And you know what? At this point, Twisted Minds, they're making bad trades. Not by choice. 9Z Globant already taking the T1 on the top in exchange for the one in the bottom. But they're still leading in terms of turret takes. They have taken 3 across the map, starting to work on this Overlord as well. It's not the Shadow variants just yet. But the biggest problem, Sick already has the 2 core items. He has the Insatiable Tome, a lot more lifesteal. He also has the Augur's Word, a lot of defensive capabilities.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing as much as I was hoping for from ACC on this Liang. I was expecting him to be a real core principle of a lot of the fights coming out from Twisted Minds, but in fact, it feels like you said, Twisted Minds, they're taking fights that they shouldn't. Almost on the back end here, 2 members engage on 2 Twisted Minds. The Ogren gonna have to back up there. Zhuwei smartly going back into his jungle.
Okay, now Shanks does have a little bit of remedy in his hands. He does have the Doomsday percentage health damage available for this marksman right now. But the only thing is, you know, Shanks is quite short ranged, right? It's a semi-melee range for Shanks on this D-range here. And you have the long, loving reaching arms of Moon on the gun and Mo. So who wins? You know, Moon gets a couple slashes for free.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen before, and especially it is really great when you have a Ganon Moe, having that front line, especially Capo on that Zhang Fei, being able to kind of be that front line, even has that unbridled outburst in case they cross over into his side to be able to kind of offset any type of, I want to say, engagement or dive that would come in there. All the while, you're trying to dodge Moon with those couple blades who do so much damage to you.
Yeah, look, they're so disruptive. Couple Saber actually used the smite to take away the Fire Hawk or Fire Beak away from the hands of Xue. At the same time, if you look at the composition on the side of 9Z Globant, what is the one win condition that you have? It's split pushing. Win RJ can split push for all that he loves. Sick as well. And they will do so unpunished. The Battlefield Command, such a useful skill, just in nature.
Yeah, and so that kind of comes down to who notices it first. Ooh, hasn't we seen that? Already down to 10%, and another objective in the form of a Tyrant picked up by the side of 9Z. They're having themselves a very good game here. Only about not even 2K above, but I want to say as far as map pressure goes, as far as map macro goes, they're doing a great job of managing.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a Christmas sale right now, right? For the turrets, buy one, get one free, I guess, for the side of 9Z Globant. Because there is nothing, for now, that Twisted Minds can do. They have given away the T2 at the bottom as well. Look, this map is getting so much smaller for the side of Twisted Minds. They have to play with a lot of fog of war.
I want to say the only saving grace right now for Twisted Minds is they have been able to protect that mid tower. Oh, as I say that, actually might be in a little bit of problems there. Xue does come in to kind of help create that escape path for his teammate. Now they're all going to group up here, maybe looking for a little bit of a pick onto Leafy. They're going to try to put in, as I was talking about these mid towers, they're going to be able to go ahead and find themselves a mid tower is Twisted.
No, but it's a horrible situation. Cream does not have Pure Sky. He does not have Flash. This is a 9Z Globant fight if I've ever seen one. And right away, they take away the Shadow Overlord. They have the map prowess and map advantage. They want to double down on that.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about like how well they were in that. At least they had the mid tower, but they burn that out. They burn out their spells there. 3 members here. They need to find this kill, honestly, because if this kill does not go over to them, they will be having some problems. Down goes a 6. That's going to be 1 down for 9Z Global. But with that, a lot of pressure coming in the form of these other lanes. The rest of the team, they're going to go ahead and latch on. Down goes Clean, and on the other side, Halang running for the hills.
Yep. Look, they have to make so many decisions now. Twisted Minds, they go for the trade in terms of the Shadow Tyrant. It's making sense, but then here comes the Cavalry. There is a smite, so this should be secured by Twisted Minds, but can they survive the fight?
Ooh, they are able to get the Tyrant there. Ganon, Moon able to find a kill onto Halang, and now the fight has begun. They're diving in now, looking for the kill onto Xue, and they don't find it, but just like that, turn it around. Down goes Leffy.
That was a game-saving play by ACC. If he did not catch a Leffy, Xue would have been taken down. It would have been an open base. T3s could have been taken because there was the Shadow Overlord. There were the Vanguards as well. So 9Z Globant just shy of ending the game right there and then. Twisted Minds, they survived.
Yeah, they live to fight another day, but I'm wondering, is this where it turns around, the advantage? Right now, it still seems like it's firmly on 9Z's hands right now. It depends on what kind of fights that the side of 9Z decide to take before all of their members are kind of grouped back up. See a little bit of a fight down at the bottom there. Sick, actually, latched on between him and Clean. Yeah, oh! It was Moon actually able to sneak and stole that Crimson Golem away from Twisted.
Yeah, value. At this point, it doesn't matter whether, it goes into the hands of Moon. Yes, you want it on Leffy, but the fact that they stopped it from going to the hands of Xue means they have lowered down that, aggressive prowess from the side of Twisted Minds. Now, this means they can reset. 9Z Globant can find another gap in the defenses of Twisted Minds without getting punished.
Yeah, and and I like that they're moving as a unit very smoothly. We have a little bit of a fight down there. Oh, they're kind of come in looking for an advantage. They notice the rest of 9Z lying in wait in that bush, and they turn around. They thought they had something. They thought they had Moon in their sights, and then they notice the rest of 9Z, and they very wisely move away instead of trying to really hone in on that fight.
Okay, they have used the Freshly Forge on the side of Moon, so there is no couple blades at the max stacks available for Moon at this point. Right now, this Azure Golem is the most important objective for Sick. This Luna needs the cooldown reduction, he needs a mana regeneration. If there's ever a thing that Twisted Minds can use to debilitate 9Z Globant, it's taking away the blue buff.
Ooh, Sick actually caught out here on the back line. Actually, is that going to be enough? You can see him laying waste, putting a lot of damage. Halang in trouble, is going to throw out a little bit of damage. Is it going to be enough? ACC on the side. Now they are chasing after the rest of Twisted Mind. Big pop-up lands onto Campo. Is it going to be enough? ACC been caught, taken down. Now sitting at 3-7 in favor of 9Z Global. 50 seconds left on the Tyrant, 3 seconds left on the Overlord, but they don't care. They're going to try to put some pressure onto this bottom tower.
Okay, so they have been a little bit more patient. They don't want to over-aggress on the side of 9Z Global. That seems to be the correct choice because there is a bigger objective at play. The Shadow Overlord available for the taking on the side of 9Z Global. Twisted Minds, are they going to allow this?
Yeah, that's the thing here too. They're going to be able to take this, but are they going to allow the Tyrant? Are they going to allow? Because it looks like that's what Twisted Minds is kind of setting up for. They're going to allow them to take the Overlord. They want to maybe go ahead and see if they can trade that to get this Tyrant. They're setting up around there. You see Zhue kind of setting up in that bush, looking to see, hoping that he can catch somebody out.
Not ideal. I don't think they want to fight here. Look, there is a Azure buff on the hands of Moon. There is a Crimson buff on the hands of Leffy. They are able to deal a lot of damage, a lot of cooldown reduction for this gun and Mo as well. So they're going to just position themselves to push Twisted Minds away from the pit. At the same time, they still have that that Shadow Overlord that I believe has yet to be summoned just yet. He will be on the top side. Oh, hang on.
Oh, and just like that, the damage coming from the Zhao Chao. Halang able to find himself a kill. Leffy is down. He's going to be down for another 40 seconds. Is this going to be the advantage that Twisted Minds need? Are they going to go ahead? Looks like they're starting on to this Shadow Tyrant. The rest of 9Z come in, looking for a kill. They do find one onto Zhue. Another kill onto ACC. 9Z on a roll, but look at that damage coming out. Clean, finding himself a double. 4 down for 9Z. They are running for the hills. They have to retreat.
All they need to do now on 9Z Globant is win RJ, clear the lane, and then once the dust settles, it's back to square one for Twisted Minds. As long as he doesn't take a fall here, it should be fine. But Shanks, he's trying to work his way under the T3, will not be able to take too much damage onto it. But here we have, the Bleeding Wound is open. T3 at the bottom, exposed for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, exposed, and I want to say a little bit. I wonder how this kind of affects the Minds. As we're starting to get later in here, a little bit more and more of an advantage starting to creep up from Twisted. They don't have the full advantage just yet, but 9Z, I want to say they're starting to falter a little bit when it comes to some of these fights. Now Twisted Minds are going to go ahead, start on this Shadow Tyrant.
Okay, they will give it a try. They know not to contest. Clean is waiting. Clean was responsible for that whole turnaround in that previous fight. Once again, trying to let that MVP performance in game number 2 trickle down, come over into game number 3, because they need to win this series, not because of the leaderboards, it's because of their ego. They need that soul, they need that confidence. They need to be number 1 again in KMW.
Yeah, and they are fighting like they are hungry for it. But just as hungry, or seemingly as hungry, 9Z, they're starting to regroup. They're starting to lick their wounds. They're not trying to get themselves trying to take any more chances here. You see now they're starting to kind of get squeezed into their base. They're trying to be safe, and the time for, I want to say, those big plays or those big advantages is over. They've kind of evened it out now against Twisted. It's either team's game. Whoever makes the first mistake, I feel like, is going to be looking at a taken core.
Yes, 9Z Globant, the win condition now is just don't die, right? Naturally, the bot wave will work in your favor. It will be a crushing pressure, and at this point, the pressure points are a little bit too hard for Twisted Minds. Yes, they position themselves. Let's see, they're gonna reignite that Crimson buff into the hands of Shanks. Can they make a difference there?
Right now, we are left to only the high grounds. Meanwhile, Moon is trying his best to kind of throw out those couple blades, kind of keep on the damage. You see already chunking. One of those caught Shanks, and it chunked him down to 50%. So it's honestly, I feel like they were waiting on that suppressive power from Moon to kind of keep on with that damage that he's putting out there. Now we are on the Overlord. Maybe kind of baiting out some of these fights here. Both teams doing a good job checking out some of these bushes, making sure that they have like a clear way in there. Capo taking a little bit of damage. The rest of Twisted Minds trying to chase down Leffy, who runs for the hills. And just like that, like I said, they're just reaching back and forth, looking, testing the waters. Who can they catch? Don't put yourself out there too much if you can't catch them. Both teams, I want to say at 50, waiting for that first mistake.
Yes, they have burned out the resources on the side of Leffy, right? No Frenzy, there is no Sun Pool or Sun Chaser at this point. So that is a great situation to try and get a fight against 9Z Globant. But at the same time, if they lose clean in this team fight, I think they automatically lose on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, in the same way, I like that Wind is doing such a great job trying to do these split pushing. He knows he's got that ultimate. We do have that ultimate coming out there. Zhao Chao able to go ahead and pick up that Overlord, but Wind finds himself a kill on the battlefield. Sick is down, a killing spree for the side of Shanks. One down for the side of 9Z, one down for the side of Twisted. Leffy in trouble! Is this gonna be it for Leffy? Resurrection incoming, but taken down by Halang.
What was he doing there? They can go in now. This is potential game. Moon, he's not going to hit the mark here, and this is going to be pressure on the top lane. Shank should be able to secure his T3. There is a Shadow Vanguard, Shadow Overlord as well, flying down. 9Z Globant's hopes are falling.
Falling with the hopes of this high ground tower. Power word has been latched on to Capo. Look at the damage, down to 10%, and a big flash in there. Shakes finds the kill onto Capo. 10-10 right now. Twisted Minds forcing their will onto the next high ground tower. The game quickly falling to pieces around 9Z as they stagger and creep and try their best to repair those pieces.
They can't. This is damage beyond repair here. Two bleeding lanes, Tempest Dragon available for the side of Twisted Minds. The dream has turned into a nightmare. 9Z Globant backline.
On the back line, clean, looking for a kill, is going to get that resurrection up and ready on the back end. They take down Leffy, and there's one down, actually two down for the side of 9Z. Full team waiting on the side of Twisted Minds.
It's not a beautiful situation at all for 9Z Globant. Twisted Minds, they have lasted the test, and right now they're going to be steeled up with the Tempest buff as well, unless someone makes a difference here. There is no Unbridled Arbors.
Oh, Sick was looking, he got power worded before he could come in and get, he was looking to try to steal that away, but the power word came in, locked him out. You do see Clean finds himself a kill as well. 4 down for the side of 9Z. They are chasing Sick. He's running for the hills. He's zigging, he's zagging, but I don't think that's going to be enough. A full team wipe, and Twisted Minds claim the last game of the series.
Oh, reverse sweep, but this one Twisted Minds. Oh, that was a nail biter.
Yeah, it was. And it is, honestly, I love the pace set there. As soon as Twisted Minds had the advantage, they put full pedal to the metal and never let up.
I'll be honest, 9Z Globant, you won my heart with that one. I was not ready for this series to be this exciting. And I think, you know, our viewers were not in that same boat as well. They were talking about this looking like a grand finals, and unfortunately it is where you need to have nerves of steel, you need to have calm and composed gameplay, and they just faltered at the last moment for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. There was a great part of the game where we were just kind of back and forth waiting for that first mistake to come out there. And that's kind of where these top tier teams are made, is those ones who can keep composed, to understand. And especially, that game was not looking good for Twisted Minds for a pretty big bulk of that time. All they needed was an opportunity, though. And once they got that opportunity, they never let up. And that's, like I said, what makes those great teams, where they understand, okay, we're losing, doesn't matter. None of this matters until we get that opportunity and we can kind of push that and turn that back around.
And this is a great situation because now you get to see what teams are made of. And we are only looking for the teams that are made of championship material because we will have championship at the end of the year. So right now, Twisted Minds, they hang on. They take the reverse sweep against 9Z Globant. I'm going to ask you a very difficult question because I can't decide for myself, but who is your MVP for the side of Twisted Minds?
Ooh, Twisted Minds. I was gonna say I want to give it to there's a part of me that wants to give it to ACC just because of that. There was a point where Sick was coming in on that Luna, and he was definitely going to try to steal. He had great timing for it too, and ACC was right there, locked the power word on him, and there was nothing else that could happen there. I feel Zhao Chao, I felt like I saw more immense. That damage that was coming out there might be it for me. I'm gonna go with Zhao Chao.
Okay, so I agree. I actually prefer ACC over Hyla for the MVP. I think, yes, I fully agree. It was his power word control that really changed the state of the game because Sick was looking for that entry, that gap. And they got the stuns coming in, right? Win RJ, he got the charge in. He was ready to get the stuns in. They actually stopped Shui from actually using the smite. But unfortunately for them, Sick could not enter simply because ACC was there.
Yeah, I honestly, there was so much poeticness that was going to happen there. Seeing Sick come in there, I'm like, oh, he's got the timing down. He's ready for this. And then right there, ACC is like, nope, we're going to lock you down. And then, even then, his team, 9Z, was doing what they were supposed to. They were locking down the enemy jungler. And they're like, what's going on? Come on, man, come on. And then you look over there, he's locked down, stunned, he can't move.
Yeah, he was in handcuffs, right? I mean, this one was so hard. Look, the entire graph is red. It was 9Z Globant at the peak of their performance in KMW. This was supposed to be their series, their game. But this is what happens when you play against one of the top tier teams in the world. And of course, the one that made it all happen. Okay, it's the guy we were sleeping on. Shanks here, 4-0-8, dealing 35% of the total team's hero damage across to the opponents on the side of 9Z Global.
Yeah, I mean, he was the most consistent. There were those little outlier plays that we like to point out when it came to ACC or when it came to Twisted Minds. When it came to laying out that damage on the Zhao Chao. But when it comes to consistency, yeah, Shanks was putting out the damage. Most of these highlights are going to be basically 9Z pushing their way through Twisted Minds.
Yes, and I think we just pay a special attention to where Shanks is at. It's the same situation, right? So Shanks is free hitting because they didn't have the option to focus on him. Everyone was very focused on the Xue, on this Ogren. They were trying to get rid of ACC to allow Sick to come into the battle with full potential. But unfortunately for them, they could not buy enough time because Shanks was cutting that timer really quickly, right? Members were melting left and right on the side of 9Z Global.
There's a big example there of Shanks being able to kind of get in there, gets the flash into there, finds the kill on the capo as well. So you're talking about it, like he's had some great positioning, which was allowed by the rest of the team. Twisted Minds. Here, you can see down at the bottom, ACC locked down Sick so that he wasn't able to get in there, find himself the steal. But man, a great game played by the whole of Twisted Minds.
He literally saved the game because, like, ACC, my goodness. I know you're not the MVP, but we will give you that shout out because you saved the game twice. And I'll point to you what those two moments were. The first moment was when, Xue was about to die, and that was the one save. ACC got the ultimate down, and they couldn't finish him off. With that, they saved the game because that would have been entry into the crystal, game over, and 9Z Globant would have gotten a win. Second one, that final one you guys saw, stopping Sick from coming in for that Tempest steal. That one was a godlike play.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody needs a little bit of a break after that as we wipe our sweat. We'll see you guys right after this moment.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down.
Look at me, I've
Put
been
the line down when I run around, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Welcome back. It is time to revisit the West where the best reside. It is your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and with me is a private dancer.
Yeah, if you guys were worn out from that last series, don't worry, we have one more final series action packed full to close out our night.
Okay, and that's not enough. You also have the Mirage City skins coming in. The Mayin, Fang, as well as Shangguan skins are available. In fact, you can get one of them for free. All you have to do is to share your code and help others get their codes down as well.
Oh man, and we were just talking about that. Like, we still have one more exciting series to go. It's going to be OG taking on BTK. Possibly, maybe we might see some signs of life from BTK like we did. They might surprise us like we saw from 9Z.
Okay, I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, but you know what? Sometimes we need to get the stretch in for the exercise. So I hope that is the case. I want to see some fight back from the side of BTK because we all know where this series is headed. And OG, look, they have been champions in their own rights in KMW last season, right? Coming in second place, losing only in the grand finals against TM. BTK, this is their first ever season of Honor of Kings, so it's a tough one.
Yeah, and what a welcome the rest of the KMW teams have given them thus far. Basically a welcome up to this tier of a professional play. And who better to cap off that welcome than OGs, who have been a pillar, basically undefeated here in the last 4 days of competition.
And not just undefeated, they have been beating teams in very convincing fashion. It is outright domination per se on the side of OG. So we'll take a look at how it's like for this particular series itself. Reminder, once again, it is best of threes for our last day of the week. But starting from next week, we are heading into best of fives.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty exciting too, as we were saying before, like especially when it comes to the global ban, testing out people's heroes pools. Maybe once we get to next week, we're going to start seeing some of those picks that we don't always see. But without further ado, let's take a look at OG.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
OG, this is the team that you need to watch out for. Dream OG, that's their tagline, represented by Kirker in the clash lane, Down in the jungle, Wen in the mid, An in the farm lane, of course, Muchen in the roam. A team that got a pentakill yesterday, of course, credits to Mr. An.
Yeah, and this entire team we've talked about before, there's so many killing factors, or not even killing factors, but like just so many leading factors that form all the cogwheels of this unstoppable machine. Even if you can focus down on one of those, the rest of the team able to kind of come in and fill the gaps when you try to put pressure on Keke, who's just been so dominant in that clash lane. The rest of the team able to come in on the jungle with a lot of his picks has been doing so well as well.
So we'll take a look at their competitors, BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And from the United States, ladies and gentlemen, the Bloodthirsty Kings are bringing up the Clash lane. It's a fried chicken. In the jungle, it's a best player one. Sitting in the farm lane, it will be MOBA Zane. The roam picked up by Shark. And finally, in the mid lane, it is Hoon. And if you want to talk about teams who have had that taste of what it is like in top tier competition of Honor of Kings, BTK is one of those teams that have had a very frustrating start, but have shown a great swaths of improvement.
Yep, and now the final test is the highest mountain, right? This one, the number one in the entire of KMW, OG Esports. This one is going to be a true test of their mettle, right? And at this point, I think, look, they have started to explore a little more heroes on the side of BTK, which I absolutely love. But this time, can they survive? Because OG gets prio pick in this first game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing here too. We've talked before about the biggest weakness for BTK, for a team that has been practicing as long as they have, is going to be the hero pool and what they can counter, what they can devise. And when you're talking about going up against a team like OG, who has had some of the soundest drafts, this is where I'm kind of hoping, like you said, maybe BTK, maybe we just don't stick to some of those the more peculiar pickups that we usually have. Maybe we kind of go outside that box. Maybe we go outside to see what else we can make comfort out of here.
That's true. I mean, at this point, if you're BTK, right, you don't really get to change your position in the tables anymore. So why not just try stuff out, right? Take a look at what is the potential weakness of OG, and, you know, hopefully you come back all the way from the bottom.
Yeah, there's some, you see them, I want to say the big thing about BTK right now, they understand where they are. I don't think there was anybody on BTK who thought they were going to come in here and dominate. They're here for the experience, to try to understand what it is, where they need to be competitive in HOK, to be competitive in KMW, and they're taking this experience in. Like you said, hopefully, maybe now is the chance to really kind of start testing things out. Do we see maybe a type of a weakness that in OG, in maybe their play style, in their draft, that maybe we can try to exploit? Now is the time to go ahead and experiment with that, because I mean, they're not going to get kicked out, they're not going to get dropped out if they lose this match, so might as well throw something out there.
That's right. I mean, end of the day, when you start, nobody is the best when they start, right? Everyone is going to have a bad day. Everyone is going to try and fail forward. And BTK, I think they have been consistently failing forward. That's the most important thing, learning about your mistakes. Now, OG, they start off with the Dharma. This is one of the strongest Clash laners in team fights. And they're going to pair that up with the potential Agudo and Chano. This is not looking good once again for BTK. The Lung is not having a good time against the Chano in lane.
Well, yeah, with the Dharma being picked up, that's just a great setting potential for the team. Pickoffs or just being able to kind of get in there. Oh, I know. I'm not sure we've seen this yet from the side of BTK, so maybe something new coming out from Hoon.
It's a potential Hoon pick, but it can also be put into the hands of Best Player 1 because he is actually quite a sustainable tank if put into the melee mode on the side of BTK. They will take out the Xiao Chao. They don't want that instant burst onto Lung. As we've already seen in previous series itself, the moment you allow the Xiao Chao to get the knockup, welcome to the skill set. Welcome to your grave.
And it's honestly kind of crazy to me that we haven't seen so many more Xiao Chaos until, I want to say, honestly, until I've seen a Hoon play it, and probably on day one, kind of really flexed of what can be done if you catch them on that pop-up there. OG here, they're going to go ahead and take away Menki from a best player here, so they're assuming that Heino is definitely not going to be in the jungle.
Okay, so this is the first test, right, BTK? What else can you offer? If there is no Menki, what do you go for next?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting. We've seen that he actually tried to pick up the Kaiser earlier today. Not to the success of BTK, but we're going to see what else they kind of have in a store there. Oh, God, and Mo picked up for the side of OG. And just the oppressive nature of that paired up with a Motzi as well.
not fun to play against. Cannon Blast into couple blades. That is the definition of death. Textbook definition here. So BTK, they need to really be careful about where this Motion mortar is going to be at.
Yeah, waiting for that last and final. Oh, okay, a fade pickup for BTK. I like it. Yeah, best player. One thing that I've been super sad about is the best player has a lot of mechanical ability, and that's what he's been known for when it came to a lot of these games. But because he's been starting off new, because a lot of mistakes are punished in the jungle, he's leaned towards those tankier jungles that can make mistakes, that he doesn't have to worry about maybe trying to find his way out. And I've really wanted to see him on some of these mechanically inclined junglers, and I think that's what we're going to see here today.
You know what? This is the best chance for them to win against OG, because Fade is a great pick. And bear in mind, they are going up against a Chano, a Garden Mo, a Mozi, and even a Agudo. When Agudo drops the third ball, actually he is pretty vulnerable. And this could be one of the most spectacular performances we see out of Best Player 1. But there is a big if.
Yeah, a big if there too, and it just it's honestly I like this. It's a double-edged sword. There's a huge ability for a payoff to come in, but there's also the huge ability that it doesn't pay off, and the rest of the team, you need the rest of the team to kind of set up those kills. Like we said, Fade, very squishy, and if he gets caught, it's going to be pretty much the end of days for him. So he's going to be looking for the setup from his team to be able to kind of get those chunk downs, to get them low enough so that he can swoop in and clean them up.
We'll see. The start of the game is really important for the side of BTK here, and right off the bat, they're really trying to push Hun back.
Yeah, and continuing on, those cannon blasts coming out. So I'm not gonna lie, that's one of those very frustrating things to deal with, especially with a Mozi on the enemy team. Those cannon blasts coming out every single time, getting the stun, getting damage on you, and especially as you move into the mid and later game when it becomes a setup tool for the enemy.
Yes, but the rotations from Shark, I think, has been good, right? So he's actually keeping eyes on the Motion, which is great. Oh, but the flash.
Oh, yeah, Fly Chicken expends the flash early, and that is going to be a chicken down for BTK.
And first blood, or one more shot. Mobile Zane actually makes it out.
Yeah, and you can see Shark up there doing the best he can to try to protect, keep him topped off from the other side. Dow coming in, might want to land on the shot. He is taken out underneath the tower.
Lesson number 2, Mobile Zane. Oh, that was so close.
That was the minion sacrificed itself for Mobazane. MVP going to that minion who saved him. Mobazane, he realized a little bit late that he needed to go back to the tower.
Not by choice though. The minion was like, wait, why am I getting shot in the face?
Yeah, just like that, already 2 kills on the board for OG.
This is a quick start. It's already a 1,000 goal lead for the side of OG Shark. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, they're gonna go in on Glenn, looking for finding his first kill. Best player on the clock, but just like that, turning things around. OG come in, find a kill onto Mobazane. Shark very low. Cannon Blast comes in, finds the stun onto Hoon as the rest of OG back off.
Okay, but I like the concept of this, right? BTK, they're not going down without a fight. The fact that, okay, maybe this is the first time Best Player 1 has gotten a whiff of the feeling of getting that instant execute. Will we get more?
I mean, he had better. It's been used. The Fade has been used against him enough for him to be able to at least understand the mechanics of this hero right now. So I mean, he's going to be able to. He's going in. He's being able to find these kills. It's just, can they keep up the momentum right now? A cannon blast, and then on the side, Dow comes in underneath the tower, finds a kill onto Mobazane. Shark comes in, tries to get a stun there, dodges the cannon blast. Moonshin comes in with a push, and they are still putting the boots onto that bottom tower.
Okay, so slowly, aggressing that lead. It's going to be close to about 2,000 gold ahead for the side of OG. Let's start working on that Crimson buff, right? BTK, I think so far rotations have been okay. Really right now it's about buying time. That first 4-minute tyrant going to be of major importance here.
Yeah, and unfortunately right now, look at Dao and 3 members are from OG. They're looking to kind of dive underneath this tower again. Mobazane, Shark, they're kind of hesitant about staying underneath there. Meanwhile, a little bit of a fight here at the mid lane. Shark comes in with the stun, only finds 1 member there, while the rest, the 4-man group of OG rotates to the mid.
Wen is probably the only target, right, on the side of best player 1. He has to find value in that kill. Unfortunately, the backup is pretty fast on the side of OG. Once again, the stun lands, and Shark is not having a good time at all.
Even with Yuhuan and all the health he gets. Ooh, speaking of which, there we do have a kill. Does take down a best player. OG find another one. 5-1, and another stun lands. Shark goes down for the count. Dao comes in there to clean up a shop. Meanwhile, on the back end, Mobazane gets caught with another stun there, and looking to find the finishing touches there. Does not find it as Mobazane safely ults himself to safety.
Yeah, this is the OG album if you have ever seen one. 4 minutes in, this one is going to be a freebie on the Tyrant for the side of OG. And another one as another shot comes in. Fried Chicken gets caught though.
Yeah, and a big stun. Fried Chicken is not able to find himself a way out of the safety there. Gets taken down. The pressure continues, and now it looks like OG, they catch best player with another cannon blast. Dao comes in. He wants the rest of this jungle, while Muchin kind of playing up in the front lane there, making sure that he's being that suppressive power, those cannon blasts, that box, everything he can to kind of be the oppressive nature in front, that wall in front of BTK.
Man, they can't even catch a break, man. Kirker actually takes away the Crimson buff, and Muchin has been an absolute nuisance with the Cannon Blast so far.
Yeah, and that's the point here, Muchin, and that's the value you're getting out of a Mopsy when it's played like the Shark dodging back and forth, but he might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. The rest of BTK coming up there for a little bit of reinforcement on the back end. Puts a little damage onto Mobazane, and just like that, even though Mobazane was able to get away, he's lowered down to 25%. Dao on the back end puts a little bit of a stomping onto best player. 3 members back there as Dao trying to look for an opportunity to get in there. Muchin coming in from the side. Hoon still trying to put out the damage. Cannon Blast catches 2 members, and that's going to be all they need to be able to distract BTK.
Oh, Coco, what a catch.
That mid-tower, best player down on the back end. A big flank from Keke coming in is going to be able to push BTK as his team gets another tower at mid. Oh, look at those blades coming in, and that's going to force out the infinite fastness from Mobazane. He's going to have to try to get away. The rest of the team needs to get away, and look at the pressure we're putting onto this mid tower. OG looking to end this at the 8-minute mark. They're coming in 6:35 on the map. The rest of BTK struggling to defend, while at the front, Dao, big pop-up lands onto 3 members and misses, or the cannon blast missed by Muchin, and on the side trying to lay on some of that damage. And finally, the offense is starting to wane a bit as OG decides to disembark from that, from the core.
I mean, they're looking at setting new records for KMW, right? Fastest game ever, maybe. But for now, BTK survived. It's a painful experience for sure. T3 in the mid has been wiped clean off the base of BloodThirstyKings. And one more snipe coming in, attempted by the side of OG for Wen.
Yeah, and that's something that you don't always see too often when it comes to teams like this, is they just push their way. They just burn the hole through mid instead of like doing what a lot of teams do, which is just go side tower, tier 2, tier 2, tier 2, tier 1, tier 1. Oh, and just like that, 3 members of BTK done and dusted. OG find a total wipeout of BTK. Now they're going to turn their attention to the high ground towers on the bottom end, looking to close this one up.
Yeah, the level damage, level difference is just too big. There is going to be best player 1. What can he do? Gets pushed away, and he's going to be taken as cannon fodder at this point.
Yeah, that is a wrap. At the 8-minute and 11 mark, that is going to be OGs with a dominant victory.
Is that the fastest game ever?
It's one of the fastest ones I've cast for, at least. That was OGs absolutely understood the assignments, and like I said, like you usually see teams, they'll go from the left, take a tier 1, then tier 2. No, they just burned a hole right through the middle of the map, all the way to take down the high ground at that mid.
And I think this is a spectacular performance by both teams, okay? Yes, BTK, they kind of got destroyed, but the fact of the confidence to try for that fade pick, I think that was great.
Yeah, and even able to kind of find out what it takes to kind of get in there, get those opportunities to find some of those kills. It's just, especially against a team like OG, once they get that ball rolling, once they get that momentum, and they understand the meta, they understand the power spikes so well. Once that's rolling, I mean, you're basically out there trying to stop this giant snowball. You're like, wait, and it just rolls over you. And that's exactly what happened to BTK here.
Okay, but they got a kill. They got a kill on that Fade Ultimate. I think that is worth celebrating, especially for a team that has just entered Honor of Kings very recently.
Well, yeah, and that's the biggest takeaway for BTK. Like I said, I don't think any of them had any reservations about what was going to happen here. I think they understood that they were going to come in here. A lot of teams were going to have an insight. We're going to have a strategy beyond what they've experienced, beyond of what they've been able to practice for in the last, what, 2 months of playing this. So they're here, they're trying to soak, they're trying to experiment, they're trying to just bring in as much as they can here against some of these great teams in KMW.
Okay, so they have done the learning lessons as well. I think Hun did pretty well on the Hano. This is a new experience for him. I think this is his debut Hano pick, right? On the side of BTK for Hun.
Yes, because I haven't seen him on Hano before. But then also on on the other end here, man, Motzi has been one of those ones. I don't see him often enough for how much of a nuisance I feel he is on the battlefield. Those cannon blasts, the box, and especially once you get to mid and late game where he's just lobbing those things out to a point that if he catches somebody, the rest of his team is going to dive up on them.
He actually was my introduction to HOK. So I freaking love the Mortar. It's actually one of my top 3 heroes. Because it's so fun. You just stop people because you slap them in the face with the cannon blast, and as you can see, what Muchen has already pleasantly showed you, it is just shots galore, and when you are shot in the face, there is nothing much you can do.
Yeah, and especially that mix with the Ganon Mo, mixed with those blades, it was pretty much a doom. The chunking fairs, and you can take a look here, the gold, all OG, all a game, and they understood what they needed to do, and they did not allow any breathing room from BTK.
Yes, they did not. And no, I'm not eating anything. I'm just having a little bit of pressure coming from BTK's games. But we'll see who the MVP is. It is going to be Kirker. This guy, 6-0-1, dealing only 18% of the team's hero damage. You know why? Because the game did not go on long enough. And this guy was not playing as a Clash laner. He was playing as a Hunter because he was going in for Best Player 1 throughout the entire game.
Oh yeah, and just diving in there, and that's a low percentage of health just shows how much of like surgical work he was doing. He wasn't laying on a ton of damage. He was doing just enough damage to get some of those kills. There's that lone kill there by a best player. We've been celebrating there from on that fade pick, finally able to turn that fade pick around on some of these teams a little bit here. And then yeah, you can see that big box coming out, the CC with the Ganon Mo from when the damage he was able to output out there, just so much coming out. That combination of Muchen on the Mochi, the damage from the Wen on the Ganon Mo.
Yeah, this one was just a Kirker highlight reel, right? He was just consistently looking for all those openings. The stuns coming in from Muchen was on point as well, and even the think inside the box, it really made the biggest difference. And I think this is a great learning experience for the side of BTK. Once again, it's a great practice for OG to really get the synergies in place because they want to make sure they do not want to lose that grand final slot against Twisted Mind or even 9Z Globant this season.
But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. We have another matchup of this series coming up right after this short break.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back. It is time for the potential last game of this series as OG will fight against BTK in the second game of this best of 3.
Yeah, BTK get to lick their wounds and try again. A very fast, a very decisive first match coming out from OG right from the get-go. I mean, it was all pedal to the metal there, and BTK, like we said, it was very hard for them to even kind of get their footing there before the map kind of closed in around them.
Yeah, very difficult, right? But I think it's a great learning lesson because at this point, you really need to level up ASAP. Bear in mind, there is a lot of time left for you to learn about the game before you go into KIC. And I think there is a chance for BTK to qualify.
Yes, I believe they still have an opportunity through the Phoenix program, I believe, for fans to vote them up into KIC, which would be very interesting to see. This right here, I mean, a lot of people don't understand this whole trial by fire method. Not many teams can go through that type of like trial where you just get thrust into professional play. BTK, they have the metal, they have the mentality for it, they understand what it takes, they understand that they're not going to be able to win all of these. Here, they're still trying to give some advantage. But I'm going to tell you right now, OG, they are looking to make a statement here. They want to be decisive. They want to make sure that they close this up quick. They want to make sure that they can show you from everything from their draft to their strategy why they are #1 here.
Yeah, is to make a statement, right? And then for BTK, it's more really about, okay, how many things are we allowed to try, right? In the faces of one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest in KMW Fall season. Now OG, they go for a very scary draft. This is a Lung and Dia combination, heals and big burst damage, but they allow BTK to get the Hun special, the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I really kind of like about when it comes to BTK. They're actually getting, I want to say, a lot of comfortable picks that they like. Mai Shiranui, we've talked before about it, how well Hun can be when it comes to kind of rotating there. Here, I think they're going to learn, as we've talked about, like, this is all a great learning experience here. One of when you're on your best player, when you're on your best hero, what can go wrong? How can we kind of make those close the distance on those side lanes? Here, they're gonna pick up the Lamb before we go into the second banning phase.
True. This is the experience that OG themselves have experienced in the spring season, right? Not dropping a single game, not dropping a single series, costed them the grand finals. So I think the fact that BTK now gets to experience all those lessons in pain, especially now Fatih going to be in the hands of White Chicken, I think this is going to either skyrocket them into be one of the strongest teams in the North America region, or it could also mean they could come back as potential contenders next season for KMW.
Well, this is something we touched on at the beginning. They say the biggest lessons are learned in losses and failures, especially more than you would get if they had come in here and started winning. What do you learn out of that? There's no challenge that has been had here. And I think this kind of sets the tone for HOK, for KMW, for the West here, the type of competition, the stiff competition that you're gonna get here. It's never gonna be a walk in the park for anybody who comes here. And it's definitely gonna take a lot of that training and a lot of that practice that's gonna come in here. Mobazane actually gonna be able to lock in the Marco Polo.
Let's see. Everyone has been asking for the Marco Polo time and time again from Mobazane. And wow, okay, this is my number one hero in my personal list. Kui. If they really lock it in, they'll be great, but nope, they want to give the most a try maybe.
Yeah, and on the opposite side there, we have the Zia picked up there as well. To kind of combination. The interesting thing about Zia is going to be able to use that passive to give another member of his team the ability to get levels beyond 15, to get all the way up to level 25.
So if you're not clear what that is called sanctification. The question here is that level 25 level can't break. Who do you want to give it to?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When I'm playing Zia, it's whoever's doing the best. Whoever's closest to that level 15, I give it to them. And they can go ahead and carry with it. Here, I mean, honestly, depending on how well Lamb is doing, how well, I honestly, I think it's a cross between your jungler and your farm laner, depending on how well they're doing here. I've seen farm laners can be probably a little bit. Because of how well they can do, how fast they can grow, sometimes it'll probably go over to them.
I like that mindset. I mean, as a Zia, you kind of be the judge, right? It's like, okay, you die once. No, I'm not giving you the sanctification. Let's have others give it a try. But nonetheless, of course, it's all fun and games for now, right? OG against a BTK series point as BTK trying to learn even more about the game.
Yeah, I mean, they have the hope. They're trying maybe to possibly elongate this out to a full series, but I don't think there's any doubt in them that they know how tough this opponent is. They understand that OGs are at the top of this mountain, so they're going to put that best foot forward, especially with some of these picks. They've actually been allowed some of their best picks here, so we're going to see how this develops for them.
Okay, so potential game ending point here. OG leading by 1-0. Of course, no surprise to OG fans. BTK, can they get themselves on the board? We will see it all go down in the gorge.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, game point for the side of OGs as BTK gonna fight their way through this one. Shark gonna come in there, putting some pressure on there. Hoon, man, I love watching my Shiranu. As I say that already, as soon as he comes in there, the amount of dashes and the poetry that you can kind of cause with that hero is something I love in the mid lane here. Now you can see already the pressure mounting. OG already gonna go ahead, start trying to creep their way into the jungle of BTK.
Actually, this is a matchup I'm pretty curious, right? As a player, Fried Chicken against Kirker, how well can Fried Chicken do? But right away, that camp is going to be stolen away by Kirker as they look to put a little bit more pressure on this bottom side of the map.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of, looks like that they were able to go ahead and pick up that Hawk at the bottom. And, ooh, we did have a Cannon Blast. Just goes wide of Ann. Oh, Keke actually taking a heap of damage, down to about 25%, forced to go back and get that healing behind his tower. Meanwhile, Dao coming in to aid in. Looked like he was gonna try to maybe jump on to Fried Chicken. Best player coming off the back end to stave him away from that. Speaking of which, Muchin able to get away, and down goes MOBA Zane. A great pickup there by Ann.
A double kill here, and this is what we expect out of the farm laner on the side of OG. They have made some bad mistakes in the past, but OG, the OG of the day, definitely much cleaner than the old versions in KWC.
Yeah, man, 0-2 right now. A clean pickup and the bottom one. I'm going to see a replay of this there. You see them trying to, they thought they had the big pickup there, and that extends out Mobazane too far. On comes in, finds the pickup there, and then the CC. Look at how they trade back and forth to kind of get out of the way of BTK there. On and Muchin just doing such a great job.
It was the most minute of differences, to be honest. That could have easily been a double kill for Shark, but here we go. Hoon will not hit the Kachosin, so no free damage just yet, but you can see the irritants, right? Cannon Blast, Kachosin, just stuns and hits every single time.
And that comes down to one of those, like, the kind of synergy things that you have to learn, too. Maybe we kind of need to start... Oh, speaking of which, Mobazane gets a pop-up there, takes a lot of damage, is going to try to unleash a flurry of blasts to get himself out of harm's way. He's going to have to go back to base. Oh! Speaking of which, he actually gets taken out. I'm not even sure what that was that killed him.
It probably is the last hit here, as look, there is a lot of value on this pick for the Loom here. They will try to dive.
Ooh, they do get a dive in there and trying to find it. Big Box comes out, finds the kill onto Mushin as the An able to find his escape underneath the tower. Best player going to go ahead, start forcing his will on this and trying to pick up that jungler. Meanwhile here, Wen still with the damage, clearing out mid.
But you make a trade for Muchin. It's okay, you get a kill, that's great. But you trade out Fried Chicken. So this is where, BTK needs to be able to understand that if you make a dive on the other side of the map, keep your other players safe. This was that moment where Fried Chicken was expecting to be able to survive. 1v1, it was looking not bad, but here comes the Cavalry, the backup, with the Lam as well, Dao, making sure life was much more difficult than expected.
Oh man, and it's just those 1v1 fights where you just want to be like, no, hold on, this is 1v1, guys, no, and then you end up getting taken out. This is a team game here. Speaking of which, a whole team clashing right now as OG going ahead. Oh, locked down. Wet actually gets taken out, and Fried Chicken able to find a kill onto An. Meanwhile, best player finds a kill of his own. Now trying to push this pressure onto the mid lane. BTK finding themselves a little bit of an advantage in the mid lane. Now going to try to continue that into enemy jungle territory.
This is where a lot of comments were made, right? Fried Chicken is probably one of the best players in the side of BTK, and he's proving that point. A double kill for him. They create space for best player. They secure the Tyrant for themselves as well. And now, best player 1 has stolen away the Crimson Golem from Dao.
Yeah, and I like it because it's not just kills, it's not just the tower, they're also going in the enemy territory. Speaking of which, big pop-up lands on here. Fried Chicken in trouble, turns it around. A big flash comes out, and down goes Keke.
All right, some signs of life from BTK. Not as easy as they would have it, but OG, they still have that goal lead, albeit, that mid T1 is gone.
Yeah, and starting to clear out their jungle here. I want to say the advantage, a small advantage for the side of BTK, especially because it's that mid tower that is down. That really kind of opens up the map, especially once you start getting the team fight territory. It means that OG has less of or they don't have as much security. They don't have that tower there if they want to back up because they've taken a bad fight or they've got ganked.
Yes, you can kind of approach the jungle. Hang on, what was that?
Yeah, they teleport in there, they show BTK where they were, and they immediately, BTK answer with a whole set of a stun and take down 2 members of OG.
Yep, the bait not gonna work out here, trying to bait them under the tower, and it's a double kill for best player 1. They actually get access into the T2 in the middle as well. Fried Chicken, this is the best performance so far. I really think we should take a look at him more because his Fatih, his questioning actually has been quite on point.
Yeah, I feel like the only problem has been when teams realize how strong he is, they do a huge job of being able to put the pressure on to there. Oh, speaking of which, big pressure, 4 members latch on to BTK, and Wen takes himself a kill as well.
Yep, sit down, don't get overconfident. BTK, they have some prowess in this first phase of the game, but here comes the response by OG, a T1 on the top as a trade, as BTK, they will try to make that T1 on the bottom disappear as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, they're continuing the momentum up here. OG doing a good job. You were talking about Fried Chicken before being like this, one of the stalwart players on BTK, and I felt like a lot of people understood that. That's why there's been so much pressure in his lane to kind of stop him, because once he stops, it's very hard for him to be that menace throughout the lanes there. Oh, actually, Hoon in trouble, getting caught. OG on the chase there. Down coming in, looking for the kill, and finds a brief and quick slit on to Hoon.
Yep, you can't escape this combination, right? Number 1, the alarm is able to chase you for much further distances. Mutin also gets the lockdown, and once again, they go on that prowls, they hunt on best player 1.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have to use that ultimate to try to create some distance between him. But Dao is not caring. He actually goes down. Thankfully, Fried Chicken there on the side, able to find the kill there. But Muchin comes in from the side, able to find a kill on to MOBA Zane. Another one down. Shark bites the dust as well as best player. 3 down for the side of BTK. OG continuing their winning ways. Fried Chicken's gonna have to get out of the way. Muchin on the side there decides to disengage.
Just having the better CC, right? Crowd control on the side of OG to be able to win that fight. Yes, and this is where you see the value of Alarm against an Agudo. The iframes working out for Dao a lot more. Now, Kirker forces the flash.
Yeah, he is going to use the flash. Fried Chicken is on the hunt, trying to get into there, but he's going to use that set sail to run him to safety. Now looking for an opportunity, going to try to crash in here. Nope, takes a turn. Shark's going to try to get some vision onto this. Are they going to try and contest the Tyrant? Still waiting. OG in a great position here. Have it down to 10%. Best player! Another steal for best player. He sneaks in, grabs himself a Tyrant.
Yep, just at the timing, Dao actually used his smite as well. So this was an honest 50-50 win trade for the side of BTK.
I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 times best player has done it. At this point, I don't think I can call it luck anymore. But now, continuing on the hug, OG pressuring into BTK, looking for a kill on, finds one onto Shark. Now Lamb, Dao comes in, finds a kill onto Hoon, trying to put on the suppressive power. Moba's into the back line, is going to try to use that flash to get away, but Muchin trying to hunt him down and finds the kill.
Yep, and look at what they're doing. They're actually isolating Fried Chicken away from the fight. That's how they're winning these big moments, right? Dao also making sure he's right in the heart of the side of BTK, allowing the setup from Wen to come through on that knockup on the Divine Punishment as well. And Kirker, he's just doing Kirker things, making sure his first and second skills are landing in quick succession after the bolt hits them in the face.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a whole mess of damage coming for you. And then how he's able to kind of traverse the map. Right now, OG, it is their game to lose about, I want to say a 5K gold lead right now. I don't think that they ever were panicking about it. So, they knew what they needed to do, knew what kind of fights they needed to take. 10% left on this Tyrant, and that is going to be another one for the side of OG. BTK be able to get this before they come in. Set sail, crashes into 2 members. Big pop-up, down goes Moba Zane. Keke with the kill there as well. Now trying to chase down best player. Looks like On able to pick up that kill from him. Dow finds the kill onto Hoon. Ooh, but able to answer back. Fly Chicken able to find a kill onto Wen.
This is a classic move you have to learn in HOK. After you take the Tyrant, you make a beeline straight to the Overlord. That is why teams make that call to go for the Tyrant first. You have fighting prowess, and now Shark.
Yeah, you can see off screen, Chicken fighting for his life right now, trying to get the kill onto Sunsei, trying to get away, battling back and forth, but the enemy team coming in, OG are never alone. Fly to Chicken gets taken down by Dow.
Truly a chicken in water here. The Shark comes from below, swallows him whole here. And OG, they have a very dominant lead as Moba Zane is going to be taken down again. T3 in the mid has been taken down, so it's just a matter of time before OG finds another opening.
Yeah, they've done the same thing that they did into the first game where they just burned a hole right down mid, even into that high ground tower. Oh, we have Cannon Blast coming in there. Now maybe looking forward to be able to kind of take down Dow. They do find a kill onto him, but here comes the rest of the team. A big push coming in through mid. Our BTK going to be ready. Set sail out. Right now, Keke looking for an opportunity to get in there. Down goes best player. And a kill. Hoon finds himself a kill onto Keke, but in comes Moba Zane, finds one onto Ann. When the lone player for OG left to retreat from BTK.
Okay, good survival skills coming out from the side of BTK. Got the knockup, a little bit more greedy from the side of OG. But for now, that pressure has not been truly alleviated. They have to defend the T3 on the top once again.
Yeah, and actually wondering who we talked about it before, who's Wen's going to be giving this gift to so that they can get up to that level 25. BTK not wasting any time, immediately going to go for this Shadow Overlord, down to about 50%. The Cannon Blast actually gets popped up there by Shark. In comes Dow looking for an opportunity to try to get in here. Ooh, this might be a true 50-50. Oh, coming in with the set sail. Keke comes in. Are they going to be able to find a kill? Muchin finds one onto Fly Chicken. That's a big bit of damage on. Able to find the Shadow Overlord. The rest of OG latching onto BTK, not letting them escape. Trying to CC them down, and another kill. Down goes a Shark. The rest of OG chasing them down underneath the tower. Down! Keke finds a kill onto Moba Zane. Hoon able to return the favor, but not before being taken out by Dow.
There is no way here. The time is ticking. 5 seconds for Fly Chicken, but what can he do? 1v4 because OG are already at the crystal.
Yeah, it's a 13-minute win for OG here.
Okay, much longer game, right? Almost double the time for the side of BTK. I think this is an impressive growth so far. They did manage to find a couple of gaps in between OG, won the team fight, and I think if you're a BTK fan, you should be proud of their performance. Yes, they have not won a single series, but I think they have shown their growth.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it into the grand scheme of things, being able to kind of step into a house against a team like OG, what they've learned, what they've been able to absorb from this game in such a short amount of time is commendable. On the other side there, OG, I mean, they knew what they had to do here, and they are laying their stake for the top of the mountain here on KMW.
So we'll see how this journey of growth is going to be like for BTK, right? They are called the BloodThirstyKings. Right now, it's not about being greedy for kills. Learn to play the map first and learn about the hero differences. And then we'll see I believe, a very monstrous growth for BTK.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to be the big thing here is how well you can take these licks and kind of come back there. The ability and the opportunity to be able to face teams of this level, and we've seen so many of these teams, and that's one of the biggest things in the last 4 days. All of these teams, including BTK, including Boars, including 9Z, and all these teams, how much they've changed and started to grow just in the last 4 days, how they've started to take on little things that they've learned here and there from some of the top teams, how well they started to push the momentum in the early game and things like that, that made these huge adjustments to their strategy.
Yes, so we conclude the day, but we'll take a look at the stats as well, right? A couple of things that you want to try and understand. Number one, the matchup. Why do we always say Lam is the counter to Agudo, right? Do you notice how long Dauda was actually surviving in fights 1v3, by the way, against the different members? And this is not about BTK players having a weaker standing or understanding of the game. It really is the way that the kit is built for the Lam. So let's take a look at OG BTK. Yes, it is a 2-0 scoreline. Pretty simple, straightforward win. But the main difference maker here actually was Wen, because as the Tsuya, he actually allows your growth that is so quick on the side of OG.
Yeah, and having such great placement on him to unload on a lot of that damage. Not getting the kills, but that suppressive firepower out there. Another big name there, Keke, just on that set sail ultimate, traversing the map and being able to kind of come in and find those great marks on to BTK. As we take a look here at the stats, Fight Chicken. Big damage coming out from him, 91k, but on the Dow, on an assassin, no doubt, 101k.
It's insane, right? And I think we also really need to give the shout out to Fight Chicken. I think he did really well. Bear in mind, this was a pretty hard matchup to play on the side of BTK. So the fact that he's able to deal 91,000 worth of damage also allows you to see that with correct positioning, Fatih actually can be the difference maker in team fights.
Yeah, and there's that little hope of blue in there from BTK where they were able to get a little bit of an advantage. And I want to say a lot of thanks there to Fly Chicken on that Fatif, which is what we've kind of been waiting for from him on there. Like I said, I just feel like there's been a lot of pressure up on that lane for him. And as one of the more skilled players of BTK, especially Clash Lane, I feel like Clash Lane is one of the hardest lanes to really understand as a new person coming in here. But here, MVP, no surprise, Dow 9, 3, and 9.
This guy was swallowing everything up in his path. Well, yes, there were a couple of questionable decisions coming in from OG. It was Dow that made sure that the team always had the best positions in team fights.
Yeah, and here, this is what happened. They got a little greedy to BTK after they got a couple of kills under their belt, and OG showed them how quickly they can close the distance, how quickly they can turn that right back around for them. Here, a little bit of a fight, a skirmish here happening here. Down goes Hoon, and then the rest. And look how fast they close in on Mobazane. He even tries to flash his way to safety, and they close the distance on him so quickly.
Yeah, the roaming gun, you know, at the appropriate times is a great escape mechanism, but against Muchen, who's able to lock you down in place, and Dauda, who's able to chase you from very far away as well, this is a very difficult situation for BTK to escape. And this moment, we'll give you some credits on the side of BTK. Beautiful combination coming down, making sure that both Frigid Charge as well as the Purify was put to full effect here.
Yeah, and here trying to fight it out for this Overlord. And it's still, it's just, man, once the fight starts, once they get that little bit of an advantage and the big pop-ups, it's just, they're singling them out one by one, taking them out, then trying to close the distance on them as well. And it's just, there's nowhere for them to hide, even under the towers. I hope we get that season 2 of Best Player. Oh, we don't get to see it, but like, as far, there's a lot of critiques going out for Best Player, but man, as far, and you even said that it was kind of like a 50-50 swap. How many times has Best Player been able to kind of get in there? When Best Player's on the map, you better be afraid for those objectives, because he has been able to come in very consistently and steal those away, more than I've seen on any from any of these other teams here. Unfortunately, not enough to turn the tables against the stalwart team that is OG's.
And let's be clear, this league is the more difficult one because the west side is the best side, and we have two very strong champions, right? So KMW, this has been the matches for today. 9Z Global taking a loss against OG 2-0 fashion. Boars also getting their first series win 2-0 over BTK. Twisted Minds put to the test against 9Z Globant 2-1, and of course OG and our day off with a 2-2-0. So we have our tables ready. We will be sending teams across the different brackets S and A for Survival Week.
Yeah, Survival Week will set a whole new tone for these teams. It's no longer lackadaisical. Not that these teams were lackadaisical, but now there is something to lose here. As we take a look at the standings, it's no surprise the top two positions there going to OG and Twisted.
Okay, so Boars are not done with their game yet, so this will be updated later on. But for now, OG, Twisted Minds, and 9Z Globant. These three teams should have their positions secure. They've played all 6 games already. We'll see what the rest of the table looks like once Boars are done. I'm not sure whether we will be in time, but for now, of course, on the right side of the screen, those are your Group A candidates. And that's a scary one because Survival Week means you go home.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line for a lot of those teams who are kind of looking to kind of continue their ways here in these in this competition, especially what I want to say, maybe something that is newly on the radar for a lot of people, which is 9Z Gaming.
Yeah, 9Z, I think they really shocked me. Like, okay, I think yes, they've been playing against all the other teams. Have they been better? Pretty good, not bad performance. But to be able to push Twisted Minds in such a fashion earlier today, I will just straight up tell you that was not in my books at all.
I don't think it was in a lot of people's books. I was super surprised to see that too. Pleasantly surprised too. It's always great to see a team that you don't expect that has elevated themselves to a tier that is at least competitive with some of those top teams that you have. I mean, let's not mistake it. A lot of people, once we come into these competitions, there's some teams that you have your eyes on that you understand because they've consistently been at the top. But here, 9Z showing, hey, we have the runnings to make that too.
Right, so it's been a joy for you guys joining us for the first 4 days, the first week of KMW, the Honor of Kings Major West League, the best league. And this is where we will bid our goodbyes. It's been fun. It's been your favorite kind of tofu. Joining me today has been Private Dancer as well. We give you our best regards because we'll see you next week where the title race gets a little bit tighter. Survival Week is coming.
high.